Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The monk called himself a simple cleric of the faith of the Seven. The Seven were father, mother, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, and stranger, one god in seven faces. The faith was the most organized religion in Westeros. Cathedrals, a strict hierarchy from lowly septons to archbishops, and monks in every town and market. By contrast, the old gods of the north were folk customs more than ritual. Auror was an exotic faith with only a few followers, and the drowned god belonged to the Ironborn and their rites by the sea. With those rivals sidelined, the faith of the Seven was everywhere, on village greens, in blacksmith workshops, and in the alleys of King's Landing. Of all its ministers, the man called the High Sparrow had the strongest pull. After the deaths of powerful patrons in King's Landing, the Sparrow had risen quickly among the devout, selling off bishops' trappings for food and bargaining with queens to restore his church's authority. He had the common touch and a single-minded devotion that made him dangerous and useful in equal measure. "People call me the High Sparrow, Lord Arthur," the man said with a humble smile. Arthur clicked his tongue. "How did you end up here?" He wondered whether the High Sparrow's presence in Harrenhal was blessing or threat. The Sparrow's zeal helped the poor, but it could also gather loyalty quickly, and in a place like Harrenhal, a sudden following could become a power base. The High Sparrow answered plainly, "I travel among poor villages that cannot afford septs. I name children, absolve sinners, bless the sick. I heard your house took in refugees, and I came to help." He moved to bind a wounded man's arm. Arthur stopped him with a gentle hand on the shoulder. "Let your brethren tend the wounded. Sit with me a while." The High Sparrow agreed with the same unassuming smile. Arthur led him up to his quarters in the burning King Tower. The castle had room enough. 3 lower floors housed the Heian household and guards. Soldiers lodged near the flowstone courtyard. Refugees filled the widows' and ghost towers, and even the Great Hall. Harrenhal still felt empty despite thousands staying there. Arthur estimated the place could hold at least 50,000 people if it had to. Inside the sparsely lit room, Arthur set a candle on the table and asked the question on his mind. "How long do you plan to stay?" If the Sparrow wanted to remain indefinitely, Arthur had to know. A monk who could turn the warsguard into followers might leap over the usual church ranks and become something else entirely. "My duty from the Seven is to save those who believe," the High Sparrow replied. "I will stay while they need me." Arthur pressed. "Why not go to King's Landing? There are hundreds of thousands displaced. If you took on the capital, the Riverlands suffer most," the Sparrow said. "They need me more. I will remain here until the war is over." Arthur frowned. "You have no force. You could be killed by stragglers. King's Landing is dangerous but safer than the Riverlands." "If I fall while saving others, that will be the fate the Seven chose for me," the monk said with calm conviction. "My task is to save those who suffer." Arthur suspected persuasion would fail. He moved to a safer topic, the Sparrow's opinion of Arthur himself. Could this man become an ally? The High Sparrow spoke carefully. "For sheltering civilians and opposing men like Gregor Clegane, you are a good lord." He paused, then added, "But you have taken many lives. That weight will be judged. If you turn to the Seven devoutly, perhaps you will find peace." He invoked the maiden with a gentle chastisement. The tone was part rebuke, part pastoral hope. Before Arthur could argue, a voice called outside the door. "My lord, the leader of the warriors, Wag Hunth, brought 3 people to the east gate. They're dressed in the warriors' colors. Shall we admit them?" Arthur told the guard to verify identities and find out how they escaped, then continued the conversation with the Sparrow. They argued about killing and sin until the shouts outside grew urgent. "Lord Arthur, the warriors robbed the Heian family's gold and ran toward the east gate," someone shouted. Arthur's face hardened. He told the High Sparrow to remain safe, then raced down. The night watch held torches up the stair and through the corridors. Mrs. Hean's butler Richard and his mistress were alive, and that was a small relief. Richard, shaken, explained. Wag and his men had burst into his room and tried to take the warehouse key. In the scuffle, the key fell to the ground. Those men then forced their way into the cellar, seized the gold dragons, and fled. Arthur's orders were sharp. He told the watch to search the warriors' quarters in the Wailing Tower. If any of the blood troop were found, bind them and send them to the West Ice House beneath the Widow's Tower. That old dungeon would hold them. When Arthur pieced the story together, the theft looked calculated. Wager had led those blood troop members not chosen for the camp's duties out to rob. Richard had lost the key to save his life, and Wager, knowing where the Hean stash was hidden, took every gold dragon he could carry and fled. Mrs. Hean shrugged and said life mattered more than coin. Arthur learned a lesson. Harrenhal's population was mixed and unruly. He would need passwords and stricter controls. 2 days later in the barracks hall, Patrick burst in with news. 2 good and 1 bad, he called to Arthur. Bad first, Arthur said without looking up from the drill. Patrick lowered his voice. The Western forces mean to test us with siege equipment in a day or 2, new ladders and larger trebuchets. They've been rounding up civilians. They may use them as shields. Arthur's jaw tightened. The thought of innocents used as a battering ram made everything colder. Now the good, Patrick said, brightening. 1. Varg and the blood troop men who turned to robbery were taken by Tywin soldiers. Their heads are stuck on pikes outside his camp. Arthur nodded. He had no pity for those who preyed on their own. And 2, Patrick added, eyes gleaming, Tywin was struck in the lower back by your sword. He cannot stand to lead. A murmur rippled through the men training. That was news that tasted like victory. Arthur allowed himself a short, satisfied look. Patrick explained more. Tywin's camp had been thrown into chaos. They'd taken thousands of civilians and suffered wounded leaders. Someone, likely one of Tywin's nephews, perhaps Davon, had tried to make a bold move to assert control. The chaos had weakened them. Arthur stood taller. Then we will be ready. Move the stones, adjust the trebuchets. Hot oil and spiked logs, prepare them. He let a smile cross his face for the first time in days. If Tywin's hurt, let his kin learn what it costs to strike Harrenhal. By now, Arthur's recruitment drive had drawn more than 300 new soldiers. Refugees had slowed to a trickle in recent days, so the army's growth had paused, but it was large enough to need real structure. The recruits had joined at different times, which meant their training varied. Arthur handpicked the more seasoned fighters to form the core of his new force, the 1st Regiment. It included 300 level 2 soldiers, mostly hardy farmers from the Red Mill and Harrenhal, 220 level 3 men from Arthur's original subjects, 29 level 4 veterans, and 6 level 5 elite retainers who had once served his family. Building a modern command system to manage them, Arthur borrowed the organization he remembered from his past life. A company of 90 men would be the smallest unit, small enough that a commander could know every soldier by name. 5 companies made a battalion with cooks, servants, and even volunteer monks attached for support duties. From the 220 level 3 soldiers, he promoted the cleverest as squad and platoon leaders. The 15 level 4 men became company commanders, and the 6 level 5 retainers were named battalion commanders. Arthur himself commanded the regiment. The force now stood at 3 battalions, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, with 450 soldiers between them. Another 104 men formed a reinforced company directly under Arthur's control. Arming the new army, their armor came from wherever it could be found. 200 sets of lamellar armor from King's Landing, 520 chain mails, and 80 plates from the Reach, 700 light cavalry armors captured from the Westerlands, and nearly 100 more from the mountains retreating troops. Arthur couldn't yet claim the Riverland Knights' equipment taken at Harren Town. It technically belonged to their families, but it was a start. Level 4 and 5 soldiers received plate armor. Level 2 men got chain mail. The rest wore whatever was left. Only 80 sets remained unused, and Arthur ordered the smiths to melt scraps and rebuild more. To mark their identity, soldiers wearing captured Westerland armor were issued crimson robes stenciled with a golden guandao and horse emblem. Refugee dyers named the symbol the Golden Saber. Arthur approved. It suited him. The ceremony, it took a full afternoon to finalize the command system. Before dinner, all the important figures of Harrenhal gathered for the army's first ceremony. In the great hall stood Lady Hyann, Patrick Mallister, Hendry Bracken, Dickon Tarley, Beric Dondarrion, Thoros, and others. Before them 500 newly uniformed soldiers stood in formation. Arthur promoted his officers formally. Battalion commanders Jordan, Kaif, and Dava were made lieutenant colonels. Their deputies became majors. Company captains, lieutenants, and squad leaders received appropriate ranks down the line. Arthur kept the rank of colonel for himself, though everyone already called him general. Then the army sang its new march, voices echoing through the hall. Drums thunder, banners rise high, General Arthur's call rings through the sky. Brave and unbroken, our blades burn red. The golden saber rides where angels dread. Beside God's eyes shining like we ride, our flag shall pierce Casterly Rock with pride. When the final verse ended, 500 arms shot upward in a crisp salute. Loyalty, loyalty, they shouted together. The hall trembled with the sound. The battalion commander, Jordan, stepped forward in full armor and called out, "General Arthur, give the order. Let us strike down the evil Tywin army." Arthur nodded solemnly. "For the people of the Riverlands, I declare this. From this moment, the new army stands in open war with any Westerland host that crosses into our lands." Behind him, the nobles exchanged glances, half impressed, half bewildered. Where did this custom come from? Someone whispered. "The song's actually quite good," another admitted. Thoros scratched his beard. "It's not from Mer, that's for sure." Dickon Tarley smiled faintly. "All this came from Lord Arthur's instructions. He understands organization like no one I've met." Even Patrick Mallister looked proud. "My idol," he murmured. "The man even makes armies from scratch." Preparing for war after the ceremony, soldiers returned to the Wailing Tower. The nobles went back to the burning King Tower. The barracks hall had become a training ground, so the men collected food from the kitchens and ate in their quarters. Recruitment would continue, so the hall wouldn't return to normal anytime soon. That evening, Arthur gathered his commanders to finalize the defense of Harrenhal, East Gate. 300 Riverland soldiers under Beric's coordination, with Patrick, Hendry, and others assisting. Thoros and the Brotherhood without banners reinforced them. Main Gate. Arthur led the 1st and 2nd battalions plus the reinforced company. Walls. Small mixed groups of river soldiers and new recruits watched the outer approaches, especially the open field before the main gate where siege engines would strike. Reserve. The 3rd Battalion waited on the ground floor, ready to reinforce either front at a moment's notice. The Golden Saber had been forged, and the men of Harrenhal, once refugees and farmers, now stood as an army. On the morning of the 2nd day, the siege of the Westerland's army came as expected. Arthur stood behind the battlement, watching nearly 10,000 Lion family soldiers in front of the main gate. It can't be said that they were all Lion family soldiers. In front of the attacking team, there were river farmers wearing gray cloth. Behind them was the infantry phalanx with lion-shaped half-helmets, scarlet robes, black ringmail, and other standard equipment for Westerland soldiers. At the back was the Lannister cavalry regiment of more than 6,000, of which more than 4,000 were heavy cavalry with armor. More than a dozen enlarged catapults were slowly pushed to the front of the formation, followed by 10 extended ladders. The giant siege hammer that required 50 to 60 people to push attracted the attention of many soldiers from the 1st and 2nd battalions. Bill, the leader of the King's Landing mercenaries, exclaimed, "This is more than twice as big as the last time. It's really scary to look at." He had few mercenaries, only in their early 90s, so they were always sent to maintain order among civilians. Bill himself volunteered to defend the city, but we couldn't break open the main gate. The serious Dickon shook his head. To be honest, I used to think that with 20,000 Lannister troops, 2,000 or 3,000 people couldn't defend Harrenhal. But after seeing the solidity of the two gates, I have to admit that Harrenhal will never be captured from the outside except for the flying dragons from the sky. That's right. Arthur thought of Storm's End in the War of the Usurper. The Duke of Mace of the Reach led 60,000 troops to besiege Storm's End for half a year, but he didn't accomplish anything except starving the people inside. Storm's End is also a well-known solid castle in the Seven Kingdoms. In recent wars, there is no record of it being captured by heavy troops. Similar to Storm's End, which is close to the sea on one side, Harrenhal is close to the lake on the other side. So the sieges of the two are similar. 8 catapults are neatly placed on the wall above the main gate. There were originally 20 catapults placed here, but the people of the Heian family only maintained a part of them, so only 8 could be used. The rest were moved away to make room for the soldiers to settle down. More than 1,000 new army soldiers were scattered on this section of the city wall, nervously waiting for the upcoming war. Not long after, an enlarged version of the enemy's counterweight catapult was placed and began preliminary testing. 4 Western border soldiers stepped hard on the wheel, causing the counterweight box to rise and the end of the traction throwing arm to drop. After the throwing arm reached the bottom, a Western border soldier placed the pin first, and then a large stone that required 2 soldiers to hold together to move was placed in the throwing bag, and the traction rope was removed. After all the preparations were completed, a man who looked like an officer lit the stone, causing a circle of flames to ignite on its surface, and then removed the pin. Immediately, the gravitational potential energy accumulated in the counterweight box was released at a high speed. The several-meter-long throwing arm rotated rapidly, and the throwing bag wrapped in the stone was thrown high. After being swung for more than half a circle, the burning stone broke away from the throwing bag, drew an extremely perfect parabola, and hit the city wall below the main gate fiercely. Boom! Like a small earthquake, the new soldiers on the entire wall felt a clear vibration. This thing is too big. Someone stuck his head out of the city wall to check the fallen stones and couldn't help but sigh. Although there were catapults on the city wall, they were very small and had a much shorter range. Bill turned to Arthur beside him and said in confusion, "My lord, I seem to see that the top of the projectile is a little higher than ours. The highest point of the stone projectile trajectory is higher than the city wall, so as long as the position of the catapult is adjusted, it can always hit the city wall." That's it. The serious Dickon had a layer of confusion on his face. This requires our soldiers to hide under the battlements, otherwise a stone can take the lives of several people. Arthur nodded, called the messenger, and asked all the new soldiers to squat and wait for the enemy to climb up from the ladder before sticking their heads out. At the same time, he also asked the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion on standby on the 1st floor to prepare to put out the fire. Although there were not many wooden objects in Harrenhal, there were still some. Being hit by such oil-coated projectiles can easily cause fires. After the first attempt failed, the catapult was pushed forward by the Westerland soldiers. This time, the stone hit a certain part of the burning King Tower behind Arthur, and with some broken stones that were shaken off, the burning stone fell to the ground on the 1st floor. Arthur and the commander of the 1st Battalion, Zordon, rushed over to see that fortunately no one was hit. "Put out the fire of that stone, it will be used later." Arthur shouted to the soldiers below. This is really a good thing. With Arthur's strength, it is perfect to throw it up and hit the Westerland soldiers climbing the ladder. Maybe the ladder can be broken in one go, and the siege may stop at that time. After 2 more adjustments, the Westerland army's catapult was finally in place. "Lie down, lie down." Dickon commanded the new soldiers on the city wall. In the last test, the burning stones fell accurately on the city wall. Although no one was killed, The vibration and burning stone bowls underfoot still caused a lot of panic. After all, these new soldiers were farmers a month or two ago. A few minutes later, more than 1,000 new soldiers, and Arthur and others experienced the fear of being dominated by catapults. Every minute, one or two burning projectiles fell on the city wall, and several times they smashed the battlements and seriously injured the soldiers lying nearby. Although only a dozen people were injured, it still made Arthur feel distressed. What's worse is that the catapults on the city wall have also become the enemy's main attack target. After 30 or 40 projectiles were fired in succession, all the catapults on the city wall were smashed to pieces. Now the Westerland soldiers have no worries when charging. After all, the range of arrows is much smaller than that of catapults. There are top meisters in the Westerland army. They can enlarge the original small catapults and build them in such a few days. Their ability is really good. He sighed. The Lannister family has gold, so they can naturally recruit capable meisters, and there should be more than one. With Tywin's wealth, he can afford a heavy cavalry corps of 5,000 people. A meister corps is not a big deal. Mercenary Bill said, "This is indeed the truth. The place where cavalry spends more money than infantry is the horse under their crotch. Most riding horses do not eat all low-calorie grass but forage mixed with high-calorie grains. Horses have a large appetite and take a long time to eat. In order to save time during war horses are mostly fed with grain mixed with grass. So this is why there is barely enough food in peacetime, but there is a shortage of food when war breaks out. Because horses also need to eat some food. The Lannisters under Tywin can afford to support 7,000 to 8,000 cavalry in peacetime, including nearly 5,000 heavy cavalry, which shows that they are the richest family in Westeros. As for the Meister, it is also very expensive. The Lord of Greywater Watch in the north, the Reed family, is a distinguished Earl family, but they can't afford to support a Meister. You can see how expensive it is to support a Meister. I will also get a few Meisters in the future and bring them around as consultants, Arthur thought to himself. He picked from his memory, and the only Meisters that satisfied him were only two: Samwell, Dickon's fat brother, and Qyburn. The former should be investigating the disappearance of Benjen Stark, the chief ranger of the Night's Watch, north of the wall, and the latter should be, according to the original book, Qyburn went north in the early stage of the War of the Five Kings, preparing to join the Night's Watch, but he met the Bloody Mummers, a group of mercenaries with a bad reputation, so he joined them. It's just because Arthur hired the Bloody Mummers and consumed almost the same amount, so Qyburn's life trajectory has probably changed. Now it is estimated that he should be in the Northern Army heading south. After all, a lone Meister who can heal diseases is still quite popular. He was thinking about whether to find someone to find Qyburn, but he had no reliable people under his command, so this was temporarily abandoned. As Arthur was thinking, the Westerland army in front of the main gate of Harrenhal finally stopped throwing stones. Then 2,000 or 3,000 civilians with only weapons took the lead, and thousands of people rushed over with the extended ladders pushed by the cross. At the same time, the heavy siege vehicle also started slowly. After the Westerland army rushed into the range, some of the new soldiers on the wall also began to bend their bows and shoot arrows. However, there were not many bows and arrows, and the Lion family soldiers below were all holding small round shields in one hand, so they could hardly kill anyone. Instead, the civilians who were coerced were hit by arrows. "Don't shoot arrows, save some for Anguy," Arthur ordered. Anguy was slightly injured in the raid, and he was resting these days and did not participate in the battle. The Westerland army rushed to the bottom of the wall, began to adjust the height of the ladder, and put the ladder head on the battlement. Then, the civilians who were forced to climb the ladder in front, and the Lion family soldiers followed behind, and thousands of people climbed the ladders one by one, and the hard attack on Harrenhal began. The first person to rush up the wall will be rewarded with 1,000 gold dragons, and the person who kills Arthur Bracken will be rewarded with 10,000 gold dragons. The Lion family officer who was supervising the battle shouted. Arthur, who carried a stone projectile, walked to the top of a ladder and threw it down along the ladder. Surrender and you won't be killed. This was his response to everyone who was still climbing the ladder. The stone projectile successfully broke 2 steps and then rolled down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people on this ladder jumped to the ground to avoid the stone projectile. After all, jumping down would at most break their legs, but being hit by the stone projectile would turn them into a pool of meat paste. Although there were no stone projectiles on the other ladders, there were also thorny rolling logs to entertain those who climbed up. However, there were not many rolling logs in the castle, so they had to use them sparingly, so they only threw one when the enemy was about to climb up. The effect was also very obvious, and one log could take down more than a dozen people. Arthur was not idle either. He picked up a stone from the side of the smashed catapult and smashed it directly at the wheel of another ladder. At a height of dozens of meters, the initial velocity of the stone projectile was no longer important. After it landed, most of the ladder was destroyed. The third ladder was also destroyed in this way. However, the enemy, under the temptation of the golden dragon, had explosive power far beyond the imagination of the new soldiers. Only a few minutes later, the second wave of people climbing the ladders rushed up from the 7 ladders. A small-scale battle began, but fortunately the new soldiers had an absolute advantage in numbers, so the situation was advantageous. Arthur seized the time to destroy the enemy's tools for climbing the city gate. 3 more stone projectiles were thrown down to break the ladders, and then a request from a gatekeeper came to Arthur's ears. "My lord, please destroy the siege vehicle. Otherwise the corner structure of the Iron Gate will not be able to withstand it." This soldier was sent up by the 3rd Battalion Commander Dawa to convey a big problem that needed to be solved urgently. Although the Iron Gate can withstand the impact of the siege vehicle, the place where the Iron Gate is fixed is not made of iron. If it is hit like this, I am afraid that the entire door will be deformed and fall down. I know. Arthur raised a stone projectile, then stretched his head to glance at the position of the siege vehicle, strode over, and threw the stone in his hand down. Ouch! 7 gods. The moans and shouts from below squeezed into Arthur's ears. He took a closer look and found that the wooden roof on the siege vehicle that blocked the falling rocks had been smashed, and the battering ram was crooked, so the city gate was temporarily safe. But just in case, Arthur raised another stone projectile and threw it at the siege vehicle. This damaged all the rollers on one side of it, and it could not be towed back for repair. Moreover, the broken siege vehicle was also blocked in front of the city gate. If it was not moved away, a new one could not be used to continue hammering the gate. It can be said that there will be no problem with the main gate in a few days. Enemies continued to climb up the remaining 4 ladders. When the civilians who were forced to come up and saw the new soldiers surrounded by a circle, most of them dropped their weapons and surrendered, while the Lannister infantry wearing black ring armor was much braver. Often 3 or 4 people could fight dozens of new soldiers in a group, but the absolute advantage in numbers prevented the Lion family soldiers who climbed up the tower from expanding their victory, and instead left a pile of corpses. 10 minutes later, under the action of rolling logs, stone projectiles, etc., all the 10 ladders in front of the main gate were destroyed, and the siege vehicle was also broken. This means that apart from the catapult, the Lannister army in front of the main gate no longer has any means to threaten the new soldiers on the wall. Dickon, Bill, Jordan, and Kaif are responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The people in the reinforced company come with me and go to the east gate to have a look. After Arthur gave the order, he took the golden guandao and led the reinforced company of more than 100 people to the east gate defense area coordinated by Earl Barry. They didn't have a player with strange strength like Arthur, and they couldn't destroy the ladders and siege vehicles, so it would be very difficult to defend. After going around for most of the circle, the situation of the East Gate defense area was presented to Arthur and the reinforced company. As expected, the situation here was a bit lame. Nearly 100 Western soldiers climbed up the city wall and fought with the soldiers of the Hedgian families, and on the ladders, there were still a large number of Western soldiers climbing up. Although the battlefield was controlled on the city wall and the Hedgian soldiers had the advantage in numbers, the situation could be said to be white-hot. In front of Arthur, there were a dozen Lion family soldiers who came up the ladders from the westernmost family and 50 or 60 Hedgian soldiers who surrounded them. "Get out of the way," he shouted, swung his guandao and rushed in. The crowd suddenly squeezed away, allowing Arthur to rush in. "My broadsword has been thirsty for a long time. Surrender or die," he asked the group of Lion family soldiers first. 10,000 gold dragons are mine." The leading Lion family soldier's eyes were red, and he was obviously crazy. Seeing Arthur holding a broadsword, he couldn't help but rush over, waving his half-sword and one-handed small round shield. But the next second, the golden guandao gave him the most profound lesson in his life. His small round shield was split by a sword, and then the whole person was split in half. The remaining Lion family soldiers looked at each other, knelt on the spot, put down their weapons and surrendered. "Tie them all up and send them to the bottom of the Widow's Tower." After dealing with this group of Lion family soldiers, Arthur had someone throw down a rolling log to temporarily clear the enemies on the ladder. Then he found a stone projectile and broke the ladder in the middle. The next 9 ladders were also destroyed in the same way. About half an hour later, the battle on the wall of the East Gate stopped. Without the ladder, the Lion family soldiers could only sigh at the towering wall, then dragged away the bodies of their comrades and left in front of the East Gate. Why is it so difficult to fight even though you have so many people? While the Hedgian soldiers were cleaning up the battlefield, Arthur found Thoros, Earl Barry and others and asked. It was the peasants from Hedgian who rushed up first, so Barry thought it was not necessary to use things like thorny logs, and I agreed. Thoros immediately said the most fundamental reason. The enemy who climbed the ladder was not cleared with logs, and there was no means to damage the ladder, which made the defense of the East Gate so difficult. I thought I was soft-hearted enough, but I didn't expect you two to be more merciful than me," Arthur said helplessly. Earl Barry, the Lightning King, was originally a good noble with a strong sense of justice, and Thoros was a believer, so he didn't kill people very often. The Lion family soldiers outside the city used civilians to rush in front, which really cured the two people's illness. Fortunately, Arthur used the stone projectiles thrown by the enemy to damage the ladder and siege vehicle, so he defended the first day of the attack. At night, Baelu Hall. Due to the extremely wide space, this place temporarily became the gathering place for soldiers, and the soldiers and civilians injured in the daytime defense battle were also arranged here. Dozens of monks, including the High Sparrow, walked back and forth, helping to treat and comfort people. The old Meister Tosmiu of Harrenhal was also asked by Arthur to treat the soldiers, but obviously, his white hair and white beard could not increase his prestige in treating patients. Many soldiers refused the treatment of the old Meister and only designated the monks to bandage their wounds. Arthur sat on the main seat of the Lord of the 100 Furnaces Hall, which had been cleaned up, and looked at the busy figures of the monks thoughtfully. This large group of monks all supported the High Sparrow, and they have now accumulated a lot of popularity in Harrenhal. Arthur had to deal with the relationship with the monks. "Mr. High Sparrow, please come here," Arthur shouted to the gray-robed monks who were busy among the wounded soldiers. The servant Maidan received Arthur's instruction and brought a wicker chair under the steps in front of the main seat. In the distance, the High Sparrow who was called asked a young monk next to him to take over his bandaging work, and then slowly walked over. As he walked, 5 or 6 strong monks followed him, and they didn't look very reassured about Arthur. "Is something wrong, Mr. Arthur?" The High Sparrow did not sit down but opened the wicker chair with one hand and stood talking to Arthur. "I think we need to clarify each other's position. The Lord of Moulin Rouge pointed at the monks and then at himself. Since Yihari's eye, the Church of the Seven Gods has not allowed the formation of armed religious groups. Any behavior related to force is the responsibility of nobles and knights like us. Now you are actively preaching and have attracted many young monks. The intention to reorganize the Order's forces is not recognized by the laws of the Iron Throne. More than 200 years ago, during the reign of Aenys I of the Targaryen dynasty, the Church of the Seven Gods believed that the king was guilty of incest, and an armed uprising broke out. Then King Meager I continued to suppress the Church's armed forces, but with little effect. Jhe during the reign of Lai's I, the Iron Throne, and the Church reached a reconciliation. The Church was protected by the king, the armed orders were disbanded, and the judicial power of the Church was handed over to the king and nobles. Arthur pointed at the monks in the Hall of Hundreds of Furnaces. I hope these monks will only be responsible for comforting the civilians and helping to treat the wounded soldiers, and they are not allowed to do anything beyond anything else. The High Sparrow took off the sleeves rolled up on his arms. Mr. Arthur, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I do intend to reorganize the sect's armed forces, but not against responsible nobles like you, but to guard against the demons who massacre civilians and monks. They are often soldiers from the West. As far as I know, His Majesty Joffrey I not only failed to shoulder the obligation to protect the monks and civilians, but also allowed his grandfather, Lord Tywin, to lead tens of thousands of Western soldiers to launch wars and cause human tragedies in the Riverlands. Since it is the king who has not fulfilled his obligations first, I think there is no need for us to continue to abide by the agreement made more than 200 years ago. Innocent civilians and gentle monks and nuns were killed wantonly by evil people. Under such circumstances, I think it is what we should do to form an armed religious order and work with responsible nobles like you to maintain order in the Riverlands. Arthur first corrected one statement. Joffrey may not be the real king. According to the law of inheritance, Stannis is Robert's first heir. So the king's failure to fulfill his obligations is just your excuse. Two of the three kings now have defined Tywin's attack on the Riverlands as illegal. I don't care what your plans are. Under my control, you are not allowed to form an armed religious order. The High Sparrow still had that smile on his face. Lord Arthur, in fact, we have no conflict. You are here to protect the civilians of the Riverlands, and so am I. We can reach an agreement. Arthur, you are hiding here, making it difficult for us to find you. A rushing sound and a series of footsteps interrupted the High Sparrow's words. Arthur turned around and saw that it was Patrick, the Lightning King, Bill, Haley, and several members of the Brotherhood without banners. I'm discussing something with Mr. High Sparrow, and I'm not hiding from you. What's wrong? He stood up and asked. The civilians who entered the city recently basically didn't bring any food, so we gave them porridge, but now we don't have much food, Bill said. His King's Landing mercenaries are responsible for maintaining order in Widow's Tower and Ghost Tower, and are naturally most familiar with the situation of the civilians. Haley, who was responsible for managing Arthur's logistics, curtsied and said gracefully, "Most of our food is brought from your territory, the Red Mill. It mainly supplies the new army soldiers, but also provides wheat for the refugee civilians. After the porridge, it's not enough." Bill added, "The civilians who entered the city later saw that the civilians who entered the city in front had food, so many people ran to buy food, but those who had food did not sell it, and conflicts arose between the two sides. In the past 2 days, there have been 5 people. There were 6 fights. I think it would be better to adopt my previous suggestion and collect taxes from civilians who have taken refuge. Those who have food will collect food, and those who have no food will collect money. This will ensure the rations of the new army soldiers and allow us to continue to provide food to those who have no food. Serve the porridge." Haley wanted Arthur to collect the tax again. Patrick clearly agreed with Haley's opinion. He laughed and applauded. This is what a logistics manager looks like. Arthur, you have to be ruthless and collect taxes on all civilians who come to the city to take refuge, so that we can get through this times of difficulty. From their words, Arthur understood this humble but fatal crisis. Most of the civilians who entered the city were farmers who left during the Magic Mountain robbery, so they brought their own food to survive the long winter, so they didn't have to worry about starvation. Many of the civilians who later took refuge in Harrenhal left their homes after Tywin led his army to invade. Many of their families had their food confiscated by the Western Army, so they only brought daily necessities with them. The food problem for the next group of people was temporarily solved by the free wheat porridge organized by Haley, but the food brought from the Moulin Rouge was not much and could not be provided for a long time. The landlord Hyan family did not store much food themselves and could not help with this problem. This is indeed a big problem. Arthur looked at the figures of several people illuminated by the light of the torch and said with his chin. At this time, the High Sparrow, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly stepped forward and said calmly but firmly, "Mr. Arthur, isn't this the best opportunity for us to cooperate? The relationship between the monks and the civilians has always been good. We can persuade the civilians who have excess food to hand over some of their food to fill the bellies of the soldiers and those who have no food." The Lightning King Count Barry, who came with him, had a different opinion. Food is the property of the common people. We cannot take it away from them. I propose to buy it so that both parties can be more honorable. Everyone had their own opinions and suggestions and began to convince each other. The space around the main seat suddenly became noisy. "Okay." Arthur waved his hand suddenly, making everyone stop talking to themselves. Patrick said, "Arthur, do you really want a tax? Great. It's better to buy it." The Lightning King insisted on his point of view. "I won't adopt any of your suggestions." Arthur shook his head. "I have a better idea. Given that it is already a state of war, keeping everyone fed has become a big problem, so I decided to collect all the food in the castle and distribute it uniformly. Those who work and the soldiers who protect civilians eat better, and those who don't work eat less. The goal is very clear, that is, to keep everyone fed and fed. The Hedgian land is already in chaos. Even if there are golden dragons and silver deer, you may not be able to buy food. In order to ensure the normal operation of this small society in Harrenhal, and to ensure that everyone has food to eat, Arthur's idea may be the most direct and effective." Patrick, Lightning King Bailey, Haley, and others looked at Arthur in surprise. They didn't expect that Arthur, who had always been gentle, could actually propose such a strong approach. But they did not raise objections, since there are already more than 20,000 civilians in Harrenhal, and there will be a large influx of refugee civilians in the future. This may be the best way to solve the problem. Arthur looked at the High Sparrow and the other monks. "And you, the monks, have to be responsible for appeasing the civilians who have had their food confiscated. Don't make any agreement with me, or make any small moves again. I will kick you out. You can go and organize wherever you want. I have no control over the armed sect." It was indeed not Arthur's purpose to drive the monks out of the castle. He just wanted to scare these people. After all, Lord Tywin's other wild dog, who is as famous as the Magic Mountain, Amory Lodge, led a lot of Western Light Cavalry around Harrenhal. Now if a team of less than a few dozen people goes out, they will be immediately targeted by Rocky, and then all of them will be killed. What's even more terrifying is that Loki will cut off the dead man's head, insert it into a spear, and stand it in front of the two doors for everyone in Harrenhal to see. A young monk was about to retort, but was stopped by the High Sparrow. "Mr. Arthur, on behalf of the monks in the castle, I accept your proposal. Comforting the civilians and taking care of the wounded soldiers will be our only jobs, as long as the nobles can ensure that every civilian has food." The High Sparrow expressed this. Arthur nodded. This great god is indeed the actual leader of the monks here. As long as they don't make small moves, they can still accept their existence. After all All armed forces are in the hands of the river nobles. Even if the monks form an armed religious order, they cannot defeat professional soldiers. In the following time, everyone present discussed Arthur's proposal in detail. They repeatedly deliberated on every detail of collecting food, trying to get the food without arousing the resentment of the civilians. Of course, some compensation will also be given to the civilians whose food was collected. Harren Town, the headquarters of the commander of the Western Border Army. On the candle holders, more than a dozen scented candles produced by the Weekly family in the valley are providing light and exuding a pleasant aroma. This is a very expensive candle that sells well in the Seven Kingdoms and the continent of Essos across the narrow sea. It is usually only supplied to the guardians of the lords everywhere, the governors of Pentos, the great lords of Slavers Bay, etc., who have extremely noble status and financial resources. Strong big shots. It is not unusual for this kind of candle to appear in a majestic castle, but when it appears in a tent during a march, it is really shocking. Except for the rich and majestic Lord Lannister of the Seven Kingdoms, no one can have such luxury. At the moment, the governor of the Lion family has lost his prestige. He lay on the soft couch in the middle of the big tent, looking at his nephew Da Feng with majestic eyes. After a long time, Duke Tywin uttered a sentence. A reckless man, a few river nobles, and a dilapidated castle defended by hundreds of veterans, but you can't do anything about it. Davon, who has blonde hair and regular features, hugged his lion-shaped helmet and explained to his uncle with embarrassment. Actually, Harrenhal is not dilapidated. It is still the largest man-made castle in the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of civilians in the castle. They were also mobilized to defend the city walls, which temporarily disrupted our siege plan. But don't worry, uncle, I will definitely capture Harrenhal within these few days. Lord Tywin glanced at him, then turned to look at the parchment map hanging nearby. Harrenhal doesn't have to be taken down. How is the battle with Kevan? How are Edmure in Riverrun and Little Robb in Moat Cailin? Davon rolled his eyes, recalled the military reports about these two places, and then answered his uncle. After learning that Uncle Kevan was leading his army north, Robb of Moat Cailin went all out to the south and arrived at the Twins before Uncle Kevan, and then won the support of Lord Walder Frey. The two armies are now south of the Twins, the battle is about to break out, and the opportunity for Uncle Kevan to become famous in a battle is not far away. When Robb arrived at Moat Cailin, there were 18,000 men. House Manderley of White Harbor provided 1,500 men, most of whom were infantry. Most of the world-famous White Harbor cavalry were replaced by Wyman. The Earl stayed in his own territory. With the support of the Frey family, Robb's army reached, 23,300 people. Davon was about to continue talking when Tywin suddenly asked, "What is old Frey's offer to Robb?" Walder Frey's second son, Emmon Frey, married Tywin's sister, so Emmon was very flattering to the Lannister family. Even if Frey Sr. decides to fully join the Fishwolf Alliance, some information can still reach the Lannister family. Well, Robb will marry a granddaughter or great-granddaughter of Frey the Elder. Edmure will also marry a daughter or granddaughter of Frey the Elder, and Lord Eddard's second daughter Arya will marry one of Frey's grandsons. Da Feng counted on his fingers. These were the three. This was not very important information, and it was very difficult for him to recall it. There are two duchesses at once. It's a shame old Frey thought of it. Tywin said coldly. Davon knew that his uncle looked down upon Walder Frey, so he hurriedly catered to him. But he was shrewd and made the wrong bet this time. With our two armies, it is impossible for Robb to defeat us. When we finish fighting the usurper in the south, we will take care of this old thing. Tywin looked at the map. Where is Sir Adam? Davon was much more familiar with this one, and he answered fluently. Adam is on the east side of God's Eye Lake, chasing Count Tristan Legg of Willow City. He has previously captured Count Carlisle Vance of Travel's Rest. The two Earls of Pink City, Clermont Piper, are under our control, and we have already taken over half of the 7 counties on the south bank of the Red Fork River. He stepped forward and pointed out the locations of Willow City, Traveling Rest City and Pink City. Their lords of these three counts are already under our control, and almost all the wealthy knights and minor nobles in the territories have died in the battle, which is enough for us to reward the meritorious warriors in this battle. Tywin did not deny it. He moved his gaze slightly upward and asked, "How is Lord Harroway's town going?" Earl Harroway's town is the hub of the entire Trident River Basin. The land route going south to north passes there, and the water and land route going east to west also passes there. The town is located on the south bank of the Trident River. On the opposite bank is the famous Ruby Bank, where the late King Robert killed Prince Rhaegar with a hammer. There are no heavy troops guarding the riverlands for the time being, so I won't care about it. Davon replied honestly. The Lannister housekeeper thought for a while and said, "The large army will be temporarily stationed here and surround Harrenhal until my waist is almost healed. You first send people to occupy Earl Harroway's small house. Jen, that Rocky is pretty good at his job, so let him go." "No problem at all," Davon replied. "I will give Sir Amry Lodge 400 or 500 cavalry. These men on the plain will be enough to defeat all the nearby riverine armies. To deal with Harrenhal, we implement the strategy of siege but not attack. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of mouths in the castle, and the last ones who can't stand it must be the river nobles who have no food." Tywin nodded in approval of his nephew's proposal and waved him out. The night was already deep, and the injured guardian of the West needed to rest. The night was dark, the moon was dim, and there was silence around Harrenhal. If you listen carefully, you can make out a few wolf howls in the distance. This is the voice coming from Thousand Faces Island, an island in the center of the Lake God's Eye. If nothing unexpected happens, this is Arya's female direwolf and her offspring. Robert Glover, Hostine Frey and 4 squires were lying under a forest, waiting for the Lannister cavalry patrolling with torches to pass by. The former is the younger brother of Galbert Glover, Earl of Deepwood Mont. He is tall and thin, with a chiseled face. A 2-handed sword hung on his waist, and a dark red cloak was fastened on his shoulders with heavy silver buckles in the shape of an armored iron fist. Even though he was lying on the ground, his head was still raised high. The latter is the 6th son of Lord Walder Frey. He is tall and has a square face with a pointed chin. He is also called Sir Fool because he is slow to react and is unstoppable when provoked. The 4 attendants were composed of 2 Deepwood Castle soldiers and Frey House infantry, each wearing chain mail and a round helmet. The only thing that can distinguish them is the robes on their bodies. The Deepwood Castle soldiers are covered with red and silver steel armor and iron fists, while the Frey family infantry's robes are patterned with a blue tower bridge on a silver-white background. The old lion is actually willing to let the cavalry patrol the city at night. His family is really rich. Robert Glover sighed in a low voice. He was a noble from the northern border. He was naturally much poorer than the nobles from the south. He was naturally jealous when he saw the enemy using precious cavalry to patrol the night. Hostine Frey snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Perhaps he is afraid that the infantry will not be able to run out of the attack range of our river people. After all, there are many river warriors in Harrenhal, such as Mako, Sir Piper, Lord Arthur Bracken, and so on." Robert shook his head high and didn't take it seriously. "If you Hedgian nobles are really as powerful as the rumors say, will it be our turn to go south to the north to rescue you? Judging from the current situation in South Hedgian, most of the Hedgian people are a softy. Of course, except for Bracken who captured the Kingslayer among the armies, I reluctantly regard him as a warrior like the Northerners." Hostine glanced at Robert, a Northerner with sharp eyes, took a few deep breaths and then said, "Don't laugh at us either. You Northerners fought mediocrely on the south bank of the Twins. During the daytime duel, your troops far exceeded Kevan's. The ratio of soldiers killed in battle was only 1 to 1. When Robert heard his companion expose the shortcomings of the Northerners, he treated him politely and said, "Why don't you talk about the battle outside Runliu City? Nearly 5,000 people were killed in one battle, and the General Edmure was seriously injured. Then the major earls actually led their troops to leave, and the remaining thousands of soldiers shrank. In the city, we let the soldiers from the west roam freely in our territory. As for us, we can win a small victory during the day and chase the people from the west at night. Isn't that much better than you? The two nobles began to argue over each other's sides' achievements. A soldier behind them saw the Lion cavalry on patrol walking away and reminded them in a low voice, "Two adults, it's time to leave." The two of them stopped arguing, bent down and slipped towards the huge castle not far away. After trotting all the way to the foot of the city wall, the more familiar Hostine Frey took the lead, and the six of them headed towards the east gate. After arriving, the two soldiers began to knock on the iron door, while Hostine and Robert watched the surroundings nervously with the remaining two soldiers. According to rumors, Harrenhal was tightly surrounded, and even at night there were people watching the two city gates. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless. "Who is it? Name the lord and noble he belongs to." There was a burst of impatient shouts from inside the door. Naturally, the person who knocked on the door at this time could not be a soldier from the west. If it was a civilian, he would have to be let in according to Lord Arthur's order, and then his identity would be verified. "I am Hostine Frey, the sixth son of the Lord of the Twins. My lord is Lord Hoster Tully. I am also accompanied by Robert Glover of Deepwood Castle in the north. My lord, we have been sent to deliver some words." The gatekeepers in the castle were quite annoyed, and none of them were happy to have their dreams interrupted. But when he heard the two names outside the door, he suddenly trembled. The Frey family has never responded to Master Tully's call to participate in the war against the Lannister. The people in the river were very unfamiliar with the nobles in the north, and the soldier was not sure whether there was such a Glover. Could it be a spy sent by the people from the west? "Do you have proof?" the guard asked while pushing up his sleeping companions beside him. "There are letters from my father, Lord Frey, and Lord Robb of the Stark family." Hostine continued to answer. He was sure he saw a procession of torches approaching in the distance. This means that the same number of Western cavalry are approaching. Robert also noticed that the enemy was approaching, and immediately became anxious. He raised his hand and slammed the door. "Open the door quickly." Immediately, the guard who was the first to speak replied. After he and more than 20 Hedgian soldiers took up arms, the iron door was slowly opened a crack. At this time, the Lannister cavalry who came after hearing the news had already started shooting arrows at the few people in front of the iron gate. "Come in quickly," the guard shouted. So 6 people scrambled to squeeze in, and the last Deepwood Fort soldier who entered was almost shot in the butt by an arrow. "It's finally safe." Robert raised his head and said words that were not very consistent with his posture, but the next second he changed his mind. More than 20 people around them held half-hand swords on the necks of the 6 of them. Hostine turned around awkwardly and said to someone who looked like the squad leader, "Is there some misunderstanding? We are serious friendly forces." The team leader snorted coldly and waved his big hand. "The ones captured are friendly troops. They are all tied up and waiting for Lord Patrick to be punished. Since Maquis was injured in the camp attack, Patrick has been in charge of the city gate affairs." Robert's eyes widened and he roared, "Is this how you Hedgians treat your allies? Wait until Marquis Bolton arrives with his troops." This Glover was swearing and had already begun to greet the mothers of the governors of the Riverlands one by one. Hostine, who was also kidnapped, was also suppressing his anger but did not speak rudely. It's just that the Frey family soldiers who are familiar with his character feel something is wrong. If their sir gets completely angry, then this action may be bad. Fortunately, the scene did not last long. The sleepy Patrick was surrounded by soldiers and walked to the killing cave at the east gate. When Hostine saw a familiar person coming, his suppressed anger suddenly burst out. "Patrick, you have to give us an explanation." The heir to Haejeong City rubbed his eyes to confirm that what he saw was the 6th child of the Frey family, and then immediately ordered to be untied. Twin River City is not very far from his family's territory, so the two of them are relatively familiar with each other. I'm sorry to offend you. People from the West are always dressing up as various characters these days, trying to sneak into the city and open the city gate. It's reasonable for my subordinates to be a little nervous. I'll forgive you. I forgive you. Patrick tried to smooth things over, while personally stepping forward to untie the ropes of the two noble men. Hostine and Robert were very angry at this, but because of Patrick's humiliation, they did not make an attack for the time being. The two men quickly explained the reason for their coming, hoping to meet the man in charge at Harrenhal and convey to him some orders from Robb Stark. After learning about the situation, Patrick nodded and said, "No problem. To be honest, we are also waiting for news from the north." He instructed several soldiers to run to the burning King Tower to wake up the sleeping river nobles, and he accompanied the two visitors on foot to the meeting place. Arthur, who had just put on his linen robe, hurriedly put on 2 soft leather boots, smoothed his already long hair, walked out of the room, and walked down to the 100 Furnaces Hall with the soldier who called for help. After descending 3 floors, he reached his destination. The few lights in the hall came from the torches held by the soldiers. A lot of people have gathered near the city lord's main seat, except for Raymond, who went out to seek troops, and Lightning Major Barry, who left with the Brotherhood without banners, and others, basically all the river nobles who could come came. Even the seriously injured Marquis was carried down by 2 soldiers. Robert Glover, who was having a lively chat with the river nobles, caught a glimpse of a tall, handsome, long-haired young man walking towards him with his peripheral vision, so he asked the Bracken next to him. "That is the famous Arthur Bracken. When I was in Kalin Bay, I heard the legend of him capturing the Kingslayer on his own every day." Although it is a question, the tone is firm and like an exclamation. Hendry's eyes were full of sourness, but he still replied to Robert, "That's right, he is also my cousin." Arthur strode towards them and said loudly, "These two are friends of the Frey family and the Glover family, right? What do we need from the north?" Robert took out the letter with the wax seal of the decapitated wolf from the package on his back and handed it to Arthur. "This is what Lord Robb wants you to do." Arthur took a quick glance, and it read that the river troops near Harrenhal were to hold Tywin's troops until the 30,000 Northern Frey coalition troops heading south crossed the Trident River. As soon as he saw it, he knew that the letter was half true and half false. Let's not talk about where the Northern Army went south from. The 30,000 strong army is enough to prove it is false. The Northern Frey coalition forces numbered over 20,000 at the top of the sky. The purpose of writing such a letter may be to prevent the sender from being captured by the enemy and then revealing the secret. But these 2 people traveled hundreds of leagues to deliver the letter, so it was naturally impossible for them to send a fake letter. The real letter should be in their minds. After all, in the Westeros War, the captured nobles were basically treated well. Even during the war, both sides of the war could exchange prisoners with golden dragons. Therefore, nobles with higher status often send letters and discuss important matters. For example, in the original book, Mrs. Stark walked through the combat zone and arrived at Renly's camp next to the Bitter Bridge to seek alliance. After Arthur read it, he passed the letter to Patrick beside him. As soon as the latter saw the word that the 30,000 strong army was about to move south, he immediately shouted excitedly, "We have 30,000 reinforcements. When the time comes, we will defeat the Old Lion in one fell swoop and reach his hometown of Casterly Rock." When the nobles in Hedgian heard the news, most of them became happy. Only Hostin and Robert didn't speak. Arthur did not undermine everyone's confidence and turned to ask how the battle was going in the north. The two came to talk to each other and describe the situation before their departure to everyone. 89 days ago, Robb united with the Frey family and fought a battle with Kevin, who was heading north. Although they won a small victory due to their numerical advantage, the coalition also lost nearly 3,000 000 people. That night, the coalition forces, with the blessing of the direwolves, launched another attack on Kevan's western division, and this time the results were much more fruitful. Kevan's partial division lost 3,000 men during the day and only maintained a strength of just over 10,000. In this commotion at night, all the western divisions were dispersed. Most of the soldiers only focused on escaping for their own lives and did not form a formation to fight at all. In this battle, the coalition forces killed more than 3,000 enemies and captured thousands of western soldiers and dozens of famous nobles in the western region, such as Count Gavin Westerling of Cliff City and Damon Mar of Bran City, Count Bran, Count Andros Brax of Corner Valley City, etc. Only less than 5,000 western soldiers fled to the south, which made the war situation in Zahegian suddenly clear. Robb made a prompt decision and personally led the coalition's 500 cavalry to chase the fleeing Westerners, as well as Kevan, Jaime, and other Lannisters. The remaining 15,000 infantry were led by the Marquis of Roose Bolton in the north, crossed the Twins, went south along the King's Road, and headed straight towards the Ruby bank of the Trident River. At the same time that Robb made such an order, the two men were sent to the south to let Harrenhal, Maidenpool, and other places that were still holding on to secure the crossing across the river. In order to seize the time to pass on the order, the two went directly south in a small boat on the Green Fork River. All the messenger crows along Kevan's route were shot dead by the Northern River Coalition forces, so the Western Army on the south bank of the Red Fork River should not know about Kevan, news of Feng's defeat. The mission given to you by Lord Robb and Lord Bolton is to prevent the ferry of Earl Haraway's town from falling into the hands of the people of the West. This will make it easier for the infantry of the North to cross the river. Robert Glow, Buddha, explained this. It's the coalition infantry. My family also has 800 infantry. Hostin reminded, that's what I mean. Robert held his head high and waved his hands to show that he didn't care. After the infantry from the north arrives, we can work with strong generals like Mr. Arthur to stab Tywin in the asshole. He still hadn't changed to the word alliance, which pissed Hostin Frey off. What was the situation like when you passed the town as you went south? Arthur asked. Robert thought for a while and expressed his impression. Soldiers from Female Spring and a large mercenary group control the town. That mercenary group is your subordinate, Mr. Arthur. Hosting added. Arthur was stunned for a moment when he was called. He did not send a mercenary group to control Earl Haraway's town. All members of the Blood Troop have been killed in the battle. Bill's King's Landing mercenaries are all in Harrenhal, and Carey's River Bend mercenaries are in the Moulin Rouge territory in the middle of the Red Fork River. He thought over and over again. Only the backbone of the Blood Troop sent in Zir village 2 months ago could match this mercenary force. The situation at that time was that Waghot promised to send a backbone to the Essos continent to recruit more than 200 mercenaries. Calculating the time, it's time to arrive. I just don't know why it appears here in the Trident River. I understand. Does Robb have anything else to say? Hostin slapped his forehead and said suddenly, I still remembered something. Lord Robb said that if Tywin leads his army back to the west to aid, all the troops in the south of the river will follow Lord Bolton and launch an attack on King's Landing in the southeast. Attack. Robert nodded. That's right. Arthur formed a circle with his right thumb and index finger to indicate that he understood. It seems that Robb's combat intentions are similar to the plot of the original book. If Tywin and the Bolton River Alliance were entangled in the Lake of God's Eye, the cavalry troops of the Fish and Wolf Alliance led by Robb would attack the hinterland of the west along the river road. If Tywin returns with reinforcements, let Roose Bolton lead the infantry of the Northern River Alliance forces to attack the King's Landing and King's Landing directly. Anyway, the Lion family's 2 major bases, the Western Territory and the Royal Territory, are in the east and west. It is a good time for Lord Tywin to focus on his head rather than his body. In this case, as long as Earl Haraway's town is in his hands, the 15,000 army led by Old Skinny Bolton can cross the river and confront Tywin's main force in the west. The Fish-Wolf alliance will temporarily have the upper hand. However, Stannis of the Deer family and some of the Red Wine longships who supported Renly were still competing in the sea areas such as Shipbreaker Bay and Blackwater Bay, and they really had no time to intervene in the land battle between the Lion family and the Fish-Wolf family. After so many days of confrontation, the Western soldiers really do not have the ability or tools to attack the walls of Harrenhal, so there is no need to worry about this place. In that case, let's set out tomorrow with 500 people to defend the fairy town. Arthur made a decision. The town of Earl Haraway is located on the south bank of the Trident River. It is named after the deceased Haraway family and is the fief of the minor noble family root. The main buildings of the town are a 7-domed temple, a 2-story inn, and a stone round fort. On weekdays, the town is full of tourists who want to cross the Trident River, and they can get what they want at the pier slightly north of here. But now, the most people in the town are not tourists, but soldiers wearing various armors and cloaks. These soldiers who support the Tully family in the river crowded in the open space in front of the temple, stretching their necks to watch the performance of the Qohor mercenary leader inside. It can't be called a performance, after all. The Qohor people really drew their knives and prepared to chop off the heads of the captured leaders with one knife. Considering that there was a Lannister among the captives, and he was the son of the famous Lord Tywin, these soldiers felt that it was worth it to stand on tiptoe and stick out their necks. "Tell me, how do you want to die, half-man?" Lock Holt rubbed his finger bones, making a sound. The little devil who was asked, that is, Tyrion Lannister, swallowed his saliva and said carefully, "I hope to die of old age on a feather bed in Casterly Rock when I am 80 years old, holding a fine wine from the arbor in my hand, and my brother is kissed by a beauty famous in the 7 kingdoms." The surrounding Root soldiers, Maiden Spring soldiers, and Qohor mercenaries laughed. "This Lannister is thinking very beautifully. His father killed so many people in our river area, but he actually wants to have a good end. Damn nobles, they lived better than us when they were alive, and they played so many tricks when they died. Locke, kill him, hurry up, I can't wait." The mercenary leader who was called looked back and replied to his extremely ugly subordinate, "Right away, my little sweetheart." He raised the scimitar in his hand, took aim, and prepared to swing the knife. "Wait. Tyrion said at the fastest speed since he was born, 'I am a Lannister.' It is well known that Lannisters must pay their debts. As long as you let me go, you can take the gold dragons counted in tens of thousands in my family." Locke put down the knife, raised his left hand, and began to point his fingers, muttering in his mouth. Seeing this, Tyrion whispered, "Golden dragons are gold, 10,000 pieces, which means hundreds of pounds." Locke swept the knife over the little devil's head, and then a strand of gray gold hair fell from the top of the little devil's head. The frightened Lannister retracted his head, then pursed his lips and stopped talking. There are 3 kinds of people in the world. One is good at calculation, and the other is bad at calculation. I am the good kind, so you don't need to remind me what Wan is. I can count on my fingers. Locke waved the scimitar in his right hand and threatened the half-man. Beside the little devil, there were several leaders of the mountain clans tied up, including Timett, the leader of the Burning Man tribe, Shagga, the leader of the Stone Crow tribe, and Keela, the leader of the Black Ear tribe. Timett whispered, "What this half-man said may not be true." "That's right. He promised to give us the Bright Moon Valley, take us out of the mountains and cross the river, but he only gave us a beating and ropes to tie people up." Keela agreed. They had seen a similar scene more than 10 days ago, but at that time they played the role of Locke, and the half-man was threatened with death as always. Ziaga glanced around and said, "It would be nice if there were goats. I could feed half of the half-man to it." Locke, who was counting on his fingers to see how big 10,000 was furious when he heard the word goat. He raised his scimitar and chopped Ziaga's head. "If you say the word goat again, I will chop off your head." His own surname means goat, so he naturally couldn't stand others mentioning goats in front of him. The three leaders of the mountain clans were frightened and stopped talking. The soldiers around them started to make a noise and shouted for Locke to kill him. Locke himself was not sure whether to kill half of the man or let half of the man go to get the gold of the Lanni's family. If his uncle Wag Hoth was here, he wouldn't have to count so hard and worry about who he was working for. Although his uncle was inarticulate, he had a quick mind. At this moment, Raymond Darry, who had returned from chasing the western border soldiers, returned to the town with dozens of cavalrymen. He saw the infantry crowded together in front of the temple at a glance, so he rode over. The followers cleverly asked the surrounding infantry to move aside, so Raymond was able to see the scene in the field. My 7 gods! He hurriedly dismounted and rushed to Locke's side to stop him. This little guy can't be killed. He is a very important hostage. Locke glanced at the nobleman of Westeros and asked unruly, "Why should I listen to you? Where are you the leader of the goat?" Raymond knew that the brain of this mercenary leader was not good, so he explained, "Your employer is Arthur Bracken. I am his friend. Now your employer is not here, so you have to listen to me. I now order you not to kill Tyrion, and the other 3 people and their men can be killed at will." Locke repeated the name of Arthur Bracken in his mouth, and finally remembered why he came across the narrow sea this time. "You half-man, you actually want me to betray the gold owner halfway to ruin the reputation of our cohort mercenaries and warriors." Locke felt that he had seen through some conspiracy, and he was furious, raised his scimitar, and was ready to kill the little devil. He did not consider at all whether the warriors had the reputation he claimed. Raymond hurriedly stopped in front of the cohort mercenary, and at the same time called the soldiers from Maiden Spring City behind him for help. "This is Duke Tywin's son. If he dies, the old lion can wipe out the entire Riverland, and it will be even worse when the time comes." But the soldiers of Maidenpool ignored the words of the Lord of Darry City. They hated the Lannister and the Western Army very much, and they wanted to see the cohort people chop the little devil to death. Raymond and Locke got entangled, and after a few pushes, Raymond was pushed to the ground. "Hold him until I hack the damn half-man to death." Several top cohort mercenaries wearing bronze rune plate armor were ordered to push Raymond to the ground. Seeing that something was wrong, Tyrion was no longer silent and said hurriedly, "Why do you have to kill me? Me, and your employer have never met before. I can really give you a lot. Gold." Locke raised his fingers and said, "My employer's name is Arthur Bracken. He is fighting with some Westerners. You are a Westerner. Is there anything wrong with me killing you? Besides, if I kill you, your gold will still be mine." He felt that his logic was quite reasonable, so he stopped talking and aimed to kill someone. Tyrion looked at the reflective blade with a horrified look on his face and raised his tied hands to protect his eyes. His heart was pounding and his hands began to tremble. To stop being so frightened, the Lannister closed his eyes. If only my brother James were here. He could even imagine his small body being used to feed sheep. "Stop, Tilda!" A loud shout came from far away. Locke, whose interest in killing was interrupted, suddenly turned to the source of the sound. He swore to his uncle that he would kill the person who interrupted him before hacking half of them to death. A group of riders appeared on the plain outside the town, and then rushed into the town very quickly. The leader was riding a giant horse with golden armor. Locke thought it was the largest horse he had ever seen. Of course, what caught the attention of the cohort mercenary and the soldiers present was the rider's clear and handsome face under his wind-blown hair. He was so handsome that even Locke, who couldn't tell the difference between ugliness and beauty, thought he was a handsome man. After hearing the stop, Tyrion opened his eyes and looked at the person coming from the south. He swore to the 7 gods in the sky and the 7-faced temple behind him that this was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. It was so beautiful that he wanted to hold the visitor's beautiful face and kiss her hard. Some of the flags carried by the cavalry belonged to the nobles of the Riverlands, so the riverside soldiers did not defend themselves, but gave way to the passage. Arthur, who led the team, was able to ride his horse to reach Locke and the tied little devil. "Damn Westeros noble, I must make you pay for interrupting my interest in killing." Locke gritted his teeth. A mercenary next to Locke suddenly ran to him and reminded him that this was their employer, Arthur Bracken. Before the Lord of the Moulin Rouge could say anything, Locke's face changed. "Since it is the master who asked me to stop, I will listen to you." He smiled and greeted Arthur, who was dismounting and was about to help his employer. "Who are you?" Arthur recognized the mercenary next to this man. When he was in Sure Village, he was sent to the Essos continent to shake people. He did not recognize the mercenary who was holding a scimitar and preparing to kill the little devil. "I am Rock Hot. The leader of the warrior group is my uncle. I was called by you and your uncle to come from the east with these people to fight for you." Locke inserted his scimitar into the scabbard on his back, pointed at a circle of cohort mercenaries, and explained to the financial owner. Arthur nodded, and at the same time noticed Raymond, who was pressed to the ground, and repeatedly asked the mercenaries to let him go. Raymond, who had been pressed on the ground for a long time, stood up and glared at the mercenaries before walking towards Arthur. "Aren't you guarding Harrenhal? Why did you come here?" asked the Lord of Derry City. "Didn't you go to Maidenpool to bring in reinforcements? Why did you come here?" Arthur asked. The two looked at each other and smiled, explaining the reason to each other. After Raymond left Harrenhal a few days ago, he headed all the way to Maiden Spring in the northeast. When he arrived at his destination, William Mountain, the lord of the place, agreed to borrow troops and at the same time instructed Raymond to take the water route first. Hurry to Earl Haraway's town. So Raymond took 500 infantry and 100 cavalry on the large ship summoned by Earl William and headed west to the small town. Coincidentally, he met the cohort mercenaries led by Locke here. Locke then also explained the reason why he appeared here. After he met the people sent by his uncle, he summoned 234 mercenaries who were familiar with him and headed towards the continent of Westeros. It's just that King's Landing, which is usually used as a transportation hub between the two continents, has been blocked by the longships of the royal fleet under Stannis of Dragonstone, making it temporarily impossible to enter or exit. So the Cohal mercenaries took the ship around the Crab Peninsula and entered the waters of the Trident River, preparing to land in the riverlands from this town and then find Wag Hot. The two waves of people met here, and after exchanging their origins, they recognized themselves as friendly forces. Raymond summoned some nearby river nobles and their soldiers and was about to take people south to Harrenhal. Unexpectedly, many boats came on the river to the north, carrying the Alpine clans and Tyrian lannies heading south. Special. So the forces in the river cooperated to fight and tied up all the mountain clans who came down from the boat. Then the town was attacked by the Western cavalry led by Amory Lodge. Raymond, who had enough strength, defeated the Western cavalry and then led the river cavalry to hunt down Amory. After returning, it is where it is now. This is what it looks like. It seems I came just in time. Arthur glanced at Tyrion, who was in shock. I have great use for this man. You can't kill him. He was worried that he didn't have many capable managers, but he didn't expect that a little devil known for his intelligence would be delivered to him. According to the original plot, the little devil who conquered the Alpine clan came out of the Minju Mountains and met the main force of the western region, who crossed the Trident River to face the northern army. But after Tywin was injured by his sword, the main force of the western region stopped near Harrenhal, so the little devil who didn't know the news could only take the ancestors of the Alpine clan south and deliver it to Arthur's mouth. Locke Holt naturally obeyed the order of the benefactor, but he still had some questions. Where is my Uncle Varg? I need to discuss with him the salary of these mercenaries. Locke felt that he couldn't calculate the salaries of these people on his fingers, so he had to discuss it with his uncle. After all, not all of these cohort mercenaries are from the warrior group, and their prices vary. Well, your uncle died at the hands of the group of Westerners that Raymond was chasing just now. Arthur briefly explained the ins and outs to him, emphasizing that the gold in Wageholt's hand was obtained by Amory. My uncle, my poor uncle, all your gold is mine. Locke felt that since his uncle died, he would naturally inherit the large sum of gold, so he wailed happily. He felt that the first problem now was to find the man named Amorite and get back the gold that belonged to him. But Arthur stopped him. "Let's settle the salary of the mercenaries you brought first, or should we pay 20 gold dragons each as your uncle said?" Although Locke was happy that he had killed his uncle and got the gold, he also counted it on his fingers. 1, 5, 4, 9. 20 seems like a lot, okay. I'll listen to you, sir, he replied. The confused leader agreed, and the mercenaries under him were not stupid, and they immediately started to make trouble. 20 is too little. The current situation requires at least 100 golden dragons and 1 mercenary. "Master, look at my plate armor. This is a magical plate armor that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is the same thing as the ancestral plate armor of the Royce family. Just look at this plate armor on me. You can't just give me 20 golden dragons." The Royce family is the second most powerful family in the valley, second only to the Lord Arryn family. The most famous thing about their family is that they have many plate armors etched with bronze runes, so some family members are decorated with bronze adjective. For example, Royce's contemporary governor is called Bronze Yohn. The Coher people have the custom of wearing armor passed down from their fathers, so it is not unusual to see some bronze rune plate armor. Arthur took a closer look at the mercenaries wearing bronze rune plate armor, and felt that the 20 gold dragons were indeed too low. Then, the mercenary and Locke wearing this special plate armor are counted as 100 gold dragons each, and the others are 80 gold dragons. Is this price fair enough? After discussing with each other, the mercenaries agreed to the employer's proposal. 235 Coher mercenaries have joined your team after settling the mercenary matter. Arthur sent Raymond to lead the soldiers present to build fortifications. The main force in the west will soon know the news of Kevin's defeat. This town will definitely be attacked next, and fortifications are still necessary. Arthur himself tried to conquer the Little Devil and the mountain clans he brought with him. In the hall of the circular fortress of the Root family, the landowners of the town, Tyrion Lannister and the 3 leaders of the mountain clans, gained physical freedom. Baron Charles Root, having provided a place for his guests, left in good humor. Arthur sat on the main seat and looked at Tyrion, who poured ale into his mouth. "This is not as good as the Kingting Island wine you often drink." Tyrion burped and spread his hands. "No one knows when death will come, so it's better to have fun in the moment, if drinking ale can be considered fun." He was speaking from his heart. The mercenary who was not very bright earlier left a heavy psychological shadow on him. Shagga, the leader of the Stone Crow tribe, stood behind Tyrion. When he saw the half-man stretching his hand to the side, he thought he had finished drinking, so he grabbed the wine glass and imitated the half-man's movements and drank the ale. The leader of the Burning tribe, Taimai, directly picked up the wine bottle and poured it into his mouth. Another maiden leader of the Black Ears named Zilla was much quieter, standing behind Tyrion with her big fangs bared. Lannister, who had his glass taken away, looked back at his men who didn't understand etiquette, then turned back to Arthur and shook his head helplessly. "There are more than 500 people in this group of mountain clans, and I want them to fight for me in the Riverlands." Tyrion did not answer, but dragged a wicker chair from the side of the hall, slowly pulled it to the long table, and then jumped onto the wicker chair to make himself level with Arthur. "No problem." Tyrion swayed from side to side to make himself comfortable. "Anyway, I am yours, so they can do whatever you want, Lord Bracken." The little devil felt that the handsome river noble in front of him might be easier to talk to, so he relaxed a lot. Arthur was very satisfied with Tyrion's attitude and then revealed his true purpose. "In addition, you have to work for me until all wars are over." Tyrion leaned on the back of the wicker chair and reached out for the wine glass, but suddenly remembered that this was not his home of Casterly Rock, so he withdrew his right hand with a little embarrassment. He thought for a while, leaned forward, and tried to put his little hands on the long table. "Can't you let my father, Lord Tywin, pay the ransom for me and let me go back?" He shook his head. which was as big as a normal person. You also know that we Lannister have more gold. Since my father is willing to go to war with the Riverlands for me, he is naturally willing to pay a large ransom for me. This amount you have enough money to become a rich nobleman. Tyrion carefully recalled the members of the Bracken family in Stonehenge, and after confirming that the man named Arthur was not the Bracken of Stonehenge, he wanted to win over this person with gold. After all, the temptation of gold is enough for the little nobles. Arthur glanced left and right at the river soldiers in the hall and ordered them to take away the 3 leaders of the Alpine clan and give some food to the leaders and the captured ancestors of the clan. When there were only 2 people left here, Arthur said, "If you think a little gold can satisfy me, then you are looking down on me." There was a trace of confusion in Tyrion's wise eyes. "Do you want the territory? But the territories in the west are owned by owners. My father is willing to pay gold, but not the territory." Arthur pointed at Tyrion and said loudly, "Please understand this, Lannister. I do not regard you as a prisoner, but as one of my assistants. Between you and many, many more with the help of wise men like you, we can create something big, something that will change the history of Westeros." Tyrion was confused when he heard this. "Can you be a little more specific?" "To be specific, I want to be the king of Westeros and then make a small adjustment to this society. In this process, I need your assistance." Arthur got straight to the point. Tyrion almost laughed at this ignorant remark. If he hadn't suddenly remembered his identity as a prisoner, he might have laughed with his hands in his hands. "Forgive me, Lord Bracken, your title is not equal to that of Viscount, right? How many thousands of troops do you have? Not even 1,000, I'm afraid. Do you have millions of people who support you?" "No. Your bloodline." "Oh, Bracken is indeed a royal surname, but when you became king, the Hall family, the first owners of Harrenhal, were still pirates on the Iron Islands. Now the Hall family has been dead for 300 years. It has become a small dust in history," Tyrion said, suppressing a smile. He has read enough books, so he is very familiar with the history of Westeros, so some of the deeds of the surname Bracken are easy to come by. Arthur nodded. "Yes, Mr. Lannister, I don't know any of what you said, but I remember that your ancestor, the clever Lenny, was just a liar before, and he got the entire Casterly Rock with just one mouth. And the Western Territory, as well as the gold mines in Golden Teeth City and Casterly Rock City. Why can't I win this whole world with my help and your help?" Arthur stood up, walked to the small window only as big as a palm, pointed to the west and said, "In the south of the river in the west, your father's Adam Malbrand, Davon Lannister, Armory Lodge, Kevin and other troops are fighting against the coalition of northern and river nobles. They started the war. The reason is that just because you, a noble, were kidnapped, Lord Tywin, who felt insulted, made millions of civilians feel hunger and war." Tyrion nodded. He was very familiar with his father and knew that Tywin did not send troops because of himself, but because he was the son of the Lannister family governor, and the proud Lannister would not be insulted by anyone. Therefore, he neither agreed nor opposed his father's move to launch a war. He actually liked Arthur's words about opposing his father's war from a civilian perspective, and expressed his opinion with a nod. Arthur pointed his finger to the south. At the intersection of the Manda River and the Rose Avenue, Renly's 100,000 troops are gathering, waiting for the dust of the Northern War to settle and march north to seize the fruits of victory. This finger pointed to the east again. On Dragonstone Island, Stannis, the first successor to the late King Robert, is gathering pirates and smugglers on the narrow sea through the Onion Knight Davos, in an attempt to regain his Iron Throne. Further away on the continent of Essos, Daenerys Stormborn is also watching with eager eyes. Finally, Arthur pointed to the north. Robb, the young man from the Stark family, was not to be left behind. He took nearly 20,000 people from his family to join this game of power. The reason why he started the war was just because of his father and the sisters are trapped in King's Landing, so he has to lead 20,000 people to bleed and die. All these nobles think that they are chess players. using the soldiers and territories in their hands as chessboards to play a chess game of power. Arthur walked back to the main seat and said to Tyrion, "But the lives of civilians also matter. In order to save his father and sisters, Robb Stark has killed more than 3,000 Northerners. In order to preserve the dignity of the Lannister family, Tywin, tens of thousands of soldiers from the West and Hedgian have been killed, and even more civilians from Hedgian have been massacred by the Demon Mountain and the soldiers from the West." Arthur stretched out 10 fingers and said, "These civilians who can't be counted with the palm of their hands, they are also other people's fathers, sisters, and other people's sons. Just because of the conflict between your two families, they gave up their lives and went to see the gods in heaven." Gods. He retracted his fingers and clenched them into 2 fists, but in the beginning, the purpose of the nobles' existence was to protect the people. The peasants paid physical and monetary taxes to the nobles in exchange for the protection of the powerful men. Now, all civilians have become pawns manipulated by the masters, just to cooperate with the nobles in completing this game of power. Tyrion spread his hands and asked in confusion, "So, what do you want to express?" Arthur did not answer this question, but answered the little devil's previous question. "Because I uphold justice, I am called the righteous Arthur, and because I bravely fight against the mountain, some people call me the brave Arthur. This is the title I can claim at the moment. As for the soldiers, there should be more than 2,000 who belong directly to me, and this number is still increasing. As for the people, that's a better solution. I will save them and win their support." Arthur concluded, "You ask me how I became king, and my answer is, I will save the people and win the crown." Tyrion opened his mouth, then changed his words. "Wow, it sounds good, but how do you save the people?" "By war. Isn't this the same as the nobles you criticized?" The little devil wanted to taunt Arthur in front of him, reminding him that Bracken was also a nobleman himself, but considering the identity of the prisoner, he held back. "There is a slight difference here." Arthur stretched out the index finger of his right hand and shook it. "They started the war because of trivial matters in their own families, while I started the war to punish them." Tyrion was still not convinced. "Then, your respected majesty, King Arthur, when will you let the Archbishop of the 7 Gods wear your crown?" He was a little weird and wanted to know when the ambitious man in front of him was going to become king. The continent of Westeros is very blood-heavy. The usurper war overthrew the Targaryen dynasty 15 years ago, but the 4 alliances of fish, wolf, eagle, and deer still elected Robert Barra, who has the blood of the Targaryen family. Theon becomes king, just because Robert's grandmother is a member of the Targaryen family. This is naturally done for the sake of the legitimacy of the nobles, large and small. After all, if the king, the head of the aristocracy, is determined by his big fist, then all the powerful families will have ideas. Then the powerful second-tier nobles under the first-tier nobles will also challenge the position of the lord, and the third-tier families will challenge the second-tier families, and so on until the powerful knight families begin to challenge the nobles above, creating a situation where etiquette collapses and music breaks down. For nobles, this is not a good thing. Therefore, Jon Arryn, the warden of the Eagle family who understood the righteousness, chose Robert, the most legal person, as the king. The Deer family in the 4 alliances enjoyed the success, and Ed, the warden of the Wolf family, was the adopted son of Old Arryn. Naturally, he won't object. Horst, the governor of the Yew family, is also sensible, and he won't object. For this reason, Robert was called the usurper. When I save enough civilians that they think I should become a king, I will take the crown given to me by the civilians. Arthur answered, "He has received compulsory education. How could he allow religious forces to interfere with something as symbolic as the crown?" Arthur even felt that the painting of Napoleon putting the crown on his queen was a bit feudal and backward, and religious people should not appear in places where the throne and the succession of the throne alternate. "Okay." Tyrion leaned back on the wicker chair again. "If you really protect and save the civilians, and your subjects agree to make you king, then no matter where I am, I will be at your side to help you." He himself is also a person who cares about the common people and has no objection to Arthur's idea. I just feel that it is a bit too idealistic and almost impossible to achieve. Arthur also heard the disbelief in Tyrion's words, but did not expose it. Okay, my position as the first hand of the king will definitely be reserved for you. Seeing Arthur's loose tone, Tyrion asked tentatively, "Before that, can you give me freedom first, for example? Let me return to King's Landing or my father's camp in the south. After all, I am the key to starting this war. Maybe if I go back, the Riverlands will be no more war. Isn't that what you prayed for?" Although Tyrion feels that his father looks down on him, since Jaime put on the white robe and became the Kingsguard, he has become the Lord of the West and the first heir to Casterly Rock. He's still within the sphere of influence of the Lion family. It's much more comfortable than staying with the enemy. Arthur shook his head, not for the time being. Although the war started because of you, since Robert's death, the battle for the Iron Throne between Joffrey and Stannis and Renly of the Deer family was the main reason. Tywin was just a lion. The family army has been dragged to the Hedgian land so that they cannot start a war with the Liu family. Letting you go back will not help, so why not stay with me and be a military advisor? He finally met such a first-class management talent in Westeros. How could he let him go so casually? If you can't make Liang fall in love with him by visiting the thatched cottage like Liu Bei did, then you can only force Tyrion to stay by your side. Get married first, fall in love later. There will be more opportunities to get along with him in the future, and Arthur is confident that Tyrion will always be impressed by his charisma and willing to help him. Tyrion spread his hands helplessly and jumped off the wicker chair to find a cup to drink from. Okay, what else can I say? He was resigned to it. Tyrion even took the time to imagine how this little nobleman would make the Starks, Boltons, Severn, and Glover in the north believe that he was a strategist and not a prisoner after the army from the north arrived. Arthur pointed to the door of the hall and said, "Then, military advisor, please start working. How can we hold this fairy town with only more than 1,000 people until the northern army successfully crosses the river? Roose Bolton's army doesn't know when it will arrive, so Arthur has to prepare for the worst defensive battle. Considering that Tywin could only send out cavalry that could move quickly, this number was at most 6,000, including the mountain clans. There are nearly 2,000 combatants near Earl Haraway's town, so there is still a possibility of holding the ferry." Tyrion found the wine glass, but found that the wine jug had been poured out by Taimai, the leader of the Burning Men. He had no choice but to smack his mouth and savor the taste of the ale he drank earlier. Then he turned to Arthur and said, "At least let me observe the terrain, right? Like most river areas, the fiefdom of the Root family is mainly plains, with a few small hills. South of the town and the ferry, there is an almost endless plain. As far as the eye can see, except for the King's Road extending straight to the south, there are farmlands and scattered trees." Arthur took Tyrion, Raymond, Patrick, Locke, Hostine Frey, Robert Glover, and others to a small hill south of the town and looked around the land. Baron Charles of Root pointed to the ground and said, "This may be the highest mountain in my territory, if it can be called a mountain." Tyrion pointed to the south. "Based on my understanding of the Lannister family, after knowing the news of the disastrous defeat on the Western Front, there must be a heavy armed force rushing here to block the ferry and take advantage of the Northern Army's instability to do a bad job first." While walking here, Arthur had already roughly told Tyrion about the current situation, but he didn't tell him the specific distribution of the Northern Army's forces, only that a large army would march south from the King's Road. This little information was enough for the little devil to play the role of his military advisor. And the most famous heavy-armored unit of the Lion family is the Heavy Cavalry Corps with a number of up to 5,000 people. Patrick added. He now wanted to do something with his idol Arthur, so he followed him wherever he went. "That's right." Tyrion nodded. So as long as you defend this wave of attacks, when the Northern Army comes to help, you will be no weaker than the enemy in terms of numbers. The best way to deal with heavy cavalry is to interrupt their charge, or simply prevent them from rushing over. He stood in front of everyone and drew a half circle with his little hand. We can dig a tunnel in the open space in front of this hill to stop the cavalry's charge. When they find that their horses can't cross, they can only dismount and fight us. Now Tywin's army is still near Harrenhal. It will take them 2 or 3 days to march north, which is enough time to set up fortifications here. Arthur remembered the time outside the stone fence, when he and dozens of cavalrymen rushed into the trap made by the enemy. The tunnel is a bit small. We can mobilize the nearby civilians to dig dozens of traps, put spikes and sharp stones in them, and guarantee that even armored cavalry and war horses will lose half their lives if they fall into them. He said to everyone. Among the many brains that followed, only Raymond and Robert Glover had better brains. The two nodded in agreement, and Raymond added, "The loose soil dug out can also be piled on the inside to form a mound, so that our soldiers can attack the enemy from a high position." Robert, wearing a crimson cloak, described the whole idea in more detail. "If we dig deep pits and set traps, the workload will be too large. We can dig traps in the south of this hill and dig shallower tunnels on the east and west sides. In short, we can prevent the enemy cavalry from rushing in." Everyone talked about it and felt that this arrangement was feasible. "We can gather nearly 1,000 men and women who can work nearby, plus our more than 800 soldiers, which is enough to complete this project before the enemy arrives." Baron Root said, "Recently, due to the outbreak of war, many people have fled from his territory. Otherwise he could have gathered more people. Then start the execution. Tyrion is responsible for planning the location of traps and tunnels, and how to pile up the loose soil dug out. Mr. Glover, please protect Tyrion," Arthur ordered. Tyrion, who is familiar with various books and has a lot of knowledge, can be used as a half-meister. The Root family cannot afford to support a meister, so the little devil can only be responsible for the overall defense project. But he is not completely his own man, so Arthur asked Robert Glover to supervise him in the name of protection to prevent Tyrion from doing anything. Robert, with his head held high, looked at Arthur and understood what this Bracken meant. If there is no problem, then start. Everyone returned to the town and began to mobilize the people and soldiers to work. The cavalry was sent out to gather nearby farmers, and the soldiers took off their armor and prepared for a whole day of work. Although the idea was comprehensive, there were many difficulties in its implementation. The most difficult thing was that there were not enough hoes and shovels on the fiefdom of the Root family. The newly appointed military advisor provided his own advice. "When I went south with the mountain clans, I met many refugee farmers who might have farm tools in their hands. If you can find a way to get them, hoes and shovels will no longer be a problem." Crossing the Trident River to take refuge was indeed the choice of quite a few farmers, so the North Bank gathered far more civilians than usual. Arthur suddenly remembered that he still had a parchment scroll with the seal of Duke Horst. At that time, Master Tully gave it to him in order to facilitate the several river nobles who were chasing the mountain. Later, Raymond and others who went to King's Landing to submit evidence were handed over to him. In this situation, it is just right to use it. Arthur asked his servant Medon to find the parchment scroll and give it to Charles Root and Hostine Frey, asking them to go to the North Bank to get farm tools and, if possible, call some people to help with the work. The Frey family's territory was along the Green Fork River, and the Root family was considered an influential noble in the area, so it was just right for the two to go. An hour later, the intense but orderly construction of fortifications officially began. The 700 or 800 farmers and thousands of soldiers who were summoned dug at the designated traps, but because of the lack of tools, only 3 or 4 people were often given a hoe and a shovel. In order to be fair, one person would work for half an hour before the other person took his turn. This slowed down the progress. When not working, Some optimistic farmers began to hum folk songs, and then the mercenaries followed and shouted the rather bold ballads on the continent of Essos. The hometown of these mercenaries, Qohor, is located at the junction of the Free Trade City and the Dothraki grasslands. Wars often break out, and the area nearby is the most densely populated area of the Rhoyne River bandits, so the people are quite brave. In the ballads, they shouted at the top of their lungs. This is in sharp contrast to the light and passionate tunes of the Riverlands. Fortunately, singing does not affect the progress of the project. In the afternoon, the two nobles who went to the North Bank brought back nearly 1,000 tools and more than 300 farmers. This immediately brought the construction site to life, and before dark, the general appearance of the entire group of traps and tunnels appeared. Of course, in order to prevent the enemy's small forces from exploring the fortifications, Arthur also sent a dozen cavalry teams of 4 or 5 people to move around in the south for more than 10 leagues to drive away the scouts from the west. After dinner, the farmers and soldiers crowded on the flat ground around the town, spread some hay, and began to sleep and rest. Although the long summer is about to end, the temperature is still warm, and sleeping in the open air is not impossible. Although there are some tents, they are not enough for nearly 3,000 people. The next 2 days are almost the same. On the morning of the 4th day, the entire project was roughly completed. The cavalry who went to the south to drive away the scouts from the west were also called back. Before the traps are fully formed, they have to pass through the trap area to avoid falling into the pits they dug. Then, simple camouflage covered the surface of dozens of traps. After finishing the work, most of the farmers and the people of the Root family were sent to the North Bank. The next battle would be fierce, and they had no need to wade through the flood without armor and weapons. That afternoon, thousands of Westerland cavalry wearing crimson cloaks and black ringmail finally appeared a few leagues to the south. The River Coalition forces who received the news gathered together and prepared to defend against the enemy on the hill and on the east and west sides. Arthur brought 500 soldiers from the River families, 600 soldiers from the Merton family, more than 500 people from the Mountain clan, more than 200 mercenaries from Qohor, and 47 soldiers from the Root family, a total of 892 combatants. The armor and flags they wore were even more varied, including plate armor, chain mail, iron armor, plate armor, bronze rune plate armor, etc. There were Arthur's golden saber flag, Patrick's purple-silver eagle flag, Raymond's brown-black farmer flag, 2 quarter-grid flags of the Vance family, the 2-headed horse flag of the Root family, and the red salmon flag of Maiden Spring City. Even the knowledgeable Tyrion had to admit that if he hadn't gotten familiar with this group of people in the past few days, he wouldn't have recognized all the flags of so many people at once. The flags and armor of the Westerland's army, which was slowly charging north, were much more unified. They were all Lannister's roaring lion flags, and the armor could tell whether they were heavy cavalry or light cavalry at a glance. Nearly 5,000 Westerland's cavalry launched an attack on the hill and the River Coalition on both sides, and the rumbling of horse hooves made the earth begin to tremble. Tyrion, holding a small pocket sword, had trembling legs. Who would have thought that a captive like me would have to face his own cavalry? Although he had been proud of the Lannister heavy cavalry in the past, he now deeply resented why his father had built such a powerful army. Arthur, who was standing beside him, replied, "Relax, you will be safe with me." The purpose of bringing Tyrion with him was to protect him. The little devil raised his head and saw the golden sword in Arthur's hand. "Looking at your worn-out sword, I feel that I am not far from meeting the gods in the sky. Is it easier to chop people with a sword with many holes?" he questioned. The blade of the golden guandao in Arthur's hand has become irregularly serrated, so it naturally does not look very sharp. It's not very handy, but it's enough to kill someone. Arthur swung the handy weapon fiercely. "In fact, I always use it as a blunt weapon. Because the blade is not very sharp, Arthur needs to use more strength when he cuts people, which makes his opponent die more painfully. Of course, If the blade is rusty, it will be more in line with Arthur's taste. One cut. If you are lucky enough not to die on the spot, you will be infected. Considering the level of the maesters and the military doctors, it is probably equivalent to death. Tyrion shook his head and thought that he should find an opportunity to reveal his identity to the Westerly soldiers on the opposite side. The little devil immediately overturned this idea. With his height, as long as the Westerly soldiers saw him, how could they not recognize who he was? Although he participated in the construction of fortifications, he also knew that if his own cavalry decided to rush over regardless of casualties, the traps and tunnels would not be able to stop them for long. The final decisive battle must be a crowded battle. Tyrion thought vaguely, racking his brains, but couldn't figure out how to escape from this ambitious man next to him under such circumstances. Ah! He sighed softly, feeling sad that he couldn't decide his own life. Arthur looked down at this Lannister and knew that he had no intention of returning home, and was still thinking about escaping from him and returning to the Westerlands. "Don't sigh, my friend. I will protect you in this battle." After Arthur comforted the little devil, he ordered a bundle of lances to be brought to him. In the late-night attack on the camp, he hit Tywin, who was fleeing on horseback, with a sword, which gave him confidence in his ability to throw javelins, so he practiced javelin throwing a lot in the past few days. Since there was no special javelin for him, he could only use the most common lance to throw. When the enemy charged to a distance of 40 or 50 steps, Arthur threw the first lance with all his strength. Under the gaze of thousands of people in the audience, this lance passed through a long distance like a sharp arrow from a string and pierced into the neck of a certain unlucky Westerland soldier. Ordinary soldiers don't have the throat guards of noble lords. There is only a layer of chain mail around the neck, so they can't defend against stabs. But this unlucky Westerland cavalry only attracted attention for a few breaths, because the cavalry in the front row began to fall into the dug trap. Tyrion looked at the Westerland cavalrymen who fell into the trap he had built and commanded, and he could not help but regret it. These were the cavalrymen that his family had spent a lot of money to train. The money spent on the hundreds of war horses that fell into the pit was impossible for the families below the Earl to afford. Fortunately, Duke Tywin's gold was well spent. After just a commotion, the momentum of the Westerland cavalry charge came to an abrupt end. Several officers commanded the Lion family cavalrymen in front of the trap to retreat and organized to rescue their comrades who fell into the trap. It was a pity that the River Alliance did not have a large number of archers and crossbowmen, otherwise they could take this opportunity to give the enemy a hard blow. Arthur lowered his head and asked, "Brother Tyrion, do you recognize who is the leader of your family? Let me see the style of the Lion family general." The little devil squinted his eyes and recognized that the leader was his cousin, Davon Lannister. At the moment, Davon was surrounded by dozens of dismounted Lion officers and heavy cavalry, studying the traps and tunnels around the hill. He was about to point it out to Arthur, but suddenly remembered the previous throw. If he pointed it out, his cousin's life would be in danger. "Hey, I've been in Casterly Rock for a long time, and I'm not very familiar with these low-level officers," Tyrion said. Patrick beside Arthur guessed the enemy's commander. "It's the man surrounded by the group of cavalry in the middle. It's probably Davon, with the golden long hair and golden beard that are the symbols of the Lannister family. There's no mistake. He was responsible for the defense of the Harrenhal Gate for a period of time, so he had dealt with many Lion spies and knew the characteristics of the enemy's new commander." Arthur looked at Tyrion, who was a little guilty with interest, then picked up a lance, aimed at the target, and threw it hard. But when the enemy didn't move, the effect was not as good as before. A heavy cavalryman caught the shot with his heavily armored body, saving the commander from death. After that, Arthur's several attempts were resolved by the Lion soldiers with their cavalry shields and heavily armored bodies. This also angered Davon and the Lion's officers. After probing the trap area, the dismounted heavy cavalrymen attacked from the tunnels on both sides. The battle became visibly fierce. "Horsting, You take the mountain clans to the east to strengthen the defense, and I and the mercenaries will go to the west." Arthur ordered. According to Patrick, this hosting is the most capable Frey, and it is estimated that he is also a powerful fighting force of the first-line knights in Westeros. Arthur is still very relieved to send him to the east. "No problem. Watch me stab the assholes of the Lannister soldiers." The tall Frey drew out his greatsword, turned around and went to the east with his men. Arthur himself also went to the west with more than 200 Coer mercenaries. Ruby Shoal is the only shallow ford on the north bank of the Trident where the Green Fork River meets the Three Rivers. Lord Roose Bolton, who is pale, bald, and beardless, stands at the only ferry crossing, looking at the town in the south. He is the current lord of the Dreadfort, a great noble in the north, and the head of the Bolton family of the Flayed Man. In his life of more than 40 years, in addition to being scheming, cunning, and cold, the most talked about thing is that he regularly uses leeches to suck the dirty blood from his body. Therefore, he is called Lord Leech. Of course, some rumors cannot cover up his ability as the head of the second largest noble family in the north. Compared with many smart people in the north, such as Great John Umber, Lord Bolton is simply the perfect commander of the Northern Alliance on the Eastern Front. If the two earls, Rickard Karstark and Great John Umber, led the Northern Army on the Eastern Front, Robb and his mother would probably be reunited with his sisters in King's Landing in less than a month, in the case of being captured. Therefore, even though Robb did not completely trust Lord Leech, he let him lead the army south. "My lord, all the ships have been assembled, and about 3,000 people can cross the river each time. The ferry in the town is still in the hands of the rivermen. They fought fiercely yesterday afternoon and the whole night, and are waiting for our reinforcements." A Bolton officer reported. Enys Frey stood beside Lord Bolton. As the commander of 800 infantrymen of the Frey family, he had rich combat experience. Therefore, he asked the commander of the Northland River East Coalition, "Lord Bolton, please give the order to cross the river. The South may not be able to hold on." Roose Bolton, with lifeless eyes, glanced coldly at the third son of the Frey family. "This is exactly the order I want to give." Then he turned to the senior officers of the coalition behind him and said loudly, "In the south, the Lannister army is fighting with our friends. I want you to cross the river and defeat Tywin's soldiers. In order for the Stark family to win the honor of the first battle on the Eastern Front, I order 3,000 Stark infantry to cross the river first and meet the Lannister army." After Lord Bolton finished speaking, the Stark officers who had been anxious for a long time naturally received the order, turned around to reorganize the army, and prepared to cross the river by boat to fight. After that, Lord Leech arranged the order of crossing the river in batches. The northern nobles and the Frey family were basically satisfied with Lord Bolton's arrangement, so under their command, the remaining 12,000 people formed more than a dozen small squares according to their respective families and waited in order in front of the dock. The first batch of Stark infantrymen had boarded 50 or 60 large and small ships to fight with the Westerly army. 2 hours later, Lord Bolton, who was the last to cross the south, finally landed on the south bank. After riding a black horse, he and his personal soldiers headed towards the battlefield slightly south. Even though they were hundreds of steps away, Lord Leech still smelled the strong smell of blood, which made him, who loved bloodletting, feel a little happy. After all, bleeding other people is also bleeding. It seems that these guys in Hedgian fought well, he said to the many northern nobles who came to meet him. After the first 2 waves of northern infantry arrived at the battlefield, the Hedgian Northern Coalition began to counterattack. After the third wave of reinforcements of more than 3,000 people arrived, the Lannister cavalry retreated directly. Thousands of corpses and hundreds of seriously injured soldiers who could not escape were left behind. Indeed, Lord Mage 7 pointed to Arthur and others who were still resting on the hill. "This Mr. Bracken is the bravest I have ever seen in my life. From what I saw, He alone can make a large number of Westerland soldiers avoid his golden sword. This is true. After fighting for a night and a half, all the Lion family soldiers who attacked desperately were avoiding the river war god who took away a comrade with one knife. This made Arthur much more idle, so he had to chase the Lion family soldiers to fight. Aenys Frey proudly said to many northern nobles, "Arthur is the champion of 2 events in the tournament. With his fighting power, I think my 6th brother is not his opponent." The nobles in the northern border ignored the 3rd son of the Frey family and chatted with people they were familiar with. It is rumored that he has an amazing hammer, which is much more powerful than this broadsword. I still think the broadsword is more powerful. I heard that he chopped off the tall horse of the Kingslayer with one blow outside the Golden Tooth, which frightened tens of thousands of Westerly soldiers. Everyone talked about Arthur's deeds and debated which weapon was more lethal. Roose Bolton did not join this group of muscular northern nobles who only worshipped force. He rode into the battlefield and began to comfort the soldiers sitting on the ground to rest one by one. For the first wave of reinforcements from the Stark family, he did not hesitate to praise them. "Lord Robb will be proud of your achievements." This is a sentence he always said. When he encountered injured northern soldiers, he would also let the maesters around him come forward to treat them, although it was not very useful. After all, minor injuries will not kill, and serious injuries do not need to be treated. Lord Leech asked his own soldiers who did not participate in the battle to clean up the battlefield, and then he summoned all the nobles in the Riverlands and the North to discuss the next step. In the hall of the round fortress of the Root family, these 20 or 30 people began to express their opinions. "I think we should go directly south along the King's Road, enter King's Landing, and rescue the Starks." The speaker's tone was bold, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear the underlying meaning behind his words. After all, King's Landing is much richer than the Northern Territory, and a robbery can double the wealth of all the Northern Territory nobles present. Lord Meech Severn had a different view. "It is better to go west along the river road, join forces with Lord Robb first, and then plan to completely defeat Tywin's main force in the west." This statement does have some merit. Even if all the troops between Riverrun and the West River are included, Robb's Western Front Alliance army only has about 10,000 people. Compared with the main force of the Lion family near the Lake of the God's Eye and Harrenhal, it is still a bit of a disadvantage. If we add this large army on the Eastern Front, at least in terms of numbers, the Northern Hedgian coalition has already formed a considerable advantage. Roose Bolton glanced around and found Arthur, who was communicating with several people from the Frey family, and asked, "I wonder what the opinions of the people in the river are, this Mr. Bracken or a certain Mr. Frey come out and say something." The Frey family and Arthur's river soldiers combined totaled more than 4,000 people, and they were also a force that could not be ignored on the Eastern Front. Therefore, Marquis Bolton still asked the river soldiers for their opinions. Arthur glanced at the 3rd and 6th sons of the Frey family, confirmed that they supported him, and said, "My opinion is to attack King's Landing directly. The royal families have always been weak. They can't even muster an army of 5,000. And Tywin also has to consider Robb and others who are attacking from the west, so they can't free up their hands to fight us." After a series of small battles in Shilly City, Heron Town, Ferry Defense, and the Hedong area, Tywin's main force in the west was only about 14,000 people, and it was no longer possible to divide the troops into 2 fronts. The king's territory and his hometown in the west can only be protected by one. As for the Western Territory, which has a population of more than 3 million, and King's Landing, which has a population of 1 million, and the Royal Territory, Duke Tywin can still weigh it. Lord Leech glanced at Arthur and suddenly felt that this person was pleasing to his eyes. It is in line with his wishes to let Robb lead the troops in a decisive battle with Tywin, and lead the Eastern Front allied forces to King's Landing to take away the fruits of victory. But this will cause some opposition from the Northerners. After all, they are the ones who came south to fight against Tywin and the Westerners. He stood up and looked at the map on the long table for a long time before he said, "Otherwise, let's slowly go south along the King's Road and wait for the movements of the main force in the west and Lord Robb before we make a decision. Military rations are also a big problem here." He didn't say it clearly in front of the people in Hedgian, but everyone in the north knew how the military rations came from. The Eastern Front is not the West River with Robb there. No big nobles are willing to use their own grain as military ration, so they can only requisition food on the spot. So most of the northern nobles agreed to the strategy of slowly going south. It was now morning. After studying the map, Marquis Bolton determined that the entire army would set off after lunch, arrive at a village in the evening, and camp nearby. 5 days later, the Chinese army's tent was at the Allied forces' camp in Hedgian in the north. This army of more than 16,000 men has marched more than 120 leagues south. Happily, this trip encountered only a few obstacles from small groups of troops, and this is what makes some northern nobles unhappy, because Tywin's main force in the west should go to the Western Front to fight his Lord Robb. Oh no, it should be King Robb now. The news that the young Wolf Lord was proclaimed king by Great John Umber and other northern nobles in Riverrun City has spread to the northern Border River coalition forces on the Eastern Front. Many nobles were called together by Roose Bolton to discuss the next move. "Luo, His Majesty the King's order is for us to help restore the territories of many river nobles to the west of Divine Eye Lake and south of the Red Fork River. After all, this is now the jurisdiction of his kingdom." Among the rivermen present, Raymond's Darui city was on the south bank, but it was not attacked by the Western Army's devastating attack. The territories of the Patrick and Frey families are all north of the Red Fork River, so there is no need to worry about the territory. The rest of Ma Key, Hendry and others were left at Harrenhal by Arthur, and they could not speak. In addition to the willingness to fight with the Lion soldiers, the people in the Northern Territory are also eager to go to the wealthy Western Territory and King's Territory and other places to make up for their own losses. After all, most of the northern farmers who hurriedly responded to the call went to Winterfell to gather without harvesting their own wheat. Therefore Meech Seven, Robert Glover, Lord Harris Horwood and Harrion Karstark all remained silent on this order. The Stark family has 3,000 infantrymen here. Since there are no important family members, the officers attending the meeting just looked at the commander silently. They will carry out orders faithfully. Arthur, who was surrounded by the river people, thought about the plot of the original book. If there were no accidents, Duke Tywin had indeed led his army back to the west to aid. However, Edmure and his men, who suddenly showed great courage, were stopped at the Red Fork River and could not move westward to fight Robb's army. And now, the seriously injured Edmure is obviously unable to show his highlight moments. Therefore, the main force of the western region will have a deadly conflict with the more than 10,000 people led by Robb in the area where Riverrun is located. Considering that the young Wolf Lord has already won 2 games, it's hard to say whether this battle will be won or lost. I support going all the way south and taking King's Landing directly. This may attract some of Tywin's troops and reduce the pressure on the Western Front. Arthur said loudly. These words catered to the wishes of Bolton and several great northern nobles. After someone took the lead, more people began to speak. "That's right, Lord Arthur is right. We will go south to King's Landing. Tywin will definitely send some soldiers over. Then His Majesty will be able to defeat the remaining Westerland troops. I heard that Tywin summoned Adam Marbrand and others who were fighting in the east of the river. Therefore, there are only a few Westerland soldiers left in Pink City, Stone Town, Acorn Hall, and other places. The river people can recover them by themselves. If we take down King's Landing, bring back the 2 ladies Sansa and Arya, the remains of Lord Eddard, and the Stark family heirloom sword Ice, it will be a great achievement. The King of the North will not make things difficult for us. Everyone gave their own reasons, but they did not convince their companions but themselves. Lord Leech saw that Arthur, the leader of the river, and the great nobles of the north had the same idea. After pursing his lips, he made up his mind. Then we will fight all the way south to the Blackwater River and King's Landing to avenge Lord Eddard. Lord Bolton stood up suddenly and encouraged loudly. On their way south from the twins, the news that Joffrey had chopped off Duke Eddard's head had spread, which made many northern nobles indignant. Revenge for their old lord became the best reason for this group of people to disobey the new king of the north. Revenge for the lord I swore to protect. Enter King's Landing and capture Joffrey alive. Present the Iron Throne as a great gift for the birth of the king of the north. Everyone shouted in a mess, each expressing their loyalty. After the southward combat strategy was determined, the speed of the entire army increased sharply. In just one day, they drove more than 30 leagues and approached the east side of the God's Eye Lake, roughly reaching the middle of Earl Haraway's town and So's Corner. And So's Corner is the boundary between the Riverlands and the Crown near the King's Road. After arriving there, the coalition forces will encounter decent resistance and fighting. Of course, Arthur, who brought more than 1,000 people, did not forget one important thing. Arya Stark, the second daughter of Lord Eddard, who escaped from King's Landing, should now be in the Riverlands east of the God's Eye Lake. According to the original plot, Arya was taken out of King's Landing by the Night's Watcher Yoren, and Yoren himself was brutally killed because he didn't want the gold cloaks to find Arya. After that, Arya, the illegitimate son of the former King Robert, Gendry the Bull, and the bread boy Hight Pie went north and were captured in Harrenhal in the Riverlands. So while the coalition army was heading south, he also sent more than 40 small forces of about 3 or 5 people, consisting of river cavalry and cohort mercenaries, to search for Arya, Gendry, Hight Pie, and others. Of course, Arthur's explanation to the Frey family and many northern nobles was to eliminate the scouts and small forces in the west. After all, the Westerlands were still harassing the Riverlands. Although this reason was far-fetched, it was reasonable. On the 7th night from the ferry south, in Roose Bolton's tent, a very ordinary-looking northern soldier whispered to Lord Bolton, "I have found out why Arthur sent so many people to search the surrounding area. According to a cohort mercenary, the person Arthur wants to find is called Gendry, the apprentice of a cohort blacksmith named Tob. He is looking for him to make weapons. After all, his golden sword looks like a sawtooth." This person is telling the truth. When Arthur gave instructions to his men, he asked them to find Gendry, because if they find Gendry they can find Arya, and the short Arya is not very noticeable. Then the man added, "Also, Tyrion is not restricted much in his camp. Can we sneak him out and send him to Lord Tywin as a favor?" After hearing this, Lord Leech growled in a low voice, "Fool, does a blacksmith need to make such a big fuss and send 200 or 300 people to find him? This Gendry must have another identity. Go and check it out. Also, don't worry about Tyrion. I will seize the opportunity." After receiving the order, the man retreated and continued to investigate the truth of Arthur's search for someone. In the evening, somewhere on the east side of Shenyan Lake, "Hey, I caught you," a cohort mercenary yelled, then put his finger on his mouth and made a high-pitched whistle. He rides a tall horse with black and white stripes and wears ancient plate armor inscribed with bronze runes. In front of him were Gendry, who wore a horned helmet, Arya, a boy with short hair, and Hot Pie, a boy who was too fat to look like a commoner. The 3 of them were walking north, preparing to find a boat by the lake to cross the vast Shenyan Lake. They didn't expect to meet such a strange man. What made them a little panicked was that the weirdo actually blocked their way. Fat boy Hot Pie muttered, "I bet he's riding a zebra." "No, this is a kind of war horse that is special to the Essos continent." Gendry, a tall man with brown eyes and black hair, explained to his companions in a low voice. His master, Tob Mort, came from cohort in the Essos continent. Naturally, he often told him about the customs there in his daily life. Arya is the most ancient person in the Stark family. She has the blood of the wolf flowing in her body, so she is naturally bold and lively. Seeing the strange man blocking their way, she asked, "Who are you? Which king do you fight for? Why are you blocking the three of us?" "I fight for my employer. As for who he fights for, I don't care." The Coer mercenary made a strange whistle again, seeming to call his companions. Then he answered the last question. "I blocked you because this man wearing a horn helmet matches the characteristics of the person my employer is looking for." After the mercenary finished speaking, the three people who were already panicked immediately pulled out their weapons and started running along the lake. Now that there is no distinction between friend and foe, and the weirdo doesn't seem like a good person, leaving is the best choice. With only 2 legs, they couldn't outrun the mercenaries on horseback. Instead, the mercenaries' companions came after hearing the news. Arthur, who was led by a Coer mercenary, recognized Arya, who was pretending to be a boy, at a glance. He rode up to the 3 children, made them stop running, lowered his head, and smiled at them. Little did they know that this scene made the 3 people who raised their necks even more horrified. Arya tentatively put her left foot forward, brandished her small sword sewing needle in her right hand, and said viciously, "Come here and I will stab you to death." Although her tone is very ferocious, her appearance has nothing to do with this word but adds a touch of cuteness. Arthur laughed and said to the 3 of them, "Arai, Gendry, Hot Pie." Arya's disguised name is Arlie. Hot Pie and Arya looked at each other, wondering how the rider on the giant golden horse in front of them could recognize them and call them by their names accurately. Gendry somewhat understood that this person was not an enemy. The golden vest and the broadsword on the rider's back were made by his master more than 2 months ago, so he was naturally somewhat impressed. Arthur jumped off the horse and explained to the 3 of them, "I am Arthur Bracken. I fight for the Fish and Wolf Alliance. We should be friends." Then he took off the guandao and showed it to Gendry. "This is the weapon your master made for me. Now it has been damaged beyond recognition. I ask you to come to my camp and help me make a few more of the same weapon. During this period, I will protect your safety." Arya suddenly remembered that this man was the 2 champions of the tourney, and he was also the man who made her sister Sansa become a nymphomaniac. When she lived in the Chancellor's Tower in the Red Keep, she even mocked Sansa for this. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, she turned into a wild girl living outside, and she could no longer tease her sister like a fool. Gendry nodded and accepted Arthur's invitation. The fat boy Hot Pie had no idea and naturally followed the eldest man, so the destination of the 3 of them changed. Arya was carried by Arthur onto the giant red horse. The other 2 people and 2 mercenaries rode on their striped horses, and the group headed towards the camp to the east. Since the target had been found, the mercenaries and Riverland cavalry sent out were called back. Of course, not all of these soldiers from various river families are cavalry in the true sense. After several battles, the river cavalry borrowed by Arthur only had a little over 200 left. But in the Battle of Heron Town, they captured more than 900 healthy horses. So when he rescued Earl Haraway's town, he took away all the river cavalry and some infantry, a total of 500 people and an equal number. War horse. Therefore, 282 of the river soldiers belonging to Arthur in the coalition army were mounted infantry. They are skilled in foot combat, but their fighting skills on horseback are rather ordinary. Halfway through the journey, the group was attracted by the sound of a fight. "Go over and take a look." Arthur, who took the lead, ordered. So the team of nearly 40 people turned slightly, and after passing through a small forest, the battlefield situation unfolded before their eyes. On one side were more than 20 Stark soldiers wearing leather armor and round helmets, and on the other side were members of the Brotherhood without banners, led by Lightning King Barry. The leader of the former is called Daya, a senior officer who is responsible for 200 Stark infantry. After helping Arthur defend Harrenhal for a round, the latter went out of the city to fulfill the promise of the Brotherhood without banners. Both parties are acquaintances, so this fight must be resolved. "Brother Barry, Captain Daya from the north, for the sake of Arthur, don't fight me." He rushed to the middle with his people and created an artificial isolation zone. The fighting between the two sides stopped. Earl Barry was originally a warm and cheerful nobleman from the Stormlands, but he became taciturn due to his 2 months of experience. However, Captain Daya from the Stark family first explained the reason for this matter to the friendly forces. They went out to collect military rations while the army was camping. Unexpectedly, they ran into the Brotherhood without banners. When the Lightning King saw that farmers' food was forcibly confiscated, he led his men to attack them on the spot. "You are really a lunatic." Captain Daya spat at everyone in the Brotherhood without banners. "You are also a great noble from the Stormlands. What do you mean by going to the Riverlands to protect other farmers?" On their way south, they collected grain from farmers, and therefore had a lot of dealings with Barry and others who protected farmers. Now among the Fish and Wolf coalition forces on the Eastern Front, the Lightning King has made a name for himself. Who would have thought that an earl from the south would neglect his good master and go to the Riverlands to become the leader of some kind of brotherhood? He would also take away the military rations that the people in the north had worked hard to collect and then give them back. On the orders of King Robert and Lord Eddard, I came to capture the Mountain and his accomplices who were burning, killing, and looting in the Riverlands. Although the Mountain was dead, the evil deeds of robbing civilians still existed, so my mission not finished. From now on, whether they are people from the north, people from the west, or bandits from the river, whoever robs innocent farmers of their food and property will be chased by our Brotherhood without banners. The Lightning King whispered. This was in line with Arthur's wishes, but it made Daya and other northern soldiers very angry, because this is tantamount to saying that they are robbers. Most of the Stark soldiers looked at Arthur coldly, wondering how he would handle the matter. Arthur jumped off the horse and clapped his hands together. "Brother Barry, what I said is exactly what I want, and I support what you do. In this way, you can take these grains back to the farmers first, and then you can come to the coalition camp. Let's discuss how to solve the problem of military rations." He put his arm around the Lightning King's shoulders and made a note that could only solve the temporary problem. "This place is already at the southern end of the Riverlands, and there are no big nobles nearby who can provide military supplies for the coalition forces, so logistics begins to become difficult. But otherwise, Barry might be able to start a fight with the Northerners on the spot, which would end badly. You still have some conscience. May the King of Light bless you." After the Lightning King said this, he led his people to push away the cart containing military rations. He is now influenced by the red-robed monk Thoros and has also converted to the new king of divine light. The northern soldiers and Arthur's men also left here and headed to the camp in the east. Daya, who was just walking, glanced at the short-haired boy on Arthur's horse from time to time. He felt like he had seen this boy somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it. Although they are a coalition force, the respective areas of the northern soldiers and the Hedgian soldiers are clearly divided. After returning, Arthur and the Stark soldiers returned to their own areas. "Hey, young man, the person you want me to find is here." Robert Glover, wearing a crimson cloak, came out of Arthur's tent with his head held high. A tall, slightly stooped old man followed him. It was Qyburn, who was stripped of his bachelor's necklace and title by the citadel. Arthur dismounted, carried Arya down, and asked the soldiers to take away the giant red horse. Then he nodded and greeted Glover. He had previously entrusted Robert to find Cobain in the Northern Army. Almost 7 or 8 days later, he finally found this man. "Thank you, I owe you a big favor. Just ask me when you use me in the future," Arthur said to Robert. The latter nodded, said nothing, held his head high and left with his soldiers. If this Grover could lower his head a little, he would definitely see the short-haired boy Ollie, and then he would have the same doubts as Daya. It's just that he was used to being arrogant, so he couldn't notice the little man following Arthur. Arya, who has gone through many things, is naturally not trusting of others, so she has never recognized the people from the north. "Lord Qyburn, can I hire you as my bachelor?" Arthur extended the invitation. Cobain, who had gray hair on his head, said kindly, "Of course, I'm just a useless person wandering around now." The kindness of the voice did not create certain impressions on Arthur. Did he know that the man in front of him was famous for his love of experiments on living subjects, and usually these experiments were fatal? The relationship between the two was finally settled, and Arthur ordered people to arrange dinner and tents for Qyburn Arya, whose alias was Arlie, Gendry, Hot Pie, and others. After dinner, the servant maiden called Ollie to the master's tent and then silently retreated. "Arya Stark, I have spent a lot of effort looking for you." Arthur held the candle and whispered. The young Stark girl looked shocked when her name was called, but she quickly denied it. "You got the wrong person. My name is Ollie. I'm a boy." Arthur smiled evilly and said, "Really? Let me see how you pee standing up." "Okay, I'm a girl, but my real name is Arai, not the Aya you mentioned." Arya looked a little embarrassed but insisted not to admit that she was a Stark. "Okay, you will be my waitress from now on. Your name is indeed Ollie." Arthur did not dwell on her identity for long. Since she doesn't even trust her own soldiers, the little girl won't open her heart until she meets her family. That's fine. Hiding her identity can protect her. Otherwise, if Roose Bolton finds out, he might do something disgusting. "Okay, my lord." Arya vaguely remembered that her father and sister had good opinions about this person, so she silently accepted the arrangement. Arthur put the candle on the small table and was about to go to the Chinese army's tent to discuss it, but suddenly he remembered something. "Your direwolf, named Nymeria, is operating near Lake God's Eye. If you want it, I will capture it in the name of protecting civilians and bring it back to you." Most of the Stark children can communicate with their own direwolves. According to complaints from nearby civilians, the giant wolf was already terrifyingly big. With the direwolf by her side and her psychic abilities, Arya would be much safer. The little Stark girl looked at Arthur uneasily, wondering how this man knew everything. She pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Nymeria was indeed very attractive to her, and the little wolf in her memory was almost as kind as family. And having lost her father and being far away from her family, she really needs the psychological comfort that Xiaoling can give her. "I don't know anything about wolves, sir. Please stop joking." With tears in her eyes, she denied that she knew the wolf. Arthur smiled, knowing that Stark didn't completely trust him yet. Without saying a word, he walked out of the tent. He would get the direwolf back as a surprise for his future sister-in-law. The Chinese military tent. "Look who is here. A saint like the Lightning King," Marquis Bolton said coldly and sarcastically when he saw Arthur walking in. The rest of the northern nobles, such as Earl Meech Severn and Earl Harris Horwood, all treated Arthur with cold eyes. They already knew about Arthur's involvement in the food collection team and the Brotherhood without banners in the evening. This matter is related to the logistics of the army, so they naturally don't give Arthur a good look. Several nobles from the Riverlands did not speak, but they stood beside Arthur consciously. Apparently, they supported the move of the lords of the Moulin Rouge. Perhaps because they were concerned about the reputation of the Northern River Alliance, none of the big nobles spoke. However, a small northern noble jumped out and accused Arthur of doing something wrong. "If Lord Bracken does this, I'm afraid we will have to eat grass on the ground. The problem of food collection must be solved." Seeing this man's bad attitude, Hosteen Frey suddenly felt angry in his heart. Solution: "When we were along the Green Fork River, you didn't listen to our dissuasion and forcibly confiscated the food of my people. Now that you are still thinking about using this method, are you here to rescue Hedgian or rob Hedgian?" Enes Frey felt bad when he saw that his sixth brother's tone had obviously changed. He is very familiar with this younger brother's character. When he has an arrogant temper, he can pierce even the sky. What's more, his fighting power is astonishing. Once he goes crazy, no one except Arthur can control him. Okay, just stop saying a few words." Enes patted his brother on the shoulder to calm him down. However, the people from the north had a hot temper, and when Hosteen retorted, several nobles immediately started to take action. Master Leech knew very well who his subordinates were. After scanning coldly with his strange eyes, the northerners held back. Marquis Bolton then asked, Since you Hedgian people do not agree to requisition food, you should come up with a practical plan." Arthur really had a few plans in mind. He was about to speak out when he heard someone shouting outside the tent, "Lord Beric Dondarrion has arrived." Even if the northern nobles hate the Brotherhood without banners, they still have to show some respect to Earl Beric. After all, he is also a proper earl. Barry, wearing worn leather armor, walked into the big tent, followed by the red-robed monk who did not appear during the day. "My lords, what is your solution? Do you want to keep stealing the farmers' food?" asked the Lightning King, who represented the interests of the farmers. In the north, Earl Mitch of Seven City, who was equal to Beric, stood up and said, "Lord Beric, the Riverlands are now also the territory of our king in the north, so we naturally have the right to requisition military rations." The river people didn't think so, and Raymond Darry also expressed his opinion to everyone in the tent. Although His Majesty Robb is also the king of the Three Rivers, the Riverlands are not the direct territory of the noble Stark family, so we still have to follow the rules. I suggest that we collect military rations by buying them. Although this is reasonable, it has a little problem. The coalition army has a total of 16,000 people, 12,000 northern soldiers, and the Frey family and other river family soldiers and mountain clans add up to more than 4,000. Except for the Frey family, the great nobles with thousands of troops here are all poorer northern families, and they don't have money to buy food. Moreover, whether Arthur led the troops to rescue the fairy town or the coalition army went south to attack King's Landing, it was considered a public matter between the North and the Riverlands, and it was impossible for the nobles who led the troops to pay for the soldiers' food. Moreover, during the war, the price of food rose to an incredible level, and even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. Everyone present understood this truth, so someone expressed his objection on the spot. Lord Harry's Hornwood said loudly in his rough voice, "Do we have to pay for food when we go to war for you river people? I still support forced collection of food." This statement is slightly biased. The river was attacked by the Westerlands first because Lady Stark of the North kidnapped Master Tywin's son, which made him, who was proud, unbearable, so he took out his anger on Lady Stark's family first. The Northmen went south because of the coup in King's Landing. Lord Eddard was imprisoned in the Red Castle dungeon, and the two Miss Starks were held hostage in King's Landing, so Robb led the army to rescue his father and sisters. It's just that the fight turned into a war to recapture the Riverlands. In terms of reason, the Northmen can't have the upper hand. Earl Beric, the Red Monks and the river nobles naturally opposed the forced collection of military rations, so the two groups of people began to quarrel. In an instant, all kinds of male voices rang out in the whole tent, mixed with some strange greetings. The noise made the sitting Lord Bolton angry, and he growled, and the tent finally quieted down. "Is there no way to have both?" Lord Leech's face was gloomy. If there were not 4,000 rivermen, mainly the Frey family, and he had to consider their opinions, why would he worry about such a small matter? "I have a way." Seeing that everyone was quiet, Arthur said. Lord Leech did not speak, but raised his chin to let the little river noble express his opinion. "We can collect food in the form of IOUs, and then when the situation stabilizes, let Riverrun and other Earl-level nobles come up with gold dragons to pay the farmers." This proposal is still feasible. After all, the current war is indeed a public business in the Riverlands. All the expenses of the Brotherhood without banners led by the Lightning King in the Riverlands are also paid in this way, and some farmers who are blessed by the Brotherhood also happily accepted this payment method. Marquis Bolton was quite receptive to this idea. Anyway, as long as they could collect grain now, it would be fine. I support this proposal. If we write an IOU, we will use the name of Duke Hoster of Riverrun. The northern nobles mostly agreed when they saw that the river people would pay in the future, but Earl Beric was still not willing to give in. How do you ensure that the IOU is useful? What if the Riverrun and river nobles refuse to acknowledge this debt after the situation stabilizes? I'll guarantee it. Arthur waved his hand. Because of the tourney of Duke Eddard, the late King Robert gave me 60,000 gold dragons. Most of this money is in the Tyrell family in the Reach. Even if Riverrun refuses to acknowledge it in the future, I can still pay for the expenses of the army. The tourney 2 or 3 months ago was held in the name of Eddard Stark, but the one who paid was Robert on the Iron Throne. These two people are also kind, friendly, and generous people. Arthur will not be stingy because they have received such a huge sum of money. The persistent Earl Beric added, "Okay, if you can guarantee to leave enough food for the farmers, we will not stop the collection of food in the name of Riverrun in the future." The problem of requisitioning military rations was solved. Beric and the Red Monk who were invited left first. After briefly listening to Roose Bolton's arrangement of the marching route in the next few days, Arthur also left the tent. He had to discuss with the Brotherhood without banners how to catch Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria. Beric and others who were keen on protecting farmers would be happy to go with him to catch wolves. 5 hours later, by the God's Eye Lake, Arthur, wearing 2 layers of chain mail and plate armor, used leather gloves to fiddle with a dead pig to make the bloody smell drift further. A layer of drug taken from Coburn was applied on the surface of the pork to increase the chance of successfully catching the wolf. In a hidden corner of his circle were 20 or mercenaries and nearly 30 members of the Brotherhood without banners. Although this kind of camouflage is not very useful to wolves with extremely sensitive noses, it can make people feel safer. The moonlight shone lightly, covering the calm lake with a layer of gauze, arousing everyone's imagination like a beautiful dancing girl. Catching wolves under the moon is really interesting. The red-robed monk appeared out of nowhere and approached Arthur and said, "This giant wolf should be the direwolf of the Stark family. After we capture King's Landing, I will treat her as a gift to Miss Stark." Arthur muttered nonsense. Nymeria's master is in his camp, and he is just doing this to hide some information. Here we come. The most caring Lightning King whispered a reminder which made everyone start to get nervous. After all, he was facing a giant direwolf that was larger than an ordinary gray wolf. It was impossible not to be afraid. Their target swam across the lake, using a dog paddle style. Circles of ripples spread out from in front of the huge wolf's head, making the direwolf's whereabouts more obvious. According to nearby farmers, there are not many larger animals on Kyanmian Island in the center of the lake, so giant wolves that are still growing in body often swim out to look for prey. This gave Arthur, Barry, and others an idea to capture the giant wolf. Not long after, the giant wolf Nymeria swam ashore, bared her teeth and growled, sniffing around with her nose. She wandered left and right in the shallows by the lake. Although the wolf kept its eyes on the pork, there was a lot of human aura around it, which made her afraid to move forward. Arthur, who pressed down his mask, waved his hand to signal his companions to stay away. He himself tied a rope prepared around his waist tightly to the pork and then slowly backed away. After feeling the distance of humans, Nymeria slowly walked towards the pork that lured the wolf. She is still growing and cannot do without eating some meat. The red-robed monk Thoros whispered, "Can you catch this?" Mercenary leader Rock Holt answered his doubts. It should be possible. After the wolf eats a few mouthfuls of meat, he will be reluctant to part with the meat in his mouth. Then Master Bracken pulled the rope. Did the wolf catch it soon? It's not that simple. Lord Barry wanted to catch the giant wolf and prevent her from harming civilians, so he was fully prepared. He quietly asked his 2 Stormlanders soldiers to outflank him from both sides. These 2 people are farmers in his territory and know some fishing skills. Now they can only let them go up to trap the wolf. After the direwolf ate the meat for a while, he noticed the humans coming from both sides, so he held the meat in his mouth and let out a low growl of hoo-hoo. The 2 Stormland soldiers stopped moving. Nymeria then continued to eat. After devouring a few mouthfuls, she suddenly gave up on the meat in her mouth, turned around and slipped towards the lake. It's just that her movements are far less flexible than usual. Cunning humans. Arthur and the 2 Stormland soldiers threw the nooses almost at the same time, but neither of them caught them. Fortunately, Meister Coburn was fairly reliable, and his drug quickly took effect. The direwolf staggered, only reaching the shallows of the lake before he rolled over and fell. Two Stormland soldiers carefully went over to check the situation and confirmed that the giant wolf had been stunned. Then they got closer and used all their strength to drag the giant wolf ashore. It's perfect. Arthur already wanted to see Arya's expression when she saw Nymeria. He shouldered the giant wolf and returned to the camp with the mercenaries, while the Brotherhood returned to the hidden lair where they were hiding. 15 days later, Junland City. The streets and alleys on the hills of Vysnia and Rhenes were crowded with civilians who came to seek refuge. Most of them were piled on the streets or crowded into charity homes run by kind-hearted monks. The Northern Hedgian coalition forces have begun to siege the city, which has enveloped the entire city with a layer of panic. When the war in the Riverlands began, the price of food in the grain stores had increased 5 times. Now that the city is under siege, it has reached the point where no one is selling it. Without noble status or connections, people in the city would not be able to hoard food even if they had golden dragons. This made some wealthy businessmen from across the narrow sea feel desperate. The fat pigeons that no one wanted in the past have almost been hunted by humans. The small fish fed by human excrement in the Blackwater River have now become hot commodities. You know, the former could not be exchanged for a piece of bread a month ago, and the latter was regarded as excrement by the proud citizens of King's Landing. Now it has become the only source of meat for the rich civilians in the city. Those who have no money may not even have food. Can't afford it. Red Keep, Throne Room. Joffrey I, who was wearing a crimson knee-length robe and a solid gold crown, looked at his cousin Cleo Frey coldly and listened to the conditions from Riverrun. The halls of the throne room and the corridors all around were crowded with nobles from the 7 kingdoms who were trapped in King's Landing, as well as civilians who still had time to understand the situation. Your Majesty, when I set out, the false King Robb did not know that his eastern army had already attacked King's Landing, so the conditions I brought only represent Robb and cannot represent Roose Bolton outside the city. Because Cleo's father, Emmon Frey, married Tywin's sister, Emmon's family either stayed in Casterly Rock or King's Landing. Unfortunately, when the war broke out in the Riverlands, Cleo and his cousin Jaime returned to Casterly Rock, and then went north with the Western Division, and were captured by the Northern Cavalry outside the Twins. Then, he was taken to Riverrun and became King Robb's messenger to convey the conditions of the truce in the north to the royal meeting in King's Landing. Even more unfortunately, when he arrived at the Crown, he learned that the Wolf and Fish alliance on the eastern front had already reached King's Landing, which made him go in vain. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Joffrey stared at his cousin with a gloomy look. As the only true king of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the protector of the entire territory, how could I agree to the conditions of a fake king? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and suddenly shouted, "Sansa, come here." Sansa Stark, who was hiding in the crowd, walked to the open space in front of the throne with trepidation and whispered, "Your Majesty." Under Joffrey's malicious gaze, she swallowed nervously. "Your brother king wants you and Arya, who is dead, and the independence of the 2 major territories in the North River as conditions for a truce. Tell me, what should I do?" he said sarcastically. Sansa's face was a little pale, but she still fluently said a bunch of lies. "I don't have a king brother. Robb is a thief who stole your territory. I think you should bravely lead your troops to attack and eliminate this thief and his men, so that the whole 7 kingdoms can see how brave and powerful you are." Joffrey had a strange smile on his face, as if he had thought of something funny. He glanced at the Kingsguard Meryn Trant beside him. The latter understood, nodded to the king, walked down the steps of the throne, came to Sansa, and slapped Miss Stark twice. This made Sansa's fair skin red. "Some strength," Joffrey urged excitedly. He had already forgotten the coalition forces outside the city and the negotiations with Riverrun. Meryn Trant then slapped Sansa twice again, causing the poor Stark's cheeks to swell. Joffrey, sitting on the Iron Throne, widened his eyes, with an excited and perverted expression on his face. Abusing women is one of his many hobbies. Sansa's charming expression and pitiful eyes greatly satisfied the wise and powerful King Joe. If there weren't so many people present, he would probably moan with satisfaction. "Go on." Marin Trant waved his big hand again to hit someone, but was stopped by Littlefinger Baelish, who came in with a thick book. "Wait, Sir Trant." He turned to Joffrey, half bowed and saluted, and then suggested in an orderly manner, 16,000 Northern River Coalition troops are now outside the city, and they will soon build large-scale siege weapons. This is the problem we have to solve for your majesty. Queen Mother Cersei, who had been sitting next to the Iron Throne, saw that someone finally mentioned the most urgent matter at the moment and followed suit. "We should consider the enemy instead of bullying little girls here." She could no longer control her son. Joffrey looked at Sansa with lingering thoughts, and then glanced at the nobles and commoners who were talking with their heads down, and finally decided to do something serious. Do what a king who loves his people like his own children should do. He waved his hand and asked Sansa, who was in the way, to leave. Silence. The master of the Iron Throne stood up and shouted, so the commoners and nobles stopped discussing some of the king's strange behaviors and quieted down. Joffrey took his usual posture of standing on one leg and leaning on the other leg, and said to his subjects, "I will lead the troops out of the city, wipe out the bandits outside the city in one fell swoop, and lift the siege of King's Landing." Except for a few courtiers in the royal meeting, everyone in the throne room cheered for the king's wise decision. As long as the siege of King's Landing was lifted, life could still go on. Queen Mother Cersei looked at her son with a surprised face, wondering where Joffrey got the courage to say go out of the city to suppress the bandits, when there were only 6,000 gold robes and 2,000 royal noble soldiers in the city. If I had known this, I would have let him abuse Sansa. Just as everyone in the royal council was troubled by the king's wise decision, many nobles in the north and the Riverlands were also troubled by the order from Riverrun. In the central army tent, in front of the leaders of the coalition, Earl Herman Tallheart, with a serious face, spoke the order from Riverrun. What frightened Arthur was not the order, but the man Herman Tallheart who conveyed the order. According to the original plot, after crossing the Green Fork, Robb ordered Earl Tallheart to garrison in the Twins with a few people. First, to ensure that this important place is under their control, and second, to supervise the Frey family. But the magical thing is that Edmure of Riverrun called away Earl Tallheart of the North, and then ordered him and Roose Bolton to recapture Harrenhal together. This person's departure was one of the conditions for the Frey family to defect. The situation on the Western Front is unclear, and Herman Tallheart has openly become the emissary of Riverrun. This is not good news. To Queen Mother Cersei's relief, her son Xio Kaio was not as impulsive as expected. He was only verbally brave, and had no intention of leading his troops out of the city to fight a fierce battle with the Northern Hedgian coalition forces. This made her sigh with relief. After finishing the matters in the throne room, King Joffrey I, the royal council, the Queen Mother Regent and others moved to the nearby meeting hall and began serious discussions on how to resist the rebels outside the city. After hearing enough of all kinds of trivial news from Intelligence Director Varys, Joffrey yawned, then stood up and announced, "As the king, I have other important matters to deal with. I will leave the bandits outside the city to you. When they are defeated, I will order salt to be sprinkled on the Riverland and the crops in the north as a token of gratitude to these two people, the reward for rebellion." Then he left with his hounds and 6 other Kingsguards. Cersei looked at her son with relief. He is really a wise king. As long as Xio Kaio doesn't mess around or interfere in military and political affairs, Queen Cersei thinks her son is the best. Varys watched the young king leave greasy and wary. He learned about the king's new hobby from his intelligence officer, Little Bird, arranged some animal heads around the room. There are animals, birds, fresh and stale animals, as long as they are animals that can be noticed by the king. This is not a good sign. Even Mad King Ares Roman II did not have such perverted habits. Varys, who always had his hands in his sleeves, turned his head, only to find Baelish, the finance minister, staring at him with a smile. Cersei also withdrew her gaze but saw the two important ministers of the royal council examining each other, so she coughed lightly. "For adults, let's get started." By convention, the royal council usually involves 7 people, including the Hand of the King, the captain of the King's Guard, the chancellor of the exchequer, the minister of justice, the lord of the sea, the chief of intelligence, and the grand maester. But since the new Hand of the King, Tywin, and the new captain of the King's Guard, James, are still fighting the rebels in the West River, and minister of justice, Renly, and Minister of Sea Stannis have successively declared themselves kings, there should only be 3 the courtiers and the Queen Mother the regent attended. However, considering the enemy forces outside the city, the Queen Mother ordered Sterling, the commander of the King's Landing garrison, to also participate in the royal meeting. It was the first time for the bald Sterling to participate in such a high-level meeting, so he seemed quite hasty. At the signal of Queen Mother Cersei, he began to report on the defense situation in the city. By the time the rebels completely surrounded the Gate of the Gods, the Steel Gate and the Old City Gate, a total of 450 royal family soldiers had arrived. The number of King's Landing garrison had also exceeded 500. The number is still increasing rapidly and is expected to reach 8,000 people in about 10 days. After learning that the coalition forces on the Eastern Front entered the kingdom from the King's Road, Cersei sent a king's order to the nearby nobles in the kingdom in the name of Joffrey I. Earl Giles Rossby of Rossby City, the Bookwell family of Antler Castle, and the Staunton family of Crow Roost all sent some soldiers, but only more than 400 people arrived. This made Cersei very angry, but she was trapped in King's Landing and had nothing to do with the half of the royal family and nobles who were working against each other. Fortunately, there are more than 500,000 civilians in King's Landing, and there is still no shortage of adult men who can handle weapons, so the manpower to defend the city is barely enough. Varys reported another incident. There are more than 16,000 rebels outside the city, and 12,000 northerners, including Stark, Bolton, Karstark, and Amber. The army consists of more than 4,000 people from the river, mainly 800 infantrymen from the Frey family. It is worth mentioning that His Majesty's younger brother, Lord Tyrion, is also in the Riverside Army. Due to her title of Queen Regent, Cersei is also known as Your Majesty. "Is it possible that you want me to send someone to rescue him? We don't even have enough people to defend the city." The Queen Mother clearly expressed her point of view. "Your Majesty." Earl Baelish changed the topic at the right time. "We have to consider the people in the city. In order to make more profits, the grain merchants began to sell wheat, pumpkins, and potatoes at 10 times the price. The nobles' people also started complaining that they couldn't buy alcohol. Due to King's Landing's extremely messy drainage system, and the fact that the water from the Blackwater River is not drinkable, civilians and nobles who have a little money use lower alcohol wine as their daily drink. Not being able to buy wine meant that the nobles had to drink the smelly, dirty water from the ditches like the common people. There is no need to discuss such trivial matters here. Cersei clasped her fingers together and rested her elbows on the long table. You just need to ensure the food supply for the soldiers in the garrison. Obviously, the Queen Mother did not pay much attention to the problem of feeding the people in the city. Next, the 5 discussed the details of the defense in detail until Cersei was satisfied. At the end of the meeting, the Queen Mother uncharacteristically sat at the end, and then walked out of the meeting hall with Archmaester Pycelle, who pretended to be old. No one knew what they were whispering. Outside the city, there is a large tent of the coalition army. Herman Taha, the Lord of Torrun Square City, finally explained the general situation on the Western Front. After Robb went south to Riverrun, more than 4,000 remnants of the Western Division led by Kevin retreated to the Golden Teeth City. Then Kevin asked Jaime to lead troops to guard the pass leading to the west, and he led his people to Lannister Port to take over. The new army formed by Stafford. The main force of the Western Territory east of the Red Fork River is approaching the West River. Due to Tywin's injury, they are not moving fast. This gave Robb a hint of opportunity. So while he sent Cleo Frey to pretend to negotiate peace, he also sent his mother Lady Stark to Bitterbridge in the south to seek an alliance with Renly. The King of the North himself led 500 cavalry and 4,000 river soldiers to attack the Golden Teeth City south, intending to kill Jaime's men first, and then fight with Tywin, who had crossed the Red Fork River in the West River. One battle to win the final fruits of victory. But after Robb left, Edmure, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly felt that he could not let the decisive battle take place between the West River, so he summoned all the troops that could still respond to Riverrun's call in an attempt to block the main force of the West in the area of Travel's Rest. Earl Tolhar, who was stationed at the Twins to monitor the Frey family, also responded to the young Wolf Master's uncle's order and led 600 people southward. Then he was sent to send a message to the coalition forces on the Eastern Front. We are the army of the King of the North and are not under the command of the heir to Riverrun. Roose Bolton simply and clearly refused the order to return to the West River to aid. According to Lord Leech's understanding of Lady Stark and the young Wolf Lord, if he can capture King's Landing and save the two Miss Starks this time, it will not be a big deal for him to disobey the orders of the king in the north and Edmure. Earl Tauha nodded. In that case, there is no need for me to go back and resume my life. I will stay and attack the city. The Marquis of Bolton agreed to this, and then continued to assign intense siege and siege preparation tasks. The more elite Stark soldiers were responsible for blocking the three city gates, Lint Gate, King's Gate, and Steel Gate, while all the soldiers from Hedgian were sent to block the remaining gates such as the God's Gate, the Old City Gate, the Dragon Gate, and the Lion Gate. The four city gates below, soldiers from Deepwood Castle and Karstark were tasked with cutting down trees and collecting wood. Many of them had been working with wood all year round. The remaining more than 5,000 people were responsible for making large-scale ordnance for siege and defending against possible enemies on land. If there are no accidents, we will take King's Landing within 2 weeks. By then, news of the victory on the Western Front will also come. That will be the most glorious moment for us Northerners. Roose Bolton said loudly, uncharacteristically. It can be seen that he is in good spirits. Inspired by him, the morale of the northern nobles in the big tent was high. Many people were screaming and preparing to rush into the Red Keep to avenge the late Lord Eddard Stark, but Arthur clearly felt something was wrong. The more than 3,000 people in the Bolton family had always been regarded as a reserve team, and any frontal combat had nothing to do with them. After assigning the tasks, everyone left the big tent and began to perform military duties. Arthur was about to leave with a few Riverland nobles, but he saw Enys Frey sneaking towards the Marquis of Bolton. Robert Glover, who happened to be passing by with his head held high, saw Arthur tilting his head, so he looked back and sneered. "What, you know the inside story?" Arthur approached Robert and asked in a low voice. "What else is there? Lord Bolton's wife has passed away, and the Frey family is full of young ladies who cannot get married. This is not true." Robert also whispered the gossip. Arthur nodded to show that he understood. "Although I don't know if the blood wedding can happen in the current time and space, Herman Tauha's departure from the Twins and the marriage between the Bolton and Frey families are all bad signs." After walking out of the tent, the nobles in Hedgian found Count Tauha waiting for them. "I forgot to tell you something. When I passed by Harrenhal, I also passed Lord Edmure's order to Sir Marco Piper there. His injury was getting better, and he decided on the spot to lead troops to respond to the feudal family. At the call, he led more than 600 soldiers from various families to the West River. The heirs of Earl Bracken were also taken away by Sir Arthur. The peasant army formed by Lord Arthur is still there. After Herman Tauha finished speaking, he turned and left. This news made Arthur uncomfortable for a long time. Marco Piper had a good relationship with Edmure, so it was reasonable to go to West River. But according to Edmure's soft heart, I'm afraid he can't bear Tywin's army crossing the Red Fork River and harassing his own people, so the various crossings must be the focus of competition between the two sides. I'm afraid not many of the nobles and soldiers summoned by Riverrun this time will survive. Arthur had a good impression of the straightforward Maquis, but he could not change the situation of the battle hundreds of leagues away. He could only wish Maquis, who was still injured, good luck. When she returned to her small camp, she saw Arya feeding apples to the giant wolf. After capturing Nymeria, the big and scary direwolf was trapped in a cage. Fortunately, Arya was able to comfort her and didn't cause any trouble. Most of Arthur's cohort mercenaries, Hedgian family soldiers, and Alpine clans were amazed that Ollie could deal with the giant wolf, because normal people would be yelled at when they walked to the cage with the giant wolf. But this little boy gets along well with the wolf. Seeing Arya, he suddenly remembered something. According to the original plot, this Miss Stark should have escaped from a cellar in the Chancellor's Tower in the Red Keep and crossed King's Landing. Since you can get out, you can probably get in. This is very important. If Arthur can bring top warriors like Hostine Frey, Raymond Darry, and Harris Horwood, he can defeat the Red Keep and King's Landing in one fell swoop. You know, the Red Keep itself is also a huge fortress. Just 16,000 people captured King's Landing, but they may not be able to defeat the Red Keep. Thinking of this, Arthur walked to Arya and greeted her. "Ally, come here, I have something to tell you." He didn't want to go anywhere near a direwolf. Because Nymeria was caught by him, she hated Arthur very much and started to growl as soon as she smelled his scent. Her attitude was far worse than that of her master. Arya, who was called, stuffed the half of the apple that the giant wolf didn't eat into her trouser pocket, then turned and walked towards this handsome Riverland noble. Because of her father Ed's education from an early age and her experience of starvation in King's Landing, she cherished food very much. "Is something wrong, my lord?" Arthur put his hand on Arya's shoulder. "It's not convenient here. Go to my tent and talk." The two walked to Arthur's tent. Bracken ordered the mercenaries and servants on guard to stay away before entering. Arthur asked in a very low voice, "You once slipped out of the Prime Minister's tower or a cave somewhere in the Red Castle. Can you recall this route?" A look of confusion flashed across Arya's face, which was round and honest, and then immediately returned to normal. "My lord, what are you talking about? Ollie doesn't understand." Seeing that this little girl was still pretending, Arthur thought for a while and said, "Your sister, Sansa, is a young lady from the north who has no deep intentions. According to Joffrey's character, she must have a bad life. She may be miserable every day. She's living in fear. If you remember the route, I can lead someone to rescue her." He knew that although Arya didn't like her somewhat vain and nymphomaniac sister, she still thought highly of her family. In the name of saving his sister, it was enough for her to tell this route. At the mention of her sister, Arya suddenly froze for a few seconds, then stared at Arthur, seeming to make up her mind. After a few breaths, she whispered, "I, Ollie, am just an ordinary person. I happen to know a path leading to the Red Fort. What about my sister?" "It's all nonsense, sir." Seeing that Arya was still pretending, Arthur refused to reveal it. "Yes, you are my bartender, Ollie. Can you tell me the path now?" After the two reached a tacit agreement, Arya roughly revealed the path hidden among the sea cliffs of Aegon's high hills. The Red Keep is located on Aegon Hill, one of the 3 major hills in King's Landing, and is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, so it is extremely difficult to conquer. With this trail, one can break through from inside the Red Fort. Of course, Arya, who was not sure where the trail was, suggested that she take Arthur to look for it at night to determine the exact location. Late at night, King's Landing River Gate, Mud Gate, the Red Keep, the royal residence, is built on Aegon's Hill, which is surrounded by the sea on 2 sides and faces the river on 1 side. If there is no dragon, The difficulty of conquering this place is only lower than taking the Eyrie, Casterly Rock, and Storm's End. Considering that there are King's Landing and King's Landing Harbor with a population of 500,000 outside the Red Keep, the difficulty is greatly increased. If it is a moonlit night, even 2 or 3 leagues away, the light red castle can be clearly seen. But the dark clouds added a siege atmosphere to the capital, so that Arthur and Arya could only vaguely see the king's castle. This also concealed the whereabouts of the 2 people wearing black robes and hoods. They need to hide not only the Red Keep and the King's Landing garrison soldiers, but also the Stark soldiers patrolling back and forth outside the river gate. Although the latter is closer to Arya, the commander of the coalition forces is Roose Bolton. The Stark soldiers strictly followed the commander's order to siege the city, and even their own actions would be reported. Because Arthur captured the Little Devil and searched for the blacksmith Gendry, Lord Leech was very concerned about Arthur and the movements in his camp. If he knew that Bracken took a ride to the vicinity of the Red Castle, I'm afraid Lord Leech would have to pay a little attention to Arthur's cupbearer. After all, this matter was too strange. After bypassing the fish market outside the Mud Gate and the gathering place of Stark soldiers with bonfires, they walked quickly and quietly towards the cliff where the Red Castle was located. Arya silently recalled the route she passed by here last time, but suddenly remembered her father who was still alive at that time, Sister Mordane who always blamed her for running around, and her sister Sansa who disliked her for not being ladylike enough. Maybe it was the blood of the wolf flowing in her bones. Like Bran when he was a child, she was born to love adventure, exploration, and fighting. She remembered her sister Sansa, who called her sister a fool when she learned that she wanted to participate in the tournament and knock down the men on horseback. At that time, she called her sister a fool because she was really stupid and crazy about women. She often went to her father with Septa Mordane to complain that she was lively and wild by nature, and she was really not like a lady from an official family, and her father always listened to their complaints very seriously and promised to discipline her. But what Arya got was often her father's advice and concern to pay attention to safety. He even invited water dancer Syrio Forel for his little daughter. This master swordsman and the former chief swordsman of Braavos. Although Arya didn't know the prices, she knew that it would cost a lot of money to hire such a person. The feudal lords in the north were not very wealthy. Yet the former King Robert took a team of 300 or 400 people to eat and drink for more than a month, which could eat up 1/3 of the savings of the entire Stark family. This shows the love of Duke Eddard for his daughter. The last time I came to the Red Keep, I went to the throne room and beat up a Kingsguard. Arthur whispered. Actually, it's not accurate to say last time. He had been to the Red Keep once. Arya's thoughts were interrupted by this sentence, and then she remembered this. The Kingsguard who was beaten was called Meryn Trant, who was the one who killed her swordsmanship teacher Syrio. During the coup in King's Landing, Meryn Trant brought a few red-robed soldiers of the Queen to arrest Arya, and then the water dancer Syrio let the students escape first and held these people back. Arya escaped to the outside of the Red Keep and wandered around Flea Bottom and Iron Street for several days, but learned about the death of her teacher from passers-by. The former chief swordsman of Braavos was beheaded after his death, and his head was impaled on a spear and hung outside the main gate of the Red Keep. Therefore, her hatred for Meryn Trant was second only to that of Ilyn Payne, the former law enforcer who killed her father. The last time I heard the story of Meryn Trant being defeated, Arya was still the daughter of the Prime Minister. She could boldly reveal her identity in front of the Golden Cloaks and let them send her back to the Prime Minister's tower. Now, she can only hide her real name and pretend to be a boy awry in front of everyone. Meryn Trant, Ilyn Payne, Joffrey. Arya repeated in her mouth. These 3 people have become the top 2 on her must-kill list. Ilyn Payne is the executioner who killed your father, Lord Eddard, right? Arthur asked. Knowing that Arya would not answer, he immediately said the next sentence. When we break through King's Landing and the Red Castle, I will personally judge the crimes of these people and sentence them to death. Arya, who was moving forward with the special steps taught by the water dancer teacher, suddenly stopped. Arthur noticed this and whispered, "What's wrong? Why are you doing this? Lord Eddard and you are just average. This is not a question of relationship." Arthur replied, "I am a good man who abides by the law. According to the laws of the kingdom, even those who rebel have the right to wear black clothes and go to the wall in the north to serve as night watchmen. When the Lannisters launched a coup in King's Landing, they violated many laws. I decided to punish these people according to the law. In fact, letting lawbreakers go to the wall to serve as Black Night Watchmen is already a custom in Westeros, but it is also a law. During the coup, Cersei and Pycelle of the Lion family, as well as their allies Littlefinger, Baelish, and Sterling, the commander of the Gold Cloaks bribed by Baelish, actually violated many legal provisions. But considering that Lord Justice Renly was still rebelling in the south, and King's Landing was ruled by the Lions, these illegal acts were not punished. What's more, Lord Eddard was a well-known good lord. No one with a conscience would sit idly by and watch him being insulted by the cruel and tyrannical Joffrey. The place where Eddard Stark was beheaded was in the square in front of the great sept of Baelor. That was the territory of the seven gods, not a place for punishment. And after Eddard died, his head was also impaled on a spear and hung outside the gate of the Red Castle, like a rare treasure for the spectators of King's Landing to watch, hunt, and even humiliate. "You are a good man." Arya said this and then continued on her way. She began to recognize Arthur. Arthur followed and whispered back, "Well, actually I have selfish motives. I want to pursue your sister Sansa, but I am afraid that she will look down on me because of my low status. So I want to do something to please you two sisters." Arthur himself is a face control. Although Sansa is a little crazy and her personality is a bit silly and sweet in the early stage, her face and figure are the level of a first-class beauty. Given the current situation, Joffrey and Sansa's engagement is definitely invalid. After all, the position of queen will definitely bring a strong ally to the Westerland Kingdom alliance. And according to the customs of the Westeros continent, divorce is considered a violation of the sacred oath, and those who break the oath can be punished by the whole continent. So there is no such thing as divorce. If Joffrey and Sansa really get married, then before Joffrey marries a new queen, he must kill Sansa before he can marry the next one. And Sansa is the one with the highest status and identity among the Lion family hostages, which means that she has to live well to be valuable. Under various factors, the engagement between Joffrey and Sansa will definitely be annulled. And with Robb still alive, the Wolf family's requirements for the status of their son-in-law are naturally not high. In fact, if Robert did not go north, Sansa might have married and had children with a strong earl of the same age in the north or the Riverlands. And after Arthur made great military achievements, it is also possible to marry Sansa. I am awry, there is no sister named Sansa. She still did not admit her identity, even though both of them knew it. Arya made up her mind that if this man really killed Marin Trant, Ilyn Payne, and Joffrey, she would help her sister and him. After all, her sister is a nymphomaniac who only loves beautiful men and does not care much about status and identity. The two continued on their way and finally reached the intersection of the sewer of the Red Castle and the Blackwater Bay. "It's here." Arya pointed to the source of the stench. "Go in from here, then keep going inside, and then climb up to enter the Red Keep." The last time she passed here was because she accidentally bumped into Prince Tommen and Princess Miechella while chasing a one-eared black cat, so she hid in a cellar, and then walked through layers of spiral staircases and drawbridges, and finally avoided all the pursuers. But she soon found that she couldn't find the way back. Coincidentally, Arya heard the conversation between Varys and Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, so she wanted to follow them out. It's just that she followed the wrong person. Illyrio, who was being tracked by her, left the Red Keep, so she followed him out of the sewer. "Okay, I've shown you the way, let's leave," Arya whispered. Arthur looked up at the Red Keep and suddenly thought of a problem. Most of the coalition forces were northern soldiers, and Robb's two sisters were nominally in King's Landing. If the Gold Cloaks cannot defend King's Landing and the coalition forces reach the Red Keep, Joffrey's tyrannical character will naturally take Sansa as a hostage to force the coalition forces to retreat. Robb's purpose of going south is to rescue his father and sisters, so the northern soldiers may be concerned about this and dare not attack the Red Keep. This is very embarrassing. The Red Keep itself is a large fortress with gardens, granaries, barracks, and even a pigsty. If it is surrounded without attacking, it may take a long time, so long that the situation on the continent will change significantly. The closest force to King's Landing is Stannis of Dragonstone. This person is the first heir of the late King Robert, so he hates Robb's behavior of proclaiming himself king. If Stannis borrows enough gold from the Iron Bank of Bravos, he will definitely hire thousands of mercenaries from Essos as soon as possible, and then attack King's Landing with more than 5,000 of his men. After all, according to Stannis' point of view, he is the real owner of the Iron Throne. Therefore, the best option for the coalition forces is to quickly capture King's Landing and the Red Keep, and then take the gold of the nobles in the city, as well as important hostages such as Cersei, Joffrey, Tommen, and Miecella to the north, leaving King's Landing for Renly and Stannis to fight for. After thinking this through, Arthur suddenly had an idea. "Since you are here, why don't you save your sister before leaving?" he asked. According to the original plot, Sansa originally lived in the Prime Minister's tower. Later, the little devil returned to King's Landing and lived in the Prime Minister's tower, and Sansa moved to other places. But now, the little devil is in his camp, so Sansa should not have moved out of the Prime Minister's tower. What's more coincidental is that if you go all the way inside this sewer and climb up, you can lead to the Prime Minister's tower after you go out. Of course, it can also lead to the Red Keep dungeon, and judging from the occasional date between Varys and Illyrio here, there shouldn't be many people on this road. Now, Arya was surprised to hear that Arthur was going to save her sister, just the two of us. Yes, Arthur's tone was firm, just the two of us, based on my fighting power, it's enough. In fact, Arthur alone is enough, but he brought Arya with him to make Sansa believe. After all, he and Sansa were just a flower-giving acquaintance before. Arya thought about the rumors she had heard about Arthur before, and suddenly realized that this was a peerless warrior who could kill hundreds of people alone. If she sneaked in now, maybe she could really take her sister away. Her heart was pounding. Since Lord Eddard is a kind and good person, then I, Arlie, must rescue his daughter Sansa. She is the most wolf-blooded of this generation of Starks. After the adventurous factor in her body was mobilized, it has begun to rise. Arthur was very satisfied with her reaction. The two of them sneaked in from the sewer. They walked through the stinking ditch, walked up the stone path, and groped for a long time through the spiral staircase and brick corridor before they heard a very faint human voice. The two of them stopped, and Arya carefully identified the approximate location of the place for a while. It's in the dungeon, and there are groans of death row prisoners inside. After adjusting the direction, the two began to grope in the dark again. Finally, under the leadership of Arya, they walked to the ground. Then, the two people who were moving forward against the wall tiptoed and began to move towards the Prime Minister's tower. Coincidentally, in order to strengthen the defense of the walls of King's Landing, the defense inside the Red Castle was reduced. After all, no one thought that someone would come out of the Red Castle. This allowed the two to reach the Prime Minister's tower after only hiding from the night patrol soldiers once. It was late at night, and Sansa was the only noble living in this tower, so there were few servants. Arya finally returned here after 2 months, but she didn't have time to sigh and quietly took Arthur to her sister's room. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked on the door gently. At this time, her sister must have fallen asleep. Arya wanted to increase the force of knocking on the door so that her sister would open the door, but she was afraid that the maids living in the building would hear the sound and get up to check the situation. Fortunately, it didn't take long before there was movement inside. "Didn't I tell you that I don't need you to check my room when I sleep at night?" Sansa opened the door and complained in a low voice. Since her father died, all the servants her family brought from the north have been killed. Now the people serving and monitoring her are sent by Queen Mother Cersei. She didn't even dare to scold these people too loudly. After the door opened, Sansa was startled by what she saw and was about to scream. Fortunately, Arthur reacted quickly, rushed in and covered Sansa's mouth. Arya sneaked in smartly, then gently closed the door and bolted it. With the dim light of the candle in her hand, Sansa recognized Arthur Bracken, who was covering her mouth. How could this person appear here? Sansa was puzzled. Arya whispered, "It's me, sister, do you recognize me?" Hearing this familiar voice, Sansa suddenly realized that the little boy who came in from behind was actually her sister. Because Arthur covered her mouth, she couldn't make a sound, so she could only nod to show recognition. Bracken whispered, "Your sister and I are here to rescue you. After I let go of your hand, you must not scream, understand?" Sansa nodded and Arthur let go of his hand. "Arya, why are you?" Before Sansa finished her words of blame with a little concern, Arya had already pounced on her. The two sisters, one tall and one short, hugged each other tightly, expressing their longing for each other in the past few months. Arthur noticed that 2 lines of tears were left in the corners of Sansa's eyes. Although he could not see Arya's face, he thought that the younger sister was the same as the older sister. In the past few months, the two of them fell from the daughters of the Prime Minister to the quagmire. One lived in fear in the Red Castle, enduring Joffrey's humiliation and the ridicule of the royal nobles every day. The other pretended to be a boy and followed a group of men to leave King's Landing and go north. Then the night watchman who protected her, Yoren, was also killed by the Gold Cloaks. From then on, she had no food to eat, and her life was tense. After a long time, the two sisters separated and whispered about their experiences. Arthur thought that now was not the time to do these things, so he reminded them, "To Miss Stark's, should we leave?" It was late at night, a good time to escape. If they waited a little longer and asked the servants who had gotten up early to help the golden robes and knights get up, wash and dress, they might not be able to get away. Sansa nodded. "I need to pack my things." This was acceptable. After Sansa changed into her daily long dress, the two sisters worked together to help pack Sansa's clothes, hair ties, accessories, and other sundries. Of course, there was also the rag doll that Duke Eddard specially customized for Sansa. After packing a lot of things, they finally wrapped them in a sheet. Arya let Arthur carry her without any hesitation, and the 3 of them were ready to set off. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the room which made them nervous. "Sansa, what are you doing? Are you changing the sheets? Open the door quickly." The person outside the door shouted. Since Sansa was already at the age of having her period, the old maid who was monitoring her was very careful about this matter. She checked the sheets 2 or 3 times a day. Arthur silently put the package on the ground, walked gently to the door, drew out a half-hand sword worn on his waist, and then signaled Sansa to open the door normally. Sansa understood and pretended to complain. "I was thirsty and just drank some water. You disturbed my rest." Then she slowly walked into the room and pulled out the bolt. The old maid was very rude to the daughter of the former Prime Minister because she relied on the power of the Queen Mother. She pushed open the door and was about to scold her, but she felt a chill on her neck. What was worse was that a strong hand blocked her mouth that was about to scream. Arthur looked at Sansa and asked, "Kill or not?" The old maid just ran into them, and there was nothing extremely evil about her. If she could not be killed, she would not be killed. Sansa looked at this maid who was usually very unfriendly to her. Although she wanted Arthur to kill her to vent her anger, she still couldn't harden her heart. Shaking her head, the eldest daughter of the Stark family whispered, "Just don't let her affect our actions." The old maid also quieted down and nodded desperately, indicating that she would obey. Arthur was straightforward and knocked her head with the hilt of the sword, knocking her unconscious, then tied her hands behind her back with the handkerchief hanging around her waist, stuffed her mouth with the old maid's smelly socks, and dragged her to the bottom of the bed. After carrying the big package, the 3 of them left quickly. There were no dangers along the way. Under the cover of the night, after dodging a round of golden robes, they re-entered the underground near the throne room, then touched the black well and went to the sewer. After passing through layers of stone corridors, wooden spiral staircases, and natural stone caves again, they finally smelled the stench of pungent smell. "Is this the toilet?" Sansa, who was in the dark, asked while her sister held one hand and pinched her nose with the other hand. Although the Red Keep can smell a bit of the stench of King's Landing, it is still acceptable and does not affect life. But the smell in front of the nose is so suffocating that it might kill people. If it weren't for her sister and the outsiders, Sansa felt that she would faint under this smell. Almost, a sewer in the Red Keep is connected to the Blackwater River. Arya replied. Sansa was a little worried. "Doesn't that mean my skirt will get dirty? I only have 1 or 2 skirts to wear." The weather has turned cold, and since her father died, no one cares if she has a thicker skirt to wear, so she can only worry about these things by herself. Arya, who was in the front, began to dislike her sister again. "It's time, and you still care about a skirt. After you escape and go home, you can sew as many as you want." They had reached a place where they had to wade through the stinky water to move forward. Sansa was a little silent. Sister Mordane, who taught her to sew clothes, had been killed by the red robes of the Lion family. After tying the backpack tightly, Arthur went down the stinky ditch first and then said, "It's okay. If you don't mind, I can carry you through this stinky ditch." Arya turned her head and rolled her eyes at Arthur. "You are good at being attentive." Sansa remembered her father's previous judgment that this person was worthy of being associated with, and agreed to this proposal. So Arthur, who was carrying the package, hugged his knee with his right hand, and his left hand went around his shoulder blade, reaching under Sansa's left armpit and picked her up. Miss Stark, who was considerate of Arthur's burden, put her arm around his neck to make it easier for him to walk. The three began to move forward again, but Arya was the last this time. If the light was brighter, the 2 people in front would definitely see the contempt in her eyes. "It's just a little bit of stinky water. Is it necessary to be like this?" After walking for a long time, the 3 finally reached the intersection of the Blackwater River and the stinky ditch. It was almost dawn, and the 3 hurriedly walked onto the beach. After Arthur put Sansa down, he discussed with the 2 Starks. "You must go to the Coalition camp first, and then you can arrange your next move. Now there is a question. Are you willing to disclose your identity? There are 3,000 Stark infantrymen in the Coalition, as well as a large number of northern nobles and knights loyal to the Stark family. There should be no problem with safety." Sansa glanced at her sister. "I heard that Lord Bolton is the commander of the Coalition, so let's disclose our identities." If the late King Robert did not go north, Sansa's marriage partner would be Domeric, the legitimate son of Roose Bolton, so she still has a good impression of Lord Bolton. "I can't trust Lord Leech." Arya not only loves adventure, but also likes to inquire about the anecdotes of those powerful warriors, and she also knows a lot about the heads of some big families. Let alone the act of sucking one's own blood with leeches, the long-standing saying of the Bolton family, "Naked people have few secrets and peeled people have no secrets," is scary enough. The 2 sisters discussed for a while and decided to let Sansa reveal her identity, and Arya continued to hide under the name of Arai. This is also good, as eggs are placed in 2 baskets. Among the 4 major families in the north, the Dustin family only sent a small number of troops to the south, and Manderley of White Harbor only sent 1,000 infantry and 500 riders to join. The other 2 families, the Stark and Bolton families, basically sent their entire armies to the south. However, considering that there are a large number of second-tier northern nobles loyal to the Wolf family in the Coalition, once the identity is revealed, Lord Leech will have to serve Sansa well. Because Stark's appeal is much stronger than that of a Bolton, it is not impossible for Sansa to unite with the northern nobles to abolish Bolton's position as commander. While the 2 were discussing, Arthur also explained to them that Roose Bolton would always send Stark soldiers and the loyal family of Wolf to lead the charge in every battle. Because the land is vast and the population is sparse, the people of the north have few opportunities to interact with each other, so they are basically very honest. The nobles and soldiers of the north will do whatever the commander asks them to do without any discount. This is also the reason why in the original plot, Roose Bolton was able to send away the soldiers of the Wolf family and retain most of his own troops. I will talk to Lord Bolton about this. When we attack King's Landing, let the Bolton family take the first credit. Although Sansa is a little naive now, she is not stupid. Always letting the Stark soldiers lead the charge, isn't this a drain on her family's strength? After deciding on the big and small things, Arthur gave Sansa his black robe and hood. Just in case, before Robert Glover, Earl Mage Severn, Earl Herman Tallheart, and other northern Earl-level nobles or heirs see Sansa, her identity must be kept secret. While it was still dark, the three of them walked quickly to the camp west of King's Landing. On the way, they naturally met Stark soldiers blocking the mud gate. Arthur told them to cheer up and leave. Anyway, Sansa will be able to recognize the northern nobles this morning, so there is no need to hide her whereabouts. After walking quickly to their own camp, Arthur asked Arya to hide in the tent area of the Coer mercenaries, and asked the servant Medon to call Patrick and Raymond, who were still sleeping. Among the nobles in the Riverlands, more than a dozen of the Frey family were looked down upon by the Northerners, and only these two were still on good terms with the Northern nobles. It was just right to let them call the Northern nobles to recognize Sansa. It was impossible to go to Bolton's tent. Who knows what the old guy might do? Patrick yawned and asked, "Why did you get up so early?" He didn't even notice the black-robed man standing behind Arthur. Raymond, who was mature, noticed it but didn't ask. "Wake up, I need your help. Go to the camp of the Northerners and call." Arthur assigned the task to the two of them. After hearing it clearly, the two were very puzzled as to why Arthur did this, but they still went out to call for help. Sansa took the opportunity to take off her black robe and hood and tidied her hair and skirt. Not long after, Robert Glover's voice sounded outside the tent. "Arthur, what are you doing? I'm very busy today. The trees along the Blackwater River are almost cut down. I have to take people to cut wood farther away." He came in with Earl Mech beside him and then found the red-haired woman in the tent. "Who is this?" Robert felt that the hair color was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a moment. Since the family castle was very close to Winterfell, Maekhi Severn recognized at a glance that the red-haired woman was the sister of their king of the north, Sansa Stark. "My lady, I can't imagine how you have been through this period of time. In order to rescue you and your sister, more than 20,000 of us went south. Now that you are back among the Northerners, you will never suffer any grievances again." Earl Maekhi himself is known for his kind words. Seeing Sansa still wearing a summer dress, he has guessed her living conditions in the Red Castle, so he hurriedly began to comfort her. Sansa also had a good impression of this person. Maekhi Severn always wanted to marry his daughter to his brother Robb, so he often went to Winterfell. "I am very grateful to Lord Severn for everything he has done for me and the Stark family." During this time in the Red Castle, Sansa learned the most about various clichés. Although she was also very moved, she still responded with clichés out of habit. Robert also understood Sansa's identity, so he began to comfort Miss Stark. Next, a large number of northern nobles came one after another, such as Harion of the Karstark family, Earl Harris of Horwood, and Willis, the eldest son of the Manderley family. Of course, Roose Bolton could not come. As the commander of an army, Patrick and Raymond could not call him. After the people of the north recognized Sansa, they embraced her and went to the central army tent. With Stark, the people of the north can be said to have a backbone, and their morale has become high. "My lord, it is said that Miss Sansa Stark has escaped from the Red Castle and is now surrounded by the lords and walking here." It was still the Bolton spy who looked extremely mediocre and could not be found in the crowd. He ran to the tent of his lord and reported in advance. Lord Leech was washing, and when he heard this, he spit out the salt water in his mouth. "How did she escape? Did she appear in the Stark soldiers' camp first?" The spy replied, "It was Arthur Bracken's camp. She appeared there first. After Arthur called the northern nobles, they moved here. This information was enough for Lord Leech to react. Sansa didn't come to meet the commander of the coalition first. Obviously, she didn't trust herself. Although the northern nobles were slow to think, they could always react and figure this out. This was a bit disadvantageous to her position in the coalition. Marquis Bolton calmed down. Isn't she just a little girl? I don't believe I can't play with her. Call the guards, I will go to greet Miss Sansa in person. He ordered the personal soldiers standing in the tent, the Grand Council Hall of the Red Fort. The 5 members of the Imperial Council were staring at each other. Not long after they woke up, news came that Sansa was missing. Lord Sterling, can you tell me how a weak woman escaped from the Red Keep? Queen Cersei's tone was as annoyed as her expression. The Northern Army is pressing down on the city, but the most important hostage in the city has escaped. This really makes people unhappy. Sterling, who was the latest to join the Royal Council, was naturally the most uneasy. According to my people, not even a mouse escaped from the door of the Red Keep last night. So Miss Sansa must have come through some secret passage that we don't know about. Escaped. He had carefully checked the records of entering and exiting the Red Keep last night, and confirmed that Miss Stark could not have gone out through the main entrance of the Red Keep under any circumstances. Archmaester Pycelle, who pretended to be old, added. According to the maid who monitored Sansa, she rushed to Sansa's room as soon as she realized something was wrong, but there were more than 10 strong men from the north in the room at that time. One of them knocked her unconscious with one punch, and she didn't know what happened next. Pycelle spoke slowly and tended to excuse the old maid, which naturally made Cersei furious on the spot. Does she think I'm a fool? With more than 10 strong men, do the Northerners use the Red Keep as a fish market outside the Mud Gate, coming and going freely? After the Red Keep discovered that Sansa was missing, they naturally immediately found the old maid tied under the bed, and then learned some truths from her. In order to reduce her responsibility, the old maid chose to exaggerate the number of people. In this way, the ones who should be held accountable the most should be the golden robes guarding the castle. After all, they were the ones who let people sneak in. However, the old maid's confession could not convince the Queen Mother, so this imperial meeting was held. Cersei insists that Miss Stark should have escaped after a sneak attack and kidnapping the maid, just like her sister. Finance Minister Baelish suppressed a smile. He would rather believe that 10 strong men appeared on the Queen Mother's bed than believe that such a group of Northerners could sneak into the Red Keep to save Stark. Pycelle was yelled at by the Queen Mother, and just as he was feeling embarrassed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the unusually wonderful look on Littlefinger Baelish's face, and he got angry and said, "It seems our Chancellor has a different view." Cersei, who had nowhere to vent her anger, naturally turned to look at Baelish, and the other 3 also made the same move. Littlefinger was about to watch the Queen Mother angrily attack the new Duke Sterling. He himself was only an earl, but a pig butcher became a duke and got Harrenhal, which made him jealous unexpectedly. He was noticed, so he coughed lightly and explained. Of course outsiders can't enter the Red Keep, so Miss Sansa can only escape on her own. Cersei is like a goose flapping her wings at the moment, biting anyone she catches. What you mean is that Sansa, who has been in the Red Keep for several months, did not escape. As soon as the Northerners came, she had the courage to run out, and she did it when the main door was closed. Could it be that she is like a sparrow? Same flew out. Ed was beheaded by his own son, and the 2 Miss Starks disappeared one after another, leaving King's Landing without a significant hostage. His father and his army were in the distant West River again, which made the situation in King's Landing suddenly dangerous. No wonder the Queen Mother was so out of sorts. Littlefinger glanced around the crowd and suddenly thought of Varys, the 8-clawed spider. In terms of motivation and ability, only the intelligence chief could have sent Sansa out without anyone noticing. Baelish was also very angry about Sansa's disappearance, so he sowed discord and said, "It's impossible to fly out, but you can really leave the Red Keep from certain places, such as the basement where an adult often goes. According to reports, I know that there is a stone channel leading to the sewage, and the stone channel leads to the Blackwater River. Like all castles, the toilets in the Red Fort are built at high places to allow excrement to fall naturally, so many small holes were dug. Among these sewage discharge holes, maybe one or two have been widened to the point where people can walk out. According to Littlefinger's sources, Intelligence Chief Varys should have such a channel. Although Littlefinger himself had such a way in and out of the Red Keep, he climbed down from the cliff and did not have to walk through the smelly sewers. Although Baelish didn't say who it was, the look he cast on Varys clearly reminded everyone. So Cersei turned around and asked, "Really, Lord Varys?" The Intelligence Chief's fat face was a little confused with his hands folded. "Your Majesty, this is a slander. Lord Baelish is obviously closer to Sansa and her mother, who wants or can send Sansa outside the city. Among the rebels, he was the only one. He was anxious to distance himself from the relationship and did not immediately deny the existence of this passage." Cersei did not hear the implication and looked at the Chancellor of the Exchequer again. "It sounds like you have more motive for committing the crime. Give me a convincing reason. Otherwise, I will throw you into the dungeon." Now that we have reached a critical moment of life and death, the role of the Chancellor of the Exchequer is little. The gray little fingers on his temples suddenly became anxious. After a few breaths, he came up with the most convincing reason for this confused Queen Mother. "When His Majesty Joffrey I ascended the throne, my position was very clear. There is no shortage of smart people in the north, and they can naturally guess the role I played. What reason do I have to please them?" Cersei thought about it, and it was true. "Why is Sansa missing?" Joffrey's voice came from outside the door. Then, the king, who was not interested in women, walked in angrily. "Don't you know where she ran to? It has become a daily task for King Joffrey to abuse Miss Stark, so he was very angry about Sansa's disappearance. Little Joffrey, I have sent people to search every house in the city, and I believe she can be found." The Queen Mother comforted her son in this way, and she was also comforting herself. "The rebels outside the city have not been resolved, and you can still embarrass yourself in the city. You are really—" Joffrey waved his right fist angrily, as if this was the only way to vent his anger. Seeing her son angry, Cersei hurriedly comforted him. "Don't worry, I have a plan to defeat the enemy. Within a few days, the rebels will go to see the old gods." Joffrey pointed at his mother. "It's better this way. If the rebels are not eliminated within 5 days, I will personally lead the troops out of the city and defeat the rebels like my father did in the Ruby Beach. Then I will decorate my throne room with the heads of those stupid northern nobles like Eddard." The current king is keen on transforming the Red Castle. The patterns of the stag on the throne room and Meagher's tower windows have been replaced with the 7-pointed star of weeping blood. Cersei thought of the heads of Eddard and others who had been hung outside the Red Castle, and she suddenly felt a chill. "Don't worry, the northern nobles will not leave intact bodies." She stood up and coaxed her son out of the meeting room to focus on repairing the Red Castle. The king and the Queen Mother were about to leave, and Pycelle suddenly said, "Your Majesty, do the two masters Baelish and Varys know the secret passage out of the Red Castle?" The Grand Maester's brain may not be as good as these two, but it is not much worse, so he naturally remembers this matter. Joffrey turned back and glanced coldly. "Let these two masters bring people to block their secret passage, otherwise I will let them enjoy the taste of the dungeon." Although he was talking to Pycelle and Sterling, the threat was accurately conveyed to the ears of the parties involved. Then the king and the Queen Mother turned around and left. Littlefinger and Varys looked at each other, and the latter shrugged, indicating that he was helpless. Baelish did not want to anger the king at this juncture, so he could only let Sterling and the gold cloaks block the wooden door leading to the cliff. As for Varys's black well leading to the sewer, it was naturally sealed. No one knows whether there are other secret passages to enter and exit the Red Castle, but in name there are none. 3 days later at noon, on the banks of the Blackwater River, Arthur was practicing throwing a hand axe, but a blue light screen suddenly appeared, and it turned out that he could upgrade. Baron Arthur Bracken level 8 experience. 10,031/20,000 strength, 20 agility, 12 intelligence, 7 charm, 9 skills. Iron Bones 5, Power Attack 8, Power Throw 3, Power Bow 1, Weapon Mastery 2, Shield Defense 1, Running 2, Riding 5, Horse Archery 0, Plunder 0, Coach 0, Tracking 0, Tactics 1, Guide 0, Scouting 0, Healing 0, Surgery 0, First Aid 0, Engineering 0, Persuasion 1, Prisoner Management 1, Domination 3, Trading 0, Weapon Proficiency. One-handed weapons 74, two-handed weapons 125, pole weapons 117, bows and arrows 31, crossbows 31, throwing 51. After adding points, Arthur put away the panel. The attribute points brought by the upgrade continued to increase strength. 2 skill points were added to the strong throw, and 10 weapon points were added to the throw. The previous several battles and the throwing practice in the past few days have raised the proficiency of long pole weapons to 117, and the proficiency of throwing to 41. This time, he will strengthen the direction of throwing weapons. 20 points of strength is already the peak of human beings. With such strength, throwing heavy axes and other weapons can increase Arthur's killing radius to dozens of meters. Of course, the accuracy of throwing is not as good as bows and crossbows, but the attack range is much larger. Arthur has tried it. A normal hand axe thrown over can break a chicken or duck-sized creature in two on the spot. Although he has not really tried it, I think the enemy's neck without a throat guard cannot withstand this axe. In order to increase the lethality, Arthur specially asked the great bull Gendry to make 10 weighted hand axes for him. Although Danu also learned the dyeing steel-making method from his master Tob, he could not make the golden guandao for the time being because of the lack of raw materials. He gave the great sword New Moon to Master Tywin, and Tob's old guandao could not last for a few battles, so he had to consider what kind of weapon to use. Fortunately, the giant hammer was still there, so Arthur, who loved throwing, decided to temporarily turn himself into a heavy infantryman. Use the giant hammer to deal with enemies within 1 meter, and use the weighted hand axe to deal with enemies within 1 meter and tens of meters. It was time for lunch, and he returned to the camp with several cohort mercenaries who served as personal soldiers, ready to have lunch. "Hey, isn't this brother Arthur? How are you recently?" Before Bracken told Ollie to prepare his lunch, Anais Frey suddenly came to meet him. Beside him were Patrick, Hostine, and Raymond from the Riverlands. Since the people of the north generally look down on the Freys, Hostine often goes to Raymond and Patrick's tent to drink and chat. Enys is the commander of the Frey soldiers. He often stays in his own camp and does not come out. He is really a rare guest. It's good. I go to the Lion Gate from time to guard the gate. There are 7 gates in King's Landing. The Lion Gate is the gate in the east and is closest to the dock. According to the allocation of Lord Bolton, the Rivermen guard the 4 gates in the north and east. The Coalition camp is west of the Iron Gate and the Gate of the Gods in the west, so the Freys chose the 3 nearest gates and left the farthest Lion Gate to Arthur's men and the soldiers of the Maiden Spring brought by Raymond. Let the soldiers guard the gate. It's time for a fierce general like you to recuperate. Wait until the day of the siege, then it's your time to show up. Enys said nonsense, but his hand directly grabbed Arthur's arm. "We haven't seen each other for a few days. I brought a few barrels of good wine. It's time to keep in touch. Let's go into the tent." Arthur was confused by this man's behavior. He was over 40 years old, older than the original owner's father, but he was still on good terms with Arthur. In his impression, this man was usually very calm and looked like a commander. Why did he look like a broker now? Arthur looked at Patrick and Raymond behind him, wanting to know what happened. The 2 of them held back their laughter and didn't tell Bracken. The 5 of them walked into Arthur's tent and waited for the food to be served. During this period, Anais and Hostin surrounded Arthur and talked about this and that, pouring wine and chatting about family matters, but not talking about business. And Patrick and Raymond watched the performance of the 3 people and tried their best not to laugh. Finally, Arthur couldn't stand it anymore and asked Hostine, who was even less cunning, "What's going on? Are you guys okay?" Halstein was very honest and immediately told the brother's purpose. "Arthur, do you want a wife?" In wise struck while the iron was hot. "Yes, I'll find you a wife that suits your status. Our Frey family is a marquee family, and we are relatives of the Starks and Tullys. It's decent enough to marry us." If Arthur remembered correctly, Robb's condition for crossing the river this time was to marry 2 and 1. Edmure and Robb each married a Frey, and Arya married another Frey. This is even more stringent than the conditions in the original book. The Frey family and the 2 feudal families have not officially married yet, but the brothers have already mentioned their kinship. This is really shameless. Arthur thought about it and decided to refuse explicitly. "Now is a time of turmoil. I have no intention of getting married, so you two should not think about it." Horston saw Arthur's refusal and immediately frowned and became unhappy. Innis was unyielding and discussed the marriage with Arthur during the entire lunch period. "Dowry is easy to talk about, but what do you think of a body weight of silver?" After dinner, Innis still wanted to talk about the marriage and made it clear that he would not leave. This made Arthur a little depressed, so he left by himself. He took 100 Cohor mercenaries to patrol the Lion Gate in the east to avoid the 2 Freys. Before dinner, the servant Medin came to report that Innis was still guarding, so Arthur had dinner near the Lion Gate. The little episode did not affect his mood, but the fire in the camp after nightfall made Arthur feel uneasy. That was a shocking fire that illuminated half of the night sky. The horses were the first to sense something unusual in the west. They pawed their hooves restlessly, and their thick nostrils snorted. So the mercenaries began to check the surroundings, including the Lion Gate and the docks in the east, but found nothing. The gold cloaks guarding the city huddled behind the battlements, not even daring to show their heads. There was basically no longship near the usually busy docks. After Stannis decided to block Blackwater Bay, only half of the ships were left here. When the Wretch army came over, all the ships hid on the south bank of the Blackwater River, including the longships of the royal fleet that were still loyal to Joffrey I. After a moment, Arthur and the mercenaries knew what made the horses uneasy. Even across the entire King's Landing, they could see the red light reflected by the fire in the west. Of course, there were also a few green lights mixed in. "Let's go back." Arthur suddenly realized what was going on. The gold cloaks guarding the city should have attacked the coalition camp with wildfire. According to the original plot, King's Landing has been preparing for Stannis' attack, so Cersei secretly ordered the Alchemist Association to make wildfire as her biggest trump card. Wildfire is no different from ordinary fire except that it burns quickly and the flame is green. But in a camp full of cloth tents and wooden siege weapons, burning quickly is the most fatal point. Fortunately, King's Landing has few qualified military commanders, and Roose Bolton and Enys Frey's command ability is qualified, so the coalition should be able to cope with this battle. Arthur led more than 100 mercenaries to the north to bypass the city wall, and then traveled west for half a day, before arriving near the Gate of the Gods in the northwest corner of King's Landing. Along the way, the Frey family's siege soldiers also disappeared. The coalition's camp was about half a league west of King's Landing on land. 1 league is about 4-8 kilometers. From a distance, everyone could hear the fighting, screams, and crackling sounds of large weapons burning there. The gold cloaks and a small number of royal family soldiers should still be fighting with the coalition. According to reliable intelligence, the city's garrison is more than 8,000 people, and newly recruited civilians account for the majority. In other words, in pure combat, the coalition, which is basically composed of soldiers from non-working families, is more than 1 level stronger than the King's Landing garrison. Arthur suddenly had an idea. When the King's Landing garrison returns to the city, he can take advantage of the chaos and lead his men to kill them. If he is lucky, he can run into Joffrey, who loves to show off. If he is unlucky, he can also intercept and kill the senior officers of King's Landing and weaken their strength. Get off the horse, send a few people to hide with the horses, and the rest of you follow me. Arthur ordered the leader of the mercenaries, Lockhold, Whether it was his golden-armored giant horse or the black and white striped war horses of the Cohor mercenaries, they were very conspicuous and not suitable for ambushes. Locke, who loved to count on his fingers, faithfully carried out his employer's orders. So Arthur, holding a giant hammer and carrying 4 weighted hand axes, and more than 100 mercenaries walked to a mound near the Gate of the Gods, ready to wait for the king's landing garrison on their way back. Coincidentally, another large group of friendly troops thought the same way. Nearly 300 sword and shield soldiers wearing chain mail and the twin-towered robes of the Frey family hid behind the mound. Is the person coming, Lord Arthur? The leader of the Frey family was a bald, red-eyed tall man who looked very similar to Aenys Frey. Exactly, who are you? Since they were friendly troops, Arthur was not polite and brought people together. My name is Egon Frey, and my father is Aenys. Arthur recalled for a long time and remembered the deeds of this person in the original book. He was called Bloody Egon, and he should have become a bandit after the Battle of the Green Fork. Since Walder Frey and his eldest son Stevron were both very fertile, the Frey family is now flourishing. Old Walder himself had about 22 sons and 9 daughters, as well as countless illegitimate children. They continued to multiply, bringing the number of Frey family members to hundreds. However, there was only one heir to the twins and the crossing, so the Freys who were later in the order of succession had to find their own way out. According to the arrangement of old Walder, the Freys had 3 main ways out. One was to marry other nobles, and then let the married Frey go to his wife's family to develop. The second was to position themselves as officers and warriors like Aenys and Hostine, serving the crossing. The third was to join the Citadel or the Church of the Seven, such as Lucian Frey, who was an influential archbishop, and William Frey, Walder's 17th son, who was an outstanding bachelor who got the Citadel necklace before the age of 30. Hundreds of Freys are not all as cunning and cruel as old Walder. There are also loyal people like Stevron, who died for Robb, and doorkeeper Ollie, who opens his door for everyone. The most famous feature of Bloody Egon in front of him should be his aggressiveness and bloodlust. "What are you doing here?" Arthur asked after letting the mercenaries hide. "I'm going to ambush the defenders of King's Landing." Egon Frey explained his plan to Arthur in detail. He was originally responsible for the defense near the old city gate. After noticing something wrong, he found that the Frey soldiers near the Gate of the Gods had all died, so he summoned the Frey soldiers near the Dragon Gate and prepared to kill them. This coincided with Bracken's idea, so the two led their troops to wait for the King's Landing defenders to return to the city. Not long after, several riders returned with hundreds of walking gold cloaks. "Doghead Mask, this man is the Hound," Bloody Egon suddenly said excitedly. "The Hound is Sandor Clegane, the brother of the Mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, Sandor has inherited the small territory and castle of the Mountain." When the Gate of the Gods slowly opened and the leading riders entered, Arthur and Bloody Egon rushed up with more than 400 people. Inside the Gate of the Gods, Joffrey I, who was waiting for the news of victory at the gate, looked at the returning Sandor Clegane. The latter was lifting his mask. "Hound, did you win?" The king in gorgeous plate armor asked anxiously. "No, I was still fighting before I came back. There are still many people in the north, and the gold cloaks can only barely tie." Sandor replied. Behind Clegane, the gold cloaks lined up to walk into the city. Because the king's nobles blocked the road, their progress was very slow. "Then why did you come back?" Joffrey asked, a little angry. "I'm afraid of fire, red and green. The fire over there is too big. Go back and fight." His Majesty pointed outside the city. "I let you, a dog, become a Kingsguard, and you don't fight for me." But Sandor just took the wine handed by the servant and drank it up without paying attention to the king's order. This made Joffrey furious. "If you stay here, I will let my grandfather, Duke Lannister, deprive you of your territory." After drinking a lot of wine, Sandor threw the cowhide wine bag to the ground. Wildfire, Lannister. These two sentences shocked everyone present. In the current King's Landing, No one dared to speak like this in front of the king. But Sandor's next words shocked Joffrey and the defenders even more. The king. After Sandor Clegane finished speaking, he ignored the group of shocked people, turned on his horse, and went out of the city. At this time, the sound of swords clashing outside the Gate of the Gods also reached the city. "Your Majesty," someone rushed in. A quick-witted golden robe reported. "Do you need to tell me?" Joffrey glared at the man with great resentment. He was shocked and angry that the hound disobeyed his orders. He was shocked that the servant who used to be obedient suddenly changed to a face he didn't recognize. And he hated that the act of openly disobeying orders made him lose face. He even wanted to use his capstan crossbow to shoot an arrow at the hound, but he didn't bring the toy with him. The hound rode his horse, avoiding hundreds of soldiers fighting in pairs, and went out of the city. Arthur was rushing in and suddenly saw Sandor Clegane riding out on horseback, so he raised his giant hammer and prepared to fight. Unexpectedly, the hound didn't even look at him and went straight out of the city. Bloody Aegon behind Arthur was puzzled. "Hound, come down and fight me." This Frey was very aggressive and wanted to rush over to fight with Clegane, but was stopped by Arthur. "Did you see Joffrey and Grinfield? That's your target. Let's go and fight them." For some reason, there was only one Kingsguard named Priest Grinfield beside Joffrey. The rest of Baron Swan, Meryn Trant, Mandon Moore, and others were not there. Bloody Aegon was overjoyed. "The blood of a king is enough to satisfy my great sword." He didn't care about the dozens of gold cloaks and royal guards in front of him, and rushed forward with his sword. Several sword and shield soldiers of the Frey family protected the commander. Arthur was happy to take advantage of the opportunity and followed behind, ready to rob Joffrey. This Frey lived up to his nickname, killing blood and flesh all the way, and the gold cloaks couldn't stop him at all. The Kingsguard priest yelled in fear, "Let His Majesty get on the horse, let His Majesty get on the horse, and escort him to the Red Castle." A loyal royal guard brought a horse, but Arthur hit the target and chopped off the horse's front leg with his hand axe. Joffrey was frightened by the fierce enemy and the axe, and his face turned pale. A dozen royal guards from the Stormlands held large shields and formed a shield formation to protect the king to move to the Red Castle. But Bloody Aegon killed faster and rushed behind the shield formation in a few breaths. So Sir Priest came out of the shield formation with a few people and fought with Bloody Aegon and Frey sword and shield soldiers. Arthur, who followed behind, bypassed this area and strode towards Joffrey. After catching up with the shield formation, he raised his huge hammer and smashed the large shield in 2 blows. Perhaps because of panic, a royal guard fell down, and his king was also tripped. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Arthur swung his giant hammer and knocked down several royal guards in a few moves. The remaining 4 or 5 people saw that Arthur was too powerful, so they quietly slipped away. Bracken, who had time, pulled out a hand axe from his back and hit Joffrey on the head, knocking him unconscious. Then he carried him on his shoulders and rushed out of the city. The night was dim, and there was a loud sound of metal and stone near the Gate of the Gods. About 700 people were fighting here. Arthur walked quickly across the battlefield and rushed out of King's Landing with his giant hammer. "Retreat! Retreat!" he shouted to the Coher mercenaries and the Frey sword and shield soldiers. The mercenaries were all veterans, and most of them quickly rushed out after hearing the retreat. Most of the Frey sword and shield soldiers followed their commander to fight to the death, and only 40 or 50 people followed Arthur. The nobles with some military power in the city should have attacked the camp, so not many people rushed out to take back their king. Arthur and his men were able to leave the battlefield smoothly, and then the mercenaries rode on horses and the sword and shield soldiers walked to the camp. In order to avoid the King's Landing defenders returning to the city, he deliberately went around half a circle to the north. "Oh my God!" Arthur, who led his men back to the vicinity of the camp, looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help but sigh loudly. The camp of more than 16,000 people has turned into a sea of fire. It is almost autumn, the grass and trees are withered, and the fire can't be stopped at all. The battlefield between the King's Landing defenders and the Fish and Wolf coalition has been moved. If you fight near such a sea of fire, you will be roasted. According to the sound of fighting, the current battlefield should be on the Blackwater River slightly south, where there are few trees and close to the water source, which is more suitable for the current battlefield. So he led his men to bypass this large sea of fire from the north and prepared to return to the coalition from the back. Joffrey, who was knocked unconscious, was placed horizontally on the golden giant horse. He was a qualified material for hatching dragons. I don't know where Uncle Jules went. Since Arthur had snatched Joffrey, he naturally had to start hatching dragons. With a dragon, even if he couldn't ride it, he had some qualifications to be king. As for the territory, he had to fight slowly. After walking for another half an hour, he bypassed the sea of fire and arrived at the Blackwater River. Now there are two pieces of news in front of Arthur. The good news is that part of the Fish and Wolf coalition is really here, and the bad news is that these coalition soldiers are almost unable to hold on. Thanks to the reflection of the sea of fire, Arthur saw the current situation clearly. About a few hundred Stark soldiers wearing headless wolf robes and the soldiers of the various river families he brought were resisting more than 4,000 golden cloaks, and the rest of the coalition had disappeared. This damn old skin. It is easy to figure out that Bolton must have seen that Arthur was not there, so he sent his people and some Stark soldiers to cover the rear. Even if he had captured Joffrey, Arthur couldn't just leave. He had to save the soldiers before he could leave. After picking a few reliable mercenaries to guard the dragon hatching material, Arthur dismounted and shouted, "Follow me." Then he led his men to the center of the battlefield. The mercenaries and Frey sword and shield soldiers had seen Arthur's bravery, so they naturally knew that the safest place was behind him. So more than 150 people piled together, roughly in the shape of a triangular arrow, inserted into the center of the battle between the two armies from the north, and then turned to the enemy in the east. Arthur, wielding a huge hammer, was so powerful that he could take away a gold cloak-wearing male with one hammer, which made this team of fresh troops unstoppable and rushed directly to the command center of the Gold Cloaks. Kingsguard Baron Swan and Gold Cloak Commander Jono Sterling were responsible for this raid, and Arthur, who was advancing all the way, naturally attracted their attention. Sterling, a tall and strong man, was not very courageous. Moreover, he had just obtained the title of Duke in the territory of Harrenhal, so he naturally cherished his life very much. I heard that this man once hammered the mountain to death. I think none of us can beat him. The task of attacking the coalition forces and destroying the siege weapons has been completed. Why don't we retreat? Although it was a question, Sterling said it with an exclamatory tone. Baron Swan was also a qualified military commander. He knew that he had to preserve his strength to defend King's Landing, so he agreed to retreat. Return to the city, return to the city. Several messengers conveyed this order to the Gold Cloaks. The rear team directly became the front team, and more than 4,000 people began to evacuate in an orderly manner. After the Gold Cloaks who were fighting left the battle, the coalition soldiers did not pursue them. After the battle was completely stopped, Arthur ordered to count the number of people, treat the wounded, and then began to move westward. After counting the number of people, several bad news also reached his ears. In the chaos, Little Devil had the mercenary Braun, who had been tied up, untied, and then escaped. Gendry, Arya, and others were also missing. According to Officer Stark, when the coalition forces discovered that the fire had started, there were not many casualties, but Lord Bolton sent a lot of people to rescue military supplies and logistics, and the King's Landing defenders attacked again. Therefore, under Lord Bolton's order, 500 Stark soldiers, more than 1,000 soldiers from various river families, and more than 600 soldiers from the northern streams, the White Knife River, the Horwood family, the Severn family, etc. Soldiers from smaller families formed an interception line and sniped at the enemy, who numbered about 7,000. Another part of the Cohor mercenaries did not receive orders from Arthur himself, so they withdrew directly and did not participate in the interception according to Bolton's orders. When Arthur arrived, there were only about 800 people left on the interception line, including more than 500 Stark soldiers, more than 200 soldiers from various river families, and more than 120 soldiers from small families in the north. Fortunately, most of the Golden Robes were recently recruited civilians, so the Northerners killed 780 enemies at the cost of more than 300 people, which was a pretty good performance. But the worst thing is that basically all the nobles responsible for participating in the interception died in the battle, such as Raymond Darry of the Riverlands, Earl Meech Severn, Earl Harris Horwood of the North, and Cahir City. Harrion Karstark was captured on the spot. When the family soldiers are very loyal to their lord, the death of these nobles can seriously affect the soldier's position. For example, in the original book, after Count Karstark was beheaded, the Cahir City soldiers on the Western Front dispersed on the spot, and the Cahir City infantry on the Eastern Front directly defected to Roose Bolton after the news came. "Where's Patrick from Haejeong City?" he asked. The young master was called away by Lord Bolton because he had something important to do. A seaside city soldier answered. "This old thing." Arthur cursed angrily. It seemed that he also knew that the person who blocked the enemy's attack had a low chance of surviving, so he called Patrick away to give face to the Mallister family. After most of the earldoms on the south bank of the Red Fork River were largely ignored by the people of the West, the status of seaside city in the Riverland suddenly rose, which is why Bolton made such an appearance. Roose Bolton is fully responsible for how the battle ended tonight. Lord Leech may not have secretly communicated with King's Landing, but he must have the intention of consuming the power of the Wolf family and the Pro-Wolf family. Originally, the Fish-Wolf alliance had a smooth start. If the Eastern Front captured King's Landing in one fell swoop, and Robb from the Western Front attacked the West, then without Robb having any intention of taking the Iron Throne, the war between the Fish-Wolf and the Lion family would basically be over. It's over. What remains is Stannis and Renly of the Lion and Deer families fighting for the Iron Throne. But in tonight's battle, Lord Leech sent a wave of kills to King's Landing, which caused heavy losses to the Eastern Front allied forces. According to Roose Bolton's approach, even if the coalition forces have the strength to capture King's Landing, he can send a wave of kills and flee. To reduce the advantage of the Fish-Wolf alliance and take advantage of the opportunity to preserve its own strength. This is what Mr. Leech wants to do most right now. If the war started normally, Arthur could still influence Roose Bolton's decision-making through Sansa, but in this emergency situation, he was powerless. After all, he is not the commander of the coalition forces, nor is he from the north. It means catching Lord Leech's mistake, and then asking Sansa to unite with the northern nobles to depose Roose Bolton as commander. The new commander must be a northern noble. The nobles on the Eastern Front and the northern border are generally not as smart as the Great John on the Western Front. Bring the wounded who can still move. Let's go find the main force. After the soldiers rested for a while, Arthur ordered. After walking westward along the Blackwater River for almost 2 leagues, it was almost after dawn that they arrived at the temporary camp of the coalition forces. Most of the soldiers had no tents and could only lie on the flat ground to rest. Dozens of monks and bachelors accompanying the army were bandaging the burned soldiers. Fortunately, dozens of ox carts carrying military rations were brought out, so there was no food crisis for the time being. Arthur let the soldiers he brought with him rest on their own, and asked the Cohor mercenaries who retreated first to protect Joffrey, who was still unconscious, before walking straight to the tent area. "Arthur, you came just in time." Robert Glover immediately discovered Bracken covered in blood. "We are discussing where to go next. We lost 4,000 to 5,000 men in this battle, and nearly 2,000 soldiers were burned. We can't take King's Landing, but fortunately we have captured the little devil and Robert's illegitimate son Gendry. We can consider exchanging these two for Lord Edd's remains and his tile steel sword Handbing, and then we can lead troops to West Hedgian, or go north to capture Dusk Valley City. Robert introduced the initial idea of the Northerners to Arthur. Arthur glanced at Tyrion lying in the corner of the tent. His face was wrapped with a bandage. He looked injured and was unconscious. It's funny, when we found him, he was being hunted by Sir Mandon Moore of the Kingsguard, but we were his saviors. Lord Herman Talha added, he didn't say what happened to Moore, but he thought he went to see the 7 gods. The fat man Willis Manderly chuckled and said, it seems that his nephew or his elder sister wants him to die. The little devil was not Arthur's focus for the time being. He asked in confusion, why do you know that Gendry is Robert's illegitimate son? Lord Bolton said that. Patrick, who was alive and well, replied, he is the only river noble left in the coalition except the Frey family and Arthur. Arthur looked at Bolton, who said slowly and methodically, you made such a big fuss to find Gendry, so I naturally have to check his identity. According to the recollections of the common people in the royal territory outside the city, around the time when Gendry fled King's Landing, Joffrey sent the gold cloaks to kill many children, suspected to be the illegitimate children of the late King Robert. So Gendry's identity is very obvious. But Gendry is my man. Arthur looked around but couldn't find him. I won't agree to you exchanging him for ice. Not to mention that ice should have been sent to Tywin at this moment, not in King's Landing. The Lannister family originally had a steel sword, Light Howl, which was later lost by a certain king of Casterly Rock, so the Lion family no longer had a steel sword. And Tywin, who was dedicated to revitalizing the family, had always wanted to get a steel sword, but no one sold it, because it is a symbol of the family's long history and ancient bloodline. Moreover, the Valyrian steel sword has another characteristic, which is that it can only be divided, not combined, so it also cuts off the way of melting a few small Valyrian steel daggers into a big sword. So getting a Valyrian steel sword has become one of Lord Tywin's worries. After the coup in King's Landing, Cersei, who knew her father's mind, would naturally send the ice she got to Tywin. Lord Bolton nodded. Since ice may not be in King's Landing, we don't have to be so cruel. After all, Joffrey will definitely kill him after sending him back. But you must not stop the little devil. Lord Eddard's corpse is the 2 reasons why we came to King's Landing, and the other is the 2 Miss Starks. Since Miss Sansa is very sure that Miss Arya has escaped from King's Landing, we can report to His Majesty Robb as long as we take the remains. Lord Bolton saw that Arthur's face was not very good, so he talked for a long time, just to make this amazing Bracken agree to this. Arthur looked at the little devil who had not yet woken up, and suddenly remembered that he intended to escape last night. When Jaime was still a member of the Kingsguard, Tyrion was the first heir to Casterly Rock and the next Warden of the West. And Jaime and his Uncle Kevin and other Lannisters were actually quite good to Tyrion, so the little devil was still loyal to the Lion family. When Tyrion was completely disheartened by his sister and father, he might really run away from home. Okay, I agree to exchange Tyrion for Lord Eddard's body. If nothing unexpected happens, Arthur will have to take Joffrey to the south to find jewels and dragon eggs to prepare to hatch dragons. When he goes north from the Kingsguard, he will find a way to get the little devil out. Zhuge Liang had to capture and release Meng Huo 7 times to surrender. Arthur thought he didn't have Zhuge Liang's charm, so he didn't rush to tie the little devil to his chariot. At this moment, a Bolton officer rushed in, walked quickly to his lord, and whispered a few words in his ear. Lord Leech's face changed slightly after hearing the news. You kidnapped Joffrey? Bracken admitted frankly, yes, since he violated the rules and ordered the killing of Lord Eddard. I have to kidnap him first to avenge Lord Stark. According to the customs of the 7 kingdoms, even the most heinous people have the right to choose to wear black clothes and go to the wall to be a night watchman, not to mention Lord Stark, who failed in the coup. So Joffrey really has a way to die. When the Northerners heard this, they were immediately excited. Several lower-ranking northern nobles, such as Rona Stout, shouted on the spot that they would kill Joffrey and avenge Lord Eddard. Others such as Willis Manderly and Robert Glover even came to Arthur and praised him for doing a good job. Although these people did not say it explicitly, they seemed to be ready to go out and stab Joffrey a few times. Seeing that the situation was not right, Arthur said loudly, "Don't rush to kill him, he is still useful to me." Bolton also poured cold water on him at the right time. "That's right, we haven't exchanged the body of Lord Eddard yet. There is no need to make a mortal enemy with Cersei first. It is no secret that Cersei loves her 3 children. Many nobles know it. Since Cersei is the actual ruler of King's Landing, she will definitely fight to the death with the Wolf Alliance after she learns of Joffrey's death. And Robb's request is not to compete with the Lion family for the Iron Throne, so Roose Bolton feels that it is not easy for him to deal with Joffrey. He has to communicate with Robb and listen to the king's orders." Many northern nobles began to calm down under the comfort of the two, but there are still many people who want to kill Joffrey. "In this case, we can first exchange the body for the little devil, and then take Joffrey to the north calmly, and then let His Majesty Robb deal with him," Lord Leech suggested. After all, Joffrey was captured by Arthur, and Bolton would not dare to make a decision without his consent. "Let's exchange the body first." Arthur waved his hand. "I have other uses for Joffrey." So Lord Herman Tallheart took the little devil and 100 soldiers to the outside of King's Landing, ready to exchange the body of their king. The rest of the people continued to discuss the next move. Arthur took the opportunity to slip out and found Sansa. "Do you know where Arya is?" In daily conversations, he always called Arya Arai to prevent leaking the truth. Sansa was in her tent, sewing a piece of clothing, and suddenly saw Arthur, covered in blood, rushing in. She first asked with concern, "Why did you get so much blood? Are you injured?" Then he answered Arthur's question, "I don't know where Arya is. Since the fire started and the rivermen were sent to intercept the gold cloaks, your camp has been in chaos. I sent people to look for her, but I couldn't find her. I'm not injured. This is the blood of the enemy." Arthur thought for a while. Gendry should know something about Arya. I'll go to him first to ask. So he came out again and saw the tied Gendry where the Bolton soldiers gathered. "Let him go." Arthur ordered the Bolton soldiers. An officer wearing chain mail stood up and said, "This won't do. We only listen to the orders of my lord." Arthur glanced at him coldly, and the man immediately admitted his weakness. "Let him go, since it's what Lord Arthur said, then it's my master's order." Not to mention Arthur's blood, the giant hammer in his hand is enough to intimidate the soldiers. After Gendry was untied, he stretched his muscles and walked to Arthur to thank him. "My lord, thank you so much." Arthur took him back to where the mercenaries gathered and asked as they walked, "After the fire started last night, which direction did Ollie go? Do you remember?" Gendry obviously remembered it very clearly and immediately replied, "After the fire started, your soldiers were sent by Lord Bolton to intercept the enemy, and the camp was in chaos. After I got dressed, I wanted to find Ollie and Hot Pie to escape from the sea of fire. But the dire wolf was still in the cage, so Ollie ran to save the beast. Hot Pie and I were very afraid of it, and the fire burned again, so we left first. Later, I heard wolves howling from the north, so Ollie and the wolf should have walked north along the King's Road." Arthur nodded, indicating that he understood. Since they were walking north along the King's Road, there was no need to worry. During the march of the Eastern Front, the coalition forces eliminated the nobles of the kings along the way, and then left some people to guard those small castles. So the area near this road is under the control of the coalition forces, and Arya and the direwolf will be safe. At this moment, Arya, who was worried about Arthur, was just relieved, but suddenly saw her Nymeria running north. "I know you are anxious to go back to see your wolf cubs, but there is no need to be so anxious," Arya muttered as she caught up. "The talent that comes with the wolf bloodline is the wolf spirit. That is, in the dream, sneak into the wolf's sight and even control the wolf's actions. When Arya was in King's Landing, She dreamed that this mother wolf had a secret meeting with a gray wolf in the Riverlands and gave birth to a litter of wolf cubs. So she knew Nymeria's little secret, but did not tell others. In the grove behind Arya, a rider wearing plate armor and a dog-shaped helmet appeared quietly. It was Sandor Clegane. After returning to the camp with Gendry, Arthur ordered him to stay with the sellswords, and then turned to find Sansa. There was one more important thing he needed to do. Let Sansa Stark abolish the position of commander of the old shady Lord Leech. The Boltons brought about 3,000 infantrymen to the south, and even with his potential ally, the Freys, there were only 5,000. The combined forces of the second-tier families in the north, such as the Karstarks, Manderleys, and Umbers, and other forces loyal to the Wolves, were about 5,000. Considering that the Freys were also loyal to the Wolves before Robb broke the engagement, Roose Bolton still did not dare to openly disobey the orders of the Starks. And Sansa and Robb are siblings, and with her around, the matter of replacing Bolton can be explained. After removing Roose Bolton from the position of commander, the coalition army did not need to fight, and could directly go to the West River to find Robb or go to Harrenhal to garrison. By then, Tywin would be trapped in the West River, and the time for the Lion and the Flower to join would be greatly delayed. It was Walder Frey's 12th son, Lame Lotho, who contacted Emmon Frey in the Lion camp, causing the Freys to secretly defect. With top generals like Arthur, it was uncertain whether the Red Wedding could happen. And as long as the northern soldiers loyal to the Wolf family on the Eastern Front were still there, Bolton would not dare to have any tricks. After all, the North will never forget refers to the loyalty of the Northerners to the Wolf family, not to his skinning family. There was a circle of Stark soldiers around Sansa's tent. As far as Arthur knew, about 70% of the 3,000 Wolf infantrymen on the Eastern Front had been sent away by Lord Leech. The Wolf soldiers on guard nodded and moved away. They also knew that after their eldest lady escaped from the Red Castle, the first person she found was this Bracken, so they were very confident in him. After lifting the curtain and entering, Arthur went straight to the point. Sansa, now is the time for your Stark family to survive. Bolton must be removed from the position of commander-in-chief so that this coalition can be preserved. Sansa, who was still sewing clothes, put down the needle and thread and cloth and looked at Arthur, who was still covered in blood. Why don't you clean the blood off your body? It looks scary. Sansa's focus was different. If she hadn't maintained the image of a lady in front of the tall and handsome Arthur, she would have pinched her nose to avoid the pungent smell of blood. For a noble lady like her who had rarely seen blood and had never smelled the blood of chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, this rust-like smell was really frightening. Arthur glanced at the already worn-out plate armor on his body and felt that it was not a big problem. In previous battles, he often asked his servant Medon to clean and maintain the plate armor and the chain mail underneath after the battle situation was completely stabilized. The only time he was forced to clean the blood on his body was when he borrowed troops from Riverrun. At that time, he was covered in horse blood and internal organs, and he was wary of the pursuers from the Westerlands, so he didn't clean it. The weather was hot at that time, and it fermented and became sour and smelly in 3 or 4 days. Fortunately, the weather is getting cooler now, and the blood on his body should not become smelly. The war is intense recently, so he can only take time to clean it simply, and he can't maintain all the plate armor in the server. That's not the point. Arthur also felt that Sansa was a little bit frightened by the blood on his body, so he just stood at the curtain of the tent. The key is that you should replace Roose Bolton's position as commander while Willis Manderley, Robert Glover, and others are still here. Otherwise, according to his way of fighting, the remaining Northerners will all be his soldiers. Sansa touched her maroon hair and replied, "What you said makes sense, but will Roose Bolton listen to us? Will other people in the north support me?" Although she felt that Arthur's smell was very pungent, she still waved him to come closer. It goes without saying that Glover, Helman Tallheart and Willis Manderly are all loyal to your family. Although Harion, the heir of the Karstark family, was captured, his family was also loyal to your family before, so the soldiers will support you. In this way, half of the coalition forces are on our side. Arthur thought for a moment and said, Enes, the commander of the Frey family, is very good at commanding the army, but not very sensitive to political positions. Before his father Walder Frey gave clear instructions, he should also support the orders of the Stark family members. Before Robb broke off the engagement, the Frey family performed very well and made many military achievements for the Wolf and Fish Alliance. Even Styvrin, the first heir of the twins, died while fighting with Robb. Styvrin's grandson Black Walder also led the way and was the first in every battle. As long as Robb does not break off the engagement and the Lion and Flower merger does not happen, the loyalty of the Frey family is still very reliable. Okay, let's go now. What should I say then? Sansa was not very clear about the military situation. She only knew that her own soldiers were decreasing rapidly. Arthur, who had sneaked into the Red Keep and rescued her, made this Stark, who had been in a state of panic since her father's death, feel very safe, so she followed his advice. Arthur had already prepared a speech for her. First, you said that he was preserving his own strength and sending soldiers from other families to die, and then accused him of doing something wrong last night. He had an advantage in military strength and could have rushed into King's Landing in one go, but he sent thousands of loyal soldiers in vain, and even sent 2 earls, Harris Hornwood and Mage Severn, to die in vain. The people of the North should be able to feel these 2 points. Finally, you withdrew his command in the name of the Stark family, and let Robert Glover, Herman Tallheart, and others jointly command, and bring the coalition forces to Harrenhal to wait for Robb's order. The prevailing inheritance law in Westeros is quite open, allowing women to inherit titles and territories, but most lords choose to let men inherit, so there are not many female countesses and duchesses. So before Robb clearly made Jon Snow or his 2 younger brothers his heirs, Sansa did have the right of inheritance. The northern nobles also had to consider her opinion. Sansa blinked, highly focused, and wrote down everything. One more thing. Old Bolton may refuse and do something excessive later, so you have to stand by my side all the time so that I can protect you. Arthur concluded that Lord Leech would not dare to attack Sansa in a place where many northern nobles were present, but he might do something shady to keep his position as commander, such as claiming that Sansa was deceived by the river people and refused to hand over the command. At that time, some violent means will be used. If Roose Bolton really dares to refuse openly, Arthur will decide to settle the old and new accounts together. Arthur still remembers that Leech sent his own people to be killed last night. He must be skinned alive even if he doesn't die. If Robb blames him in the future, he will have a reasonable reason. After all, he pulled Sansa's banner. Miss Stark nodded, adjusted her skirt, and followed Arthur out. 20 wolf soldiers followed when they saw the opportunity. The Central Army tent. The nobles in the north were still discussing the next move. A group of radical young people insisted on taking down King's Landing before leaving. Of course, they were also discussing how to kill Joffrey. The more mature ones, such as Robert Glover, advocated going to Harrenhal, on the one hand to prevent Tywin from leading his troops eastward, and on the other hand to prepare to go to the West River and fight the main force of the Lion family. Lord Leech had a gloomy face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. The arrival of Sansa and Arthur made most people divert their attention. In view of Lord Bolton's immature performance last night, I have a suggestion. Miss Stark walked to the center of the tent and said to everyone. Now, basically everyone's eyes turned to her. Lord Leech noticed something was wrong. If I have any mistakes, please let Miss Sansa point them out. I will faithfully fulfill the task assigned to me by King Robb. He emphasized the words King Robb because the people in the north still care about this. Arthur followed Sansa quietly without saying a word. In this situation, Stark must argue with the northerners, and other people's words are not effective. Sansa took a deep breath. I think everyone knows that Lord Bolton always sends our soldiers and soldiers from other northern families to charge in every battle, and keeps his soldiers in the rear as a reserve. This is wrong, and we could have rushed into King's Landing last night." She combined Arthur's words and began to encourage the northern nobles. The weak voice of a woman is always easy to accept. Miss Stark spoke slowly, and this group of arrogant people began to nod in approval. "So, I decided to abolish Roose Bolton's position as the commander of the coalition forces in the name of Robb Stark, and hand over his command to Robert Glover, Willis Manderly, Herman Tallheart, Arthur Bracken, and other adults. In the future, the actions of the coalition forces will be discussed by these adults." Listening to Sansa's words, Arthur suddenly felt that there was a little problem. Earlier in her tent, Arthur did not ask to be added to the joint command. First, he was going to go south to find jewels and the dragon eggs to hatch dragons. Second, in the eyes of the Northerners, he was just a brave general who charged forward, but he was not good at commanding the army. The first three were all high-ranking Northern Earl-level nobles. Although Arthur was famous and respected by them, his influence might not be enough. But Sansa took the initiative to add him. Although there was no big problem, some people might seize this point to object. Lord Leech first listened to Sansa's words silently and waited until she finished speaking before explaining. It can be seen that Miss Sansa should not know much about marching and fighting. "The lords present should understand my behavior of sending people to keep the food first." Originally, he was going to refuse to hand over his command, but when he saw Bracken, who had not wiped the bruises on his plate armor, standing behind Sansa with his head held high, he suddenly changed his mind. Although he was appointed by Robb himself, if Miss Stark ordered him to be arrested for refusing orders, no one present could stop the River Hammer god, and at that time, a little accident could make him meet the gods in heaven. It is still important to save his life. After Lord Leech secretly belittled Sansa, he expressed his loyalty. "Of course, I will absolutely obey any order from the Stark family. Since you are better at selecting commanders than His Majesty Robb, I also agree to hand over my command." He was still secretly belittling Sansa for being ignorant and destroying Robb's plan. Although this was very sarcastic, it made Arthur feel relieved. "It's just that the Rivermen should also participate in the command. I think Sir Aenys Frey should want to say something." Lord Leech changed the subject and asked the leader of the Frey family to express his opinion. Aenys was standing well, but was suddenly called by Roose Bolton. He was slightly stunned and didn't know what to say. But when he saw Lord Leech's narrowed eyes, he understood what he meant. Lord Bolton should be afraid that he would be sold out after losing the command, so he wanted Aenys to come out and fight for it and participate in the command. When the Northerners were fighting internally, the Frey family, as the River Lords, could not participate, but Aenys happened to see his youngest brother, Alma Frey, who was serving as Roose Bolton's attendant. According to the agreement between Robb and the Frey family, Alma will marry Arya Stark at some time after the war. Originally, Arya was just a duke's daughter, but after Robb became king, Arya became a real princess. So Alma, who is about to marry the princess, is very excited recently, and always brags about how noble the Starks are in front of the Freys. After weighing the pros and cons, Aenys feels that even if the Boltons marry into his family, it is better to curry favor with the Stark family, which has a higher status and nobler bloodline. After all, after 2 marriages and 1 marriage, the Freys are really deeply bound to the 2 families of the Fish and Wolf. So he ignored the hint of Lord Bolton and said loudly, "His Majesty Robb is the king of our Frey family, and his sister is also a princess. We must obey the orders issued by the princess in the name of His Majesty the king." Roose Bolton glanced at Aenys gloomily, and he didn't expect that this man was so cowardly. The other northern nobles present naturally had no objection, and the matter was settled. Robert originally advocated that after exchanging the remains of Duke Eddard, he would lead the troops north to Harrenhal. So as soon as he was nominated by Miss Stark, he actively expressed his views. This was also what Arthur told Sansa, so Stark also expressed his support for this. So everyone reached a consensus to go north to Harrenhal and make plans later. Near noon, Lord Herman Tallheart, who went to exchange the little devil for the remains, also came back, because the torso and head of Lord Eddard were separated, and the torso was not processed by the Meisters. The head was hung outside the Red Castle and had become smelly, so the people of the north were immediately excited when they saw the remains. Some people wanted to kill Joffrey on the spot, while others were ready to rush into King's Landing to kill Cersei and other royal family members. Although Sansa had seen her father's head from a distance, it was the first time she saw the remains up close, and she burst into tears on the spot. After the more rational people comforted them for a long time, everyone calmed down and listened to the conditions of King's Landing brought by Lord Tallheart. Queen Mother Cersei knew that it was Arthur who took Joffrey away, so she said that Bracken would come to the city to negotiate with her, and she would agree to any conditions. When the Gardeners ruled the Reach, the Mandalay family's growing power aroused the vigilance of King Pithon Roman III of the Reach, who ordered his vassals to expel the family from the Reach. After wandering for many years, about 900 years before the conquest, the King of the North accepted this southern family whose flag was the mermaid, and gave the Mandalay a large territory near the mouth of the White Blade River. After that, the mermaid family used the wealth they brought to build White Harbor, one of the 5 largest cities in Westeros, and allowed the family to maintain prosperity for thousands of years. Like the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, House Manderley is best known for its management and wisdom. In fact, among the recent generation of lion and wolf families, only a few have the characteristics of their ancestors, such as the smart, eloquent little devil, Arya, who has the blood of running wolves. Tywin's strength and Ed's noble character are both caused by special reasons, not the images these two families have shown to the world over the past millennium. As the first heir of White Harbor, Willis behaves very much like the Mandalorians. Could this be a scam? He first raised his doubts and then suggested not to negotiate, and the army set off directly. Willis's words won over some stability seekers. For the current coalition forces, with Joffrey as the most important hostage, they have considerable initiative. Arthur thought for a while and said, "That's okay. You go first. I'll take people to King's Landing. If I don't go into the city, I'll chat with them for a few hours in front of the gates of the gods. The Golden Robes don't have a lot of horses. Unable to pursue quickly, I will catch up after the army is far away." Although the number of defenders in the city is only 5,000 or 6,000 at most, if Queen Cersei, who is dedicated to protecting her son, goes crazy and sends the defenders out to snatch her son back, then the coalition forces of 10,000 will also die. Only a few people can escape. And when Robb had no intention of the Iron Throne and only wanted to pursue the independence of the United Kingdom of the North and the river, the conflict between the Lyon family and the Starks was actually not as intense as the conflict between them and the two kings Baratheon. After all, both Renly and Stannis claimed that they were the masters of the Iron Throne, and that the other kings were all false kings. But Renly, who has nearly 100,000 soldiers and is eyeing the Bitter Bridge, should be Lord Tywin's biggest headache. Sansa discussed with several great nobles in the north for a while, and felt that what her brother Robb wanted was to have a truce with the Lions at the right time, and then have the Iron Throne recognize the independence of the rivers in the north. Then go ahead. Each of the adults present will give Arthur some people under the banner of your family to make this protracted negotiation look more formal. Sansa suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, so Arthur set out with 20 mercenaries, 120 coalition soldiers, as well as some food and water. In order to increase their momentum, these 140 people actually carried 80 or 90 flags, ranging from the Stark family's white-headed wolf, the Bolton family's X-shaped skinned man, the Mandalay family's blue-green mermaid, Stark's black sun star, Frey's the twin tower flags, the brown sentinel tree of the Tauha family, the silver battle axe of the Severn family, the orange moose of the Horwood family, and the flags of various colors and shapes of the small families in the north. In short, it really looks like the same thing. Of course, Arthur's golden sword and horse flag were at the front of the team. After the negotiating team left, the 10,000 coalition troops began to cook, and after having a meal, they headed north along the King's Road. Outside the gates of the gods, from a long distance away, Arthur ordered not to move forward, and then sent a senior Stark officer to deliver a message outside the city gate. After being tricked once outside Shilly City, he began to pay attention to traps. King's Landing obviously didn't expect Arthur to be so cautious. After waiting for a while, everyone from the royal council appeared on the tower. Considering Bracken's deeds of capturing Jaime and kidnapping Joffrey on his own, the people on the tower did not dare to leave the city. The distance between the coalition's negotiating team and the city gate should be greater than 500 meters, so communication is still impossible. So Finance Minister Baelish was sent to have the first confrontation with Arthur. Her Majesty Cersei promised that after the coalition forces release His Majesty Joffrey I, the North and the river will be allowed to be independent, and the war between the Lannister, Baratheon, and Stark will end. Littlefinger was wearing a knee-length black close-fitting robe, looking smart and capable. Behind Baelish, there were more than a dozen gold-robed men riding horses. They also carried more than a dozen flags. In addition to the Deer family and the Lion family, there were also some flags of the royal nobles. When will our independence be allowed? This is too disrespectful to His Majesty Robb. Let your Queen Mother reorganize the terms. Anyway, to waste time, Arthur started messing around with such small details. Many northern soldiers behind him quite recognized this statement and nodded in agreement. Littlefinger had no choice but to tighten the horse's rope and lead the people back. During the second conversation, King's Landing's words were much more polite. They promised that Joffrey would be the guardian of the 5 realms from now on, and that the North and the river would never be within the Iron Throne's sphere of influence. Arthur refused because the terms were not clear enough, and asked King's Landing to give an accurate armistice time and specific territory. Littlefinger's dark and stern face led people away again. Sure enough, Queen Cersei's anger was borne by him again. What does he want? This damn Bracken. Cersei stood on the city wall with a distorted face, staring at the group of flags in the distance. If the Lannister heavy cavalry was here, she would have ordered them to rush over and crush the river bug to death. It was Bracken who took away her brother, and it was also Bracken who took away her eldest son. Grand Maester Pycelle admired Duke Tywin very much, so he secretly defected to the Lion family. So he was also very concerned about Joffrey's capture. After thinking for a while, he said, "Maybe the rebels feel that they haven't gained enough benefits. Otherwise, we should give them some gold dragons and treasures first, so that their attitude may be better." Don't. The Northerners are stubborn and self-respecting. Giving gold before the conditions are clear will make them think it's charity and sending away beggars. Intelligence Chief Varys opposed this. That's right, we don't have much money on hand. It cost a lot of money to expand the garrison. If we don't borrow money, the Red Castle can't be maintained. Baelish knew best how much money the Iron Throne had, so he refused to give gold dragons first. Joffrey's brother, Prince Tommen, also followed his mother. He suggested, as long as we keep agreeing to their demands, we can always satisfy the people of the North. Let's talk a few more times. Cersei took a few deep breaths and told Baelish about the conditions she could offer. Littlefinger had no choice but to confirm Cersei's bottom line first. After returning His Majesty Joffrey, all soldiers loyal to the Iron Throne will withdraw from the Riverlands, and Robb's territory will be guaranteed to be as large as the 2 kingdoms marked on the map. The Queen Mother nodded and waved Littlefinger to leave. The reason why Arthur refused this time was that the Westerland soldiers had to withdraw from the Riverlands before Joffrey could be returned. In this way, the 2 sides negotiated about 10 times outside the Gate of the Gods, delaying for a full 4 hours. After thinking that the coalition army had also walked out of 4 or 5 leagues, Arthur clearly refused to return Joffrey and led his men away. On the tower, Cersei was dumbfounded. She was already wearing a mask of pain, and she was even more confused and resentful. Now it was her turn to understand Mrs. Stark's feelings. The cruelest thing was to give hope and then ruthlessly extinguish it. The rebels sent people to negotiate, which made the Queen Mother think that her son would be back soon, but Bracken turned around and left, telling her that these people were just playing a trick on her. "If my son makes a mistake, I will kill this Bracken. I swear to the 7 gods." Cersei gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Hurrying hard, Arthur finally caught up with the coalition with his men before dusk. A bad news was waiting for him. Under the instigation of many young northern nobles, Sansa wanted to kill Joffrey to avenge her father. And the more rational Willis, Herman Tallheart, and others were trying to dissuade them in the central army tent. Before entering, he heard the constant noise in the tent, and Arthur felt something was wrong. Rushing in, Joffrey, who was tied up tightly, was looking at the northern nobles surrounding him in fear. The usually majestic king now looked like a little lamb, waiting to be turned into a kebab. Hey, we can't kill Joffrey now." He hurried over and separated several northern nobles holding daggers. "Miss Stark, why are you confused?" Arthur shook his head at Sansa, indicating that Joffrey really couldn't be killed now. At least it couldn't be spread that it was the Northerners who killed Joffrey, otherwise the Lion family would really not stop the war. Sansa looked at Arthur, who still hadn't cleaned his armor, and suddenly became a lady. "Then listen to Lord Arthur, let's all go," Miss Stark said. Many northern nobles were indignant, but they had no choice but to leave the big tent. Of course, they still spit before leaving. Joffrey, who was full of panic, was also led out of the tent by Sansa's personal soldiers. The 4 people designated by Sansa to participate in the command stayed. "This won't work. There are more than 10,000 coalition troops. It's possible that someone will sneak away to kill Joffrey," Arthur said. Lord Tallheart suggested, "Perhaps a team of people can take Joffrey away first and send him directly to Harrenhal or Riverrun." Willis said, "What if the news leaks out and King's Landing knows about it, and they send a bunch of elite riders to take Joffrey back? King's Landing does not have a large number of cavalry troops, but a small force of 100 or 200 nobles and knights can still be put together. I can send Joffrey to each other, and we don't have to decide which castle to go to first. In this way, even if someone in the coalition reports this to Cersei, they don't know my route," Arthur suggested. In fact, he wanted to take Joffrey to hatch dragons, but Jules had no news at all, so he thought of going directly to Summer Hall. "Okay." Robert had a good impression of Arthur and nodded in agreement. Glover, who had always held his head high, only recognized Arthur as a riverman, so the plan was finalized. At midnight, Arthur took all the Coher mercenaries and left with Gendry, Qyburn, and Joffrey. Gendry was brought along because he was Robert's illegitimate son, and Robert's grandmother was a dragon family. In other words, Gendry has slightly more than 1/8 of the dragon family blood. The reason why it is said to be slightly more is that the deer family itself is a close relative of the dragon family, and there is always a little bit of blood bonus. Although Gendry cannot ride a dragon, the dragon family blood can make the young dragon close to him. Arthur himself does not have the slightest dragon family blood, and he does not know whether the dragon hatched in this way will recognize him as the master. If not, Gendry will have to take care of the young dragon. The team of more than 200 people made a lot of noise, and several spies who were closely watching the movements of Emperor Joe immediately reported to the masters. Of course, what puzzled these potential traitors and Sansa was that Arthur actually led people to the south. 4 days later, Arthur's team walked out of the royal forest, and 5 days later they arrived near Summerhall. This was once the summer palace of the Targaryen family, that is, the castle for summer vacation. In the year 259 of the conquest of the world, Aegon V decided to hold a grand party in Summerhall to celebrate the birth of his grandson Rhaegar, and some members of the dragon family and half of the court officials gathered accordingly. At the same time, Egon V wanted to use some magic rituals to hatch dragons, so he used wildfires to heat the dragon egg fossils. But this caused a fire, and the entire nobles participating in the party were burned down like Summerhall. This made the Targaryen, whose population was already declining, even worse. 24 years later, the Dragon Dynasty, which had been passed down for 2 generations, was destroyed. On the Bone Road leading to Dorne, Arthur led his team eastward, and then saw the ruins of this huge castle. Even from a distance, he had to admit that the fire was big enough. Almost 40 years later, the ruins of Summerhall were still charred. When he led his men closer, he found that there were still more than a dozen people active on the ruins. Among them were the soldier Piper and Arthur's uncle Jules. "Why did you come in person, nephew? I heard that the fighting in the north is fierce. It will not be easy without a brave general like you." Jules saw Arthur coming with his troops in person and hurriedly came up to him, smiling and holding the horse rope. "How is the stone search going?" Jules glanced at the riders behind his nephew and whispered, "The approximate location has been determined, but it is slow to find because of the lack of manpower. Because Summerhall is still a large castle, it is impossible to find it in a short time with 2 people. So Jules went to the nearby village to hire a dozen farmers to help find it." According to Jules, they have already gone through about 80% of the area and confirmed that there is no oval stone in it. The remaining 20% of the area is where the dungeons and halls of Midsummer Hall are located. Because most of the buildings are made of stone, it is a bit difficult to search, which delays the progress. "Since you brought so many people, it will be found soon," Jules said. Arthur also wanted to end this matter as soon as possible. After all, Cersei, who lost her son, was not far from madness. So more than 200 mercenaries were also sent to find the oval stone. Under the command of Jules, who had already planned the search plan, the whole team was engaged in the intense work of finding stones. During this period, Arthur also helped to move several large stones, and then found 7 jeweled dragon egg fossils under a giant pillar. According to the current timeline, the Mother of Dragons has hatched 3 dragons, so the magic of the whole world has begun to revive. Then blood magic should be useful.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.